101 New Game Magic Arena, Wizard Ranked Tournament, 4/4 asking for monthly tickets. Makarov agreed with Knight's idea. Magic app? Although he thinks the magic internet is magical, no matter how powerful it is, it's not to turn a super magic into a magic prop that can be bought in the store, so that people who haven't learned it can use it, right? If you can do this, what's the difference between you and the god of magic? Knight, if you can do it, I will teach you the other 2 super magics of our guild. Makarov said happily, and even gave actual rewards. Fairy Tales 3 Super Magics. Fairy Law, Fairy Glory, Fairy Ball. President, this is what you said, you are not allowed to regret it. Knight nodded happily. If he remembered correctly, Makarov didn't know the other 2. But these 3 super magics must have been passed down. It's the same if you give him a magic book. With the actual reward, Knight was very motivated and had the rare urge to write the code himself. He looked up at Wendy and Xiaolulu. The 2 little guests were being entertained by Myra Jane, and the other people in the guild were very enthusiastic to surround Wendy, the little girl. Knight didn't disturb them for the time being. He found a corner seat and sat down, opening the Magic Network programming tool. Well, how to do it? Knight fell into deep thought. The idea is good, but it is a bit difficult to realize it. I have no idea for a while. 517. Listing his next update plan. 1. Develop the function of picture images, combine sound and text, and finally achieve the function of live broadcast. 2. Release a new game. 3. Magic app. The first one is actually very simple. Similar magic already exists, Knight just needs to move it to the internet. The difficulty of its implementation is not the function itself, but whether the reserve magic power of the magic network can support large-scale picture transmission. It can increase the magic power consumption of users watching live broadcasts when using this function. But in this way, people with weaker magic power may not be able to support it in a while. If this happens, it will cause dissatisfaction. Knight pinched his chin and thought, use the method of robbing the rich to help the poor to solve it? In simple terms, it means that people with strong magic power will consume more magic power when watching live broadcasts, and help people with weak magic power share the cost. Finally, a dynamic balance will be achieved. This dynamic balance, how to balance it is the biggest difficulty. After the function is completed, I will personally broadcast it a few times and test the data before deciding. Nate temporarily put Project 1 aside. Project 2, Games. Currently, there are only 3 games in the game section, which is a bit too monotonous. AFCI. This time, the game he wants to develop is no longer a small game like Mahjong or poker. The name of the game has been decided, it is called Magic Arena. The inspiration comes from the problem of fairy tales' love of fighting. Since everyone likes to fight so much, just go online to fight. Use the power of deep web to create a virtual environment as a dual stage. Allow the user's spirit to enter the virtual world, so that they can fight recklessly without worrying about damage. You can also launch the ranking function. Bronze Wizard, Silver Wizard, Gold Wizard, Diamond Wizard, Master, King. The top 10 players in the King rank will be specially awarded the title of the 10 Holy Wizards. Once Magic Arena is launched, Knight believes that it will definitely make a lot of people addicted to it. And he can also reap great benefits. You can collect a lot of magic information and increase your understanding of various magics. Secondly, harvest more magic power. Finally, you can also find some fun for you. You must be bored staying in the deep web every day. When the time comes, she can also play ranked games to avoid getting sick. Knight thought that a function must be added to prohibit users from taking off clothes at will. He was afraid that you would take off his clothes during the fight. The biggest problem in completing the development of this game is Knight had a headache. It is not difficult to develop this game, but it is difficult to ensure the safety of players. It is a spiritual body that enters the game. Once the fight starts, injuries are inevitable. This kind of injury will not be reflected in the real body, but mental trauma is also an injury. If this problem cannot be solved, Magic Arena will be too dangerous. It is not good to play a game and cause death. Since preparing to develop this game a few days ago, Knight has not found a good solution until now. Why? Are you frowning? Levy suddenly sat opposite Knight, her face full of curiosity. As if she realized something, her eyes lit up, and she said ah, then lowered her voice and gossiped. Are you worried about whether to choose Myra or Urza? Knight. No, sister, you are so gossipy. Tell me quickly. Levy became more and more excited, her eyes sparkling. You and Urza went to the Arcane Resort together the other day, right? Is there any progress? A kiss counts? Knight complained in his heart, I'm worried about the new game. New game? Levy tilted her head, disappointed. No, are you so interested in gossip? Knight was very helpless. Levy used to love gossiping about him and Myra, and now she loves gossiping about him and Urza. Don't be stingy, tell me, I'm tight-lipped. Levy hadn't given up yet. I didn't tell Myra that you and Urza were going on vacation. But which one do you want to choose? Can't I have both? Levy was shocked. Knight shook his head and said, I'm really thinking about the game, and I've encountered a big problem. Can you help me think about it? He simply mentioned the matter of Magic Arena. Levy was no longer interested in gossip, opened her eyes in disbelief, and blurted out subconsciously. It sounds so interesting. Then, when can I play it? Knight, you can't be lazy, I will supervise you from now on. What's the point of you supervising me? If the safety problem is not solved, the game will never be online. Knight spread his hands. If the spirit enters the game and is fatally injured, something bad will happen. Although it won't kill people, but the spirit will be severely damaged, and God knows what sequelae there will be. He didn't want to be visited by the family of the players one day. So this is what you're worried about? Libby nodded in realization, then frowned. This is indeed a very troublesome problem. Right. Suddenly, Libby stretched out a finger. Nate, you know the star spirit, right? Star spirit. Nate's heart moved, and he probably understood what Libby meant. Libby nodded excitedly. No matter what kind of injury the star spirit suffers, it will not die. Star spirits will not die. When they suffer strong damage or the magic power of the contracted star spirit wizard is exhausted, they will return to the star spirit realm. This is the rule of the star spirit. Can you think of a way to let the player transform into a star spirit-like existence when playing the game well? Let's call it the star spirit body. Libby suggested. You are asking me to create a magic, sister. Nate didn't know what to say. I believe in his ability too much. In your eyes, am I a god? Nate didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. Nate, you can definitely do it, I believe you. Libby made a cheering gesture. Can you refer to the thought body? After a pause, she returned to her original gossiping heart. So, do you choose Urza or Myra? Tell me quickly, I will definitely keep it a secret. I don't believe you. 102 Lucy, can I touch your? Create a new kind of magic, the astral body? Nate said helplessly, isn't it a bit too much to ask? Wait, think about it carefully, the way others see you is simply too amazing. Internet magic, 6 eyes, flying thunder god, etc., which magic is not created by yourself. No wonder Libby has such a filter for him. It feels good to be secretly admired, but can he really create it by himself? What are you talking about? You are Knight, a wizard of fairy tale. Don't say you can't do it. Levy clenched her fist and encouraged him, I absolutely believe in you. Show your perseverance. Is it time to play a classic BGM and shout that we are fairy tale? The black dragon was defeated by you. Knight complained in his heart. I'll try my best. Don't try your best, try your best. Then I'll try my best. Come on. Levi encouraged him again, and then whispered, you don't really want to date Urza and Myra at the same time, do you? Why are you gossiping again? Knight was speechless. I don't have experience in this area, but I think you can ask Loki for advice. He is dating many girlfriends at the same time. Levi smiled, turned around and left, walked a few steps, and turned back to make a fist and cheer. I support you, come on, Knight. Are you talking about creating a new magic, or dating two girlfriends at the same time? Knight thought, I feel that this sister's personality is also very interesting. However, speaking of Loki, Knight recalled that he had not talked with Loki many times, but he knew this guild member well. Loki is a celestial spirit, the captain of the zodiac, and his real name is Leo of Leo. For some reason, he was exiled from the celestial spirit world and could only stay in the human world. He joined Fairy Tail under the pseudonym Loki for the 3rd year. During the period of active participation in the guild, he appeared on the weekly Sosara many times, and was the best person that the magazine wanted to rank as a boyfriend. As for Loki regarding celestial spirit body magic, maybe ask him for help in research. Nate opened the friend list and found that he was not a friend of the other party. He used the developer's permission to call up the other party's information, which showed that he was offline. Not in the guild, not online, is he out on a mission? Nate chose to add a friend and attached a message. Message, Loki, this is Knight, I have something to talk to you about, please reply when you see it. After waiting for a while, there was no reply. Nate ignored him for the time being. Loki is not here, so let's find Lucy. Nate turned off the magic network, stood up and walked towards Lucy. A large group of people were gathering around Wendy and Xiaolulu, and so was Lucy. Lucy was sitting on Wendy's right and asked curiously. Natsu is a fire dragon slayer and can eat fire. Wendy, what does a sky dragon slayer eat? Wendy replied, air. Mylogen said naturally, air? I was thinking it was the sky. How do you eat the sky? Xiaolulu complained. Knight can smash the sky with one punch, maybe the sky can really be eaten, Xiaolulu. Humph. Xiaolulu didn't want to pay attention to the male cat. I just smashed the atmosphere, the sky just looks broken, not really smashed the space. Knight explained, Lucy, I have something to trouble you, come with me first. Meeting Knight's gaze, Lucy couldn't help blushing. What's the matter? It's very important. Nate walked out of the tavern first. Seeing this, Lucy had no choice but to follow him. Having an affair? Habby covered his mouth with a wicked smile and rolled his tongue. Having an affair? Wendy blinked her eyes. Isn't it Miss Urza? Myra Jane looked at the two of them curiously as they left. Took Lucy to the big construction site. It was noon now. There was no one on the construction site. They all went to eat. Nate walked to the place where he often slacked off and sat on a few pieces of wood. Lucy, can I see your? No. Lucy quickly crossed her arms and took a small step back in fear. Nate. No, I haven't finished yet. This reaction is a bit too much. No, I mean, can I touch your? What do you want to touch, pervert Knight? Stupid Knight. Lucy blushed, even if you are the creditor, I won't agree. Star Spirit. Nate's mouth twitched slightly. Lucy. The two looked at each other for 5 seconds. Lucy's ears were visibly red. Misunderstood? She was so embarrassed that she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. It's all this guy's fault. He saw her naked last time, so when facing Knight now, Lucy can't help but think about other things. Is it a star spirit? What else? Nate looked down on him. What are you thinking about all day long? Damn it, it's all your fault for saying something that makes people misunderstand. Lucy rolled her eyes at him angrily, patted her face, and let her brain cool down. You want to see my star spirit? Do you want to learn star spirit magic? No, I want to create a new magic, and I need to know something about the star spirit. Nate shook his head and said, anyway, open the door and summon a star spirit first. 0 Seeking flowers. Hearing this, Lucy took a bunch of keys from her waist. 5 gold keys and several silver keys. Which one do you want to see? The 12 zodiac signs, can they all be summoned? Nate suggested that it would be best to look at them all and study the mystery of the existence of the stars. No, do you think I'm a great magician? Lucy couldn't help but complain, you can only open one door of the zodiac sign at a time. Really? Nate remembered that Lucy could open several doors at the same time. Sure enough, Lucy is too weak now. I have 5 keys of the zodiac sign in my hand, which are Aquarius, Aquia, Taurus, Talos, you have seen this one, when I was doing the first mission. Cancer, Caesar, he is a very good hairstylist. Virgo, Beluge, you have seen it too, but after signing a contract with me, the image of the star spirit will also change with the owner. If you see it again, you will definitely be surprised. The last one is Sagittarius, Sagittarius, who was also bought from you. After a pause, Lucy put away the key of Aquarius and laughed. Forget about Aquarius. If I summon it here, Aquia will definitely be angry. Nate remembered that this star spirit had a bad temper and often held a water bottle in his hand. When attacking, Lucy will be involved. But in fact, it is the most loyal star spirit to its master. Virgo. Knight answered after thinking. Lucy nodded and immediately stretched out the key of Virgo to the front. I am the one who connects the road to the star spirit world. You, respond to my call and pass through the door. Open it, the door of Virgo, Beluge. A golden star magic circle unfolded on the ground, and a girl star in maid outfit appeared from it. Do you have something to ask me, princess? It's not me, it's him. Barg has cherry blossom colored hair, blue eyes, iron chain bracelets on both hands. When she was contracted by the last contractor, Duke Abar, she was a muscular combat maid. But now, she is completely a young and lovely girl. It turns out to be Lord Knight. Hello. Barg lifted her skirt and saluted slightly. Nate was surprised. Do you know me? Yes, I often hear the princess mutter Lord Knight's name, especially on the internet. Barg nodded. Then the next moment, Lucy, who was blushing, covered her mouth. What are you talking about? Oh, it's true. Nate used his 6 eyes to observe the star spirit Barg. 103 The magic network was transmitted to the star spirit realm, the first leak star spirit. In the 6 eyes, Lucy, a human, and Barg, a star spirit, are completely different. In Barg, there are 2 kinds of magic. One comes from herself, and the other comes from Lucy's magic. Generally speaking, the star spirits will consume the magic of the contracted wizards to survive in the world. In addition, I can't see the soul of Barg, she is like a special energy body. Nate thought about it and stretched out his hand. Barg, can I hold your hand? Just looking can't really experience it, you have to hold the little hand and touch it. Hearing this, Lucy let go of Barg. What do you want to do, Knight? She was a little curious. Barg put her hand on Knight's palm and said seriously. Please use it as much as you want, Lord Knight. Don't make it sound like I'm going to do something obscene, this is pure academic research. Nate always feels that this star spirit has something to say, probably because it has learned bad things from its owner Lucy. Close your eyes and silently feel the specialness of the star spirit. If you don't use the 6 eyes to see, it's really similar to humans. Barg's hands are no different from those of human girls, just as soft and boneless, delicate and flexible. Knight controlled the magic power in his body and slowly input it into Barug's fingers. But it was soon rejected. Ah! Barug made a false scream expressionlessly. What's wrong? Lucy opened her eyes wide. Lord Knight's magic power came in, Princess. Barug blinked, but I rejected it. Don't refuse. Knight was helpless. If possible, he could forcefully break through Barug's defense, but this would hurt the star spirit. I understand, Lord Knight, I'm mentally prepared. Knight was speechless. After carefully observing Barug's body with magic power for a long time, Knight had a general understanding of the star spirit. The body constructed by a special energy, although it looks no different from humans, is actually different in nature. This energy naturally comes from the star spirit world. Therefore, even if Baluj is killed here, the opponent will only return to the star spirit world and recover in the environment there. Knight retracted his hand and nodded. Thank you, Baluj, I roughly understand. I'm glad I can help. Can I go to the star spirit world with you? No, Lord Knight, just like the star spirits cannot survive in the human world, humans cannot survive in the star spirit world. Knight said, I mean just take a look and stay for a while, okay? No. Lucy hurriedly grabbed Knight's arm. This is too dangerous, how can humans enter the star spirit world? She couldn't help but complain in her heart, what a mess. She was really afraid that Knight would kill herself one day. Seeing Lucy stop him, Knight thought about it and didn't insist. Although he was confident that nothing would go wrong, there was no need to scare Lucy. Thank you for your help. These rings are for you. Knight took out a cloth bag filled with 100 first-generation magic network rings. Star spirits should also be able to use the magic internet. Barug, do you want to try it? Barug took the gift curiously and then looked at her owner Lucy. Princess. Can star spirits use it? Lucy was surprised. Won't you know if you try it? Knight felt that there was no problem with 99% of it. He had just thoroughly understood Barug. But he did not rule out the 1% of accidents. Then try it. Barug looked very happy. She often watched Lucy use the magic network. Barug was not unfamiliar with the magic network. One day in the evening, when Lucy summoned her to help clean the room, she specially demonstrated the magic network. From time to time, she would say Knight is so awesome. At that time, Barug was very curious about the magic network. Now she had the opportunity to experience it herself, so she put on the ring without saying a word. Input your own magic power, not Lucy's. Knight reminded. Got it. Barug did as he was told, and the ring was activated. Welcome to the world of the Internet. Please enter your Internet nickname. Nickname cannot be changed for the time being, please choose carefully. Nickname. Lucy saw that it actually worked, and her mouth opened slightly. Then she ran behind Barug with excitement, and taught her star spirit in the manner of an old netizen. Don't use your real name, Barug. You must pay attention to this. When she said this, Barug had already typed in her name and was almost confirmed. After hearing what Lucy said, she couldn't help but wonder. Why, Princess? Anyway, it's better not to use your real name. Lucy felt that it was troublesome to explain, so she said. Hurry up and pick a nice name, do you want me to help you? Barug deleted the original nickname and re-entered it. I am a virgin. Click to confirm. Nate. He was full of question marks, this nickname was a bit weird. What kind of brain circuit would make people choose such an online name? I am a Virgo, is this the result after omitting the word? It really perfectly hides the identity of the star spirit. Knight couldn't help complaining in his heart. In a sense, Barug was really a genius. What an easy to remember name. 0. How about this, Princess? Barug asked. Anyway, let's add a friend first. Hearing Knight's complaints, Lucy couldn't help covering her face. What an embarrassing nickname. She quickly opened her magic network, searched for I am a virgin, and chose to add it as a friend. After Barag agreed, Lucy quickly sent another message. To make money, great. I can chat with the magic network in the future. Barag. Really? Barag was a little surprised, even if it crosses different worlds. Yes. Lucy widened her beautiful eyes, turned her head and looked at Knight, and asked hurriedly. Knight, can the star spirit realm also be covered by the magic network? I don't know, let Barag go back and try. Knight smiled back. This is also the purpose of his giving the ring. He has already figured out how to solve the problem of players getting injured and dying. To do this, the magic network needs to be expanded to the star spirit world. So, Lucy said to Barag, Barag, go back and try to send me a message. I understand, Princess. Then, goodbye, Lord Knight. Barag lifted her skirt again and saluted Knight slightly. The next moment, her body turned into a soft golden light, twisted and disappeared. Why does Barag respect you more than me? Lucy couldn't help complaining. How should I know? Knight shook his head. Did you reply? Yes. Yes. Lucy saw the new message 4.8 in the private chat. I am a virgin, Princess, I have returned to the star spirit world safely. Can you see it? I have to work hard to make money, I saw it. The 3 exclamation marks represent Lucy's excitement. Nate, your magic is so powerful. You can communicate even across a world. Lucy was very excited. I can communicate with the star spirits at any time in the future. Tell Barag to share the other rings with other star spirits as soon as possible. Knight chuckled and said, you helped me a lot, Lucy. By expanding the magic network to the star spirit realm, you can harvest the special magic power of the star spirit realm. Using this magic power, let's call it star spirit power. He can completely create a body similar to the star spirit. And these bodies will be the bodies used by players in the game Magic Arena. Even if they are killed, they will not let the players suffer heavy damage. The problem is solved just like this. I am really a genius. 104 Star Spirit King, add you as a friend. Lucy, you helped me a lot this time. Really? I don't know what you are going to do yet. Lucy chatted with Barag and asked her to share the remaining rings with other star spirits as soon as possible. While asking in confusion. So, what do you want to do? Develop a new game. There is nothing to hide, Knight simply explained what Magic Arena is. Gathering wizards from all over the continent, using their own magic to fight in a virtual network. No need to know who the opponent is, unlimited competition. No need to worry about killing people, and no need to care about being killed. The winner gets ranking points and advances to the next level. The loser loses ranking points and continues to hone. When the season is settled, you can also get a considerable amount of Magic Network points reward according to your own level. If you can rush to the top 10 of the king, you can also win the title of Holy 10 Magicians. This title will be displayed below the nickname of the Magic Network, as a permanent honor. For Knight, this game is just ordinary, and he can think of it casually. But for Lucy, it is simply amazing. A series of new terms made her stunned with astonishment. Her white and tender little fingers stopped there and she even forgot to reply. Wow, so amazing! It just sounds interesting. Without leaving home, you can communicate with wizards all over the continent. Can Magic Network 06 even do this? For a while, Lucy's eyes gradually became bright. Her eyes were like 2 crystal gems, staring at Knight firmly, full of appreciation and admiration. Suddenly, Lucy's eyes turned. So, I really helped you a lot, big favor. As soon as he saw her expression, Knight could guess what the young lady was thinking. So he cooperated with the performance. Yes, I have to thank you very much. Knight smiled. How are you going to thank me? Lucy looked expectant. Can you fulfill a small wish of mine? While speaking, she also used her index finger and thumb to make a small gesture. Fingertip universe? Knight thought, nodded, and said, okay. Waste my 16 million debt. Rejected. Why? Lucy said unconvinced, you just said yes, no credit. Next. Knight rolled his eyes at her. 16 million is a huge sum of money, at least for Lucy. He didn't care about 16 million J, but without the title of a creditor, it would be less legitimate for Lucy to cook for him in the future. Well, let me think about it. After thinking hard, Lucy couldn't think of any good ideas. Nate helped her think and suggested, I see you are still upset about me seeing your naked body before. How about this? I also show you once. How about it? Who wants to see it, idiot? Lucy blushed and ran away, leaving a sentence on the spot. You owe me a wish, I will tell you when I think of it, and you must not cheat, Knight. Why can't I help teasing the eldest lady every time I see her? Nate thought, it must be because Lucy's reaction is so funny. Forget about Lucy for now, and build the shell of the magic arena first. This work has been mostly done by the tool man of the missing body. If he takes over now, it will be done in a day at most. The process of writing code is very boring. Time passed unknowingly, and it was soon evening. Facing the cute Wendy, everyone in the guild liked it very much. Levy was very active in acting as a guide, and took Wendy and Xiaolulu to visit Magnolia in the afternoon. After that, she invited them to stay in the girls' dormitory temporarily and leave in 2 days. The atmosphere of the Fairy Tale Guild is particularly good, although it was a bit noisy. Wendy liked this guild very much. She didn't refuse, so Xiaolulu had to agree. When she was online, Wendy added many people as friends, including Knight. At this time, the apartment. Knight typed the last line of code, and the client of Magic Arena was already written. Its main function is to show the gameplay introduction of this game. In the center are several artistic fonts of Magic Arena. Then there is a matching button below. After the player clicks on the match, he will enter the waiting queue, and the Magic Network will randomly match opponents with similar ranks. The player's client is ready, and the only thing left is the venue for the competition. Make a few more dual maps. It's not difficult. Nate has absolute control over the deep web, and making a few maps is easy for him. Just as he was about to sneak into the deep web, he received a friend request. User Star King added you as a friend, do you want to add him as a friend? Nate was slightly startled. Star Spirit King? Is it true? It's a pity that the Magic Network does not have a positioning function now. Otherwise he really wants to see the address of this netizen. By the way, across a world, is satellite magic useful? It shouldn't be useful. While thinking, Knight clicked to agree. After a while, the other side sent a message. Star Spirit King, my friend, your magic is really interesting. Star Spirit King, I admire you for being able to communicate across the world without barriers. Sigma Man, you are too kind, Star Spirit King. Star Spirit King, no need to be modest. From time to time, there will be amazing wizards among humans. Among these people, your magic is also worthy of praise. Sigma Man, are you really the Star Spirit King? Sigma Man, I remember the Star Spirit King. The Spirit King is very huge. How did he wear the ring? It seems that he was hit hard by Knight's complaints, and the Star Spirit King did not reply for a long time. After a long while, Star Spirit King, young friend, why don't you come to the Star Spirit realm as a guest? Star Spirit King, the time flow rate of the Star Spirit realm is not consistent with that of the human world. 1 day in the Star Spirit realm is equal to 1 month in the human world. Star Spirit King, young friend's magic not only penetrates the 2 worlds, but also evens out the difference in the flow rate of time. Star Spirit King, I am very curious and wait for your visit in the star spirit realm. Who should you ask me about this? Knight was helpless. The time difference was true. It seemed that it was indeed the star spirit king. However, he didn't know how he did it. The internet magic rewarded by the system, he has not yet completely mastered it. If he has mastered it completely, why would he need the magic network ring? This inconvenient peripheral login device can be thrown into the garbage dump. Are you looking for me to visit the 870 star spirit realm? When you are free. After thinking for a while, Knight replied, saying that he was a little busy recently and would definitely visit when he was free. If Lucy knew about this, she might be very happy. But the most important thing now is to finish the magic arena first. As soon as the thought came to Knight, it was still the world of ice and snow. In front of a wooden house. Knight shouted, "You are you!" Squeak! The wooden door opened, and you came out in underwear. "Knight, what's the matter?" You put one hand on his waist, and was very happy that Knight came to find him. To be honest, it's really boring to stay here. She would be happy even if he just chatted with her. I made a fun game. Knight smiled slightly and explained the magic arena. Come on, come and test it with me," said. With a snap. Clap your hands gently. The two instantly moved to a brand new stage. The tide hit the coast and soaked the beach. Knight and you stood in the sea, and the sea water only covered their ankles. There were countless zeros and ones gathering around them, expanding the area. You exclaimed, using the deep web as a dual stage. Once again shocked by the power of the internet, she admired Knight's wonderful ideas from the bottom of her heart. You now have about 5 stars of magic power, and so do I. Knight waved at you, come on, use your ice shape magic and try to beat me. Hearing this, you smiled, isn't it to please you? 105 Knight vs you who really wants to win, 4/4 flowers. You doesn't think he can beat Knight. The core area of the deep web stores hundreds of stars of magic power. Who can beat him? Moreover, in this place, Knight is almost omnipotent, surpassing the concept of a wizard, and it is not surprising to call him a god. I won't cheat, it's just a normal exchange, to test whether the use of magic is different from the outside world. Knight used the bear's hands.jpg. If he cheated, what's the point of this test? A snap of the fingers killed you in seconds. Really? If I win, will there be any reward? You said with a smile. What reward do you want? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Why are you like Lucy, asking me for a blank check, and you can fill in the amount when you think of it, right? Knight had no choice but to nod. Then you have to think about it carefully, there are not many such opportunities. While the two were talking, the expansion of this area had been completed. Knight did not deliberately make the map very large. First, it was unnecessary. Second, it was not good to be too big. Do the two players want to play hide and seek here? It was a cube with a side length of about 500 meters, and the air wall was outside. You lowered his head and stepped on the shallow sea water. The fake sea water still perfectly simulated the real touch. The environment is favorable to me, do you want me to do it? You raised his head and smiled, I've thought of it. If I win, I will teach you the ice-shaping magic, and you are not allowed to refuse. You haven't given up yet. Knight's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. It was a bit too embarrassing to think that he would suddenly take off his clothes. So you are not allowed to refuse. You chuckled and immediately took a stance. She stretched her arms forward, her left palm facing up, and her right fist was clenched above her left palm. The magic power around her surged, and she began to explode like a super saiyan. Yu's magic power was blue and white, and the surrounding sea water also began to freeze rapidly due to the overflow of magic power. Wait a minute! Knight shouted, there is still a preparation. Hey! You interrupted the casting. Knight grabbed it in the air, and a ball of golden magic power emerged from the sea water and flew into his palm. This is a special magic from the Star Spirit world. I will call it Star Spirit power. Using it, you can create a body similar to the thought body. Star Spirit body. As he spoke, Knight's eyes narrowed slightly. The Star Spirit power in his hand split into two, one of which flew towards Uru. Uru looked curiously, and saw that the Star Spirit power flying towards her stopped in front of her. Then it expanded a little bit, like dough stretched, and finally formed a human figure. Then, the human figure copied her appearance and turned into her in a blink of an eye. Star Spirit body. Uru looked at the other self. In her eyes, this was a clever application of the thought body magic. Just think of it as a piece of clothing. Another self also appeared beside Knight, and he showed Uru how to put on clothes. Just reach out and touch it, and the Star Spirit body will naturally merge into your body. From the outside, it is just a layer of light golden halo outside the body. What's the use of this? Uru followed suit and looked down at her hands. The hazy golden light gave her a wonderful feeling. Not only that. She was wearing underwear before, but now she put on the astral body and her clothes also changed. It's for protection. Knight explained. Uru suddenly realized, clenched her fist and loosened it, and then clenched it again. The astral body did not increase her magic power, but it did give her a feeling of being protected. Thinking of this, she looked up at Knight. Can we start now? Let's start. I'll give you 3 moves. Knight smiled and waved at Uru. Upon hearing this, Uru couldn't help but raise his head. He frowned and said with a half smile. Really? He said. He stepped his right leg to the side, and at the same time, crossed his arms in front of him. Boom! Blue-white magic rushed up to the sky, and a magic circle was born under his feet. At the same time, 6 magic circles were born almost at the same time above Knight's head, under his feet, left and right, front and back. Nate was stunned. Wait a minute, this is the forbidden magic of absolute ice. The move that sealed the demon Deliura. Are you crazy? Knight was confused. Uru chuckled, anyway, I'm a ghost now, so it doesn't matter if I use this move. Originally, the forbidden magic was at the cost of the physical body, but now that she has no physical body, she can use it unscrupulously. It's a pity that the power will be discounted, but I won, Knight. Uru shouted proudly, Iced.C1. In an instant, Uru's burst of magic power was restrained, and then the whole person turned into a beam of blue light and attacked Knight. The 6 magic circles that trapped Knight shone together, shining brightly. After a long time, the strong light dissipated. The entire ocean was frozen. And on the ice layer, Knight was sealed in a piece of solid ice. What a crazy woman, no wonder your daughter's nickname is Witch, you don't lose. Knight couldn't help but complain in his heart. Fortunately, it was in the deep web, everything was a false simulation, otherwise he would have to rely on Moondrop to thaw. How is it? Did I win? Suddenly, Uru's excited voice sounded in his mind. Knight also answered by telepathy. Are you still conscious? Of course I am. I just turned into ice and froze you. You are not dead. Knight was speechless. Do you want to win so much? Come on, I won. Uru said in a very proud tone, don't cheat. You said you would let me have 3 moves. Knight was speechless. Absolute ice could not seal him. Without the body as the price, the power of absolute ice was far less than when it sealed Deliura. It would not be difficult for him to escape. No, even if Uru released the absolute ice at the cost of his body, he could easily dissolve it in the deep web. After all, it was just the effect simulated by the deep web. Everything was fake. But this was cheating. Are you giving up? The voice in his mind became happier and happier. Call me master. No. Knight understood thoroughly. This woman just wanted to hear him call her master. No wonder she wanted to win so much. Suddenly thought of Ultia. As expected of mother and daughter, one likes him to call her sister, and the other wants to hear him call her master. This half-baked forbidden magic can't trap me. Knight's thought moved, and the magic power around him gushed out. The power of vibration suddenly broke out, and a crack appeared on the surface of the ice that sealed him. Then the crack spread rapidly, covering his body like a spider web. With a bang, absolute ice was broken. Yu's voice came from all directions. You cheated, you said let me 3 moves. You cheated, so what? Knight said unhappily. With a snap, he snapped his fingers. Yu reappeared and said with a smile. Call me Master Day. 106 Magic Arena Test Version, Fairy Tales Guild Ranking. Yu finally failed to get what he wanted. This master will not be heard today. But Knight did not go too far, and promised to learn ice-shaping magic from her. After that, it was the dual field test. Nate made 5 maps in one go. They were, Seaside, Gobi, Forest, Volcano, Sky Island. Each map was about the same size, and it was not difficult to make. He fought with Uru once in each of the 5 maps, and it was late at night when it was over. If I didn't know it in advance, I would definitely think it was a real place. Back in the cabin in the snow, Uru couldn't help but sigh. There is no abnormality in vision, touch, smell senses. Although she has been in the deep web for a long time, she still can't understand how she did it. People's 5 senses are easily deceived, especially the eyes. Nate thought of some 3A dramas in her previous life. The pictures have evolved to the point of being real. And the virtual world created by magic is even more terrifying. Unless you have 6 eyes like him, or similar magic, it is really difficult to distinguish by just looking, touching, and smelling. Is the test finished now? Only the sight test is finished. Tomorrow, 120 will test the client to see if others can enter here smoothly through the ring. The user's spirit is pulled into the deep web world through the magic net ring. This process requires many tests to ensure stability. Nate doesn't know if there will be some inexplicable bugs. In addition, he also needs to test the speed of collecting magic power. 2 players duel on the map. Although the magic used is the result of deep web simulation, it is fake. But the consumed magic power is real. No matter how powerful the deep web is, it can't do all this without consuming energy, right? Including the map made by Knight, it also needs to consume deep web magic power. In the duel, part of the magic power consumed by the player is used to support the simulation results, and the other part is used to support the simulation results. The points will be absorbed by the deep network and become the reserve magic in the magic pool. Tomorrow I will invite guild members to test together in the guild. At this point, Knight suddenly thought of Gray and laughed. Maybe you can still see your second disciple. Gray. Uru was stunned. Don't want to see. No, I will personally check whether he has made any progress in these years. As if thinking of something fun, Uru's mouth slightly raised. Gray will be shocked when he sees her. Are you not afraid of being exposed now? Knight was surprised. I am just a simulated character in the game, and I am a real person. Uru is dead. Uru said that Uru was dead and even planned to disguise himself as an NPC. Knight thought, this is fine. However, the question of how to revive Uru still bothered him. Can't the system give a little help and reward a resurrection magic? It's getting late, I'm fine. Nate shook his head, said goodbye to Uru, and left the deep web with a thought. Back to reality. Nate took a shower and went to bed. Before going to bed, he replied to some messages. Among them was the private message from Myra Jane. Traveler on the way out, Nate, I heard from Lucy that you asked her for help to make a new game? Traveler on the way out, really, why didn't you tell me? Finger poking face.jpg. Traveler on the way out, is there anything I can help you with? Smile.jpg. Traveler on the way out, I'm really good at mahjong now. Hey? Nate suddenly became energetic. There was a long time interval between the messages from the poster girl. Maybe he didn't see his reply. Did you ask Lucy? Nate thought about it and replied. Sigma Man, the beta version has been completed. Sigma Man, I need your help tomorrow, Myra. After replying the message, Knight immediately turned off the magic network and went to bed. The next day, early in the morning, Knight came to the temporary tavern of the guild early. Myra Jane was earlier than him, wiping the table with a rag. Seeing that Knight was the second one to come, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on his face. Good morning, Knight. Morning. You were very busy yesterday and didn't reply to my message. I only saw your reply this morning. Myra Jane scolded, staying up late is not good for your health. Seeing the smile of the poster girl early in the morning is the beginning of a beautiful day. Knight walked over to help and put the tables and chairs in order. It's just an occasional thing. I worked overtime to finish the new game. I usually go to bed on time. Myra smiled softly, what do you want to eat today? She just asked habitually, but she actually knew Knight's taste very well. Put down the rag and walked into the kitchen. After a while, she came out again. One hand was clasped in front of her chest, and the other hand was covering her face, with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, Knight, I forgot to replenish the ingredients yesterday, and I have to go to the market to buy some later. Knight suggested, purchasing? Let's go together. Are you going to? Myra thought about it, and smiled happily, then let's go together. So, the two left the guild together. Myra took a basket from the kitchen on purpose. Knight felt very good to be able to take a walk with the poster girl early in the morning. If they get married, Myra will definitely be a good wife and mother. What name should the child be called? I heard from Lucy yesterday that the new game is called Magic Arena. Myra walked on Knight's right side, away from the river. As she spoke, she was also very curious about the new game. I was just about to tell you this. The beta version of the game is ready, but for the sake of safety, I want everyone in the guild to help test it. Knight briefly explained the matter. While speaking, he opened the magic network and sent the game client over. Myra clicked on the name of the client and saw a progress bar growing slowly. What can I do to help? Notify everyone and try to play ranked games together. It's very interesting to hear you say that. Mirajhen's expression dimmed for a moment, and she thought about her current state. Knight thought that she had a psychological barrier. Should I tell her that her sister is actually alive and well in another world? The question is how to say it. While thinking about how to help her untie her knot, Mirajhen had already adjusted herself. She regained her bright smile, raised a finger, and suggested. Why don't we just hold an event? Event? Yes, according to the way you play, there is no need to worry about getting hurt, and everyone in the guild. Speaking of this, Myra Jane thought of a group of people who fight every day, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Everyone will definitely like it, and they can fight without restraint. So what is the event? Guild ranking competition. Myra Jane seemed very satisfied with her idea, clapped her hands lightly, her eyes bright. Decide who is the strongest wizard of fairy tale. It's you, Miss Myra, you are really a little genius. 107 Daily Life with Myra Jane, the public prizes for the guild ranking competition. After thinking carefully about Mirajhen's proposal, Knight also thought it was a good idea. Since we have to take the test anyway, holding the guild ranking competition can arouse everyone's competitive spirit. However, since it is a competition, not to mention trophies, medals, and other things, at least some prizes should be prepared. What kind of prizes should be prepared? Knight simply asked Myra Jane for her opinion. I think even if there are no prizes, everyone will participate enthusiastically. Now that you mention it, it is true. Knight thought that Natsu would definitely be the first to participate, and then Grey, Elfman, etc., men would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. The title of the strongest wizard of fairy tale alone is enough to attract people. However, Knight thinks that prizes should still be prepared. What is the recipe for the magic recovery potion? Magic recovery potion. Myra Jane was stunned. She had never heard of such a thing. The result of my research some time ago can store the magic power that is not used in normal times in the form of potions. Then drink it when necessary to restore a large amount of magic power. After a simple explanation, Knight smiled and said, I originally planned to teach my guild companions for free, but now that we have a competition, let's just take it out as a prize. Myra smiled and nodded, this is a good idea, I agree. After a pause, she said in a tone of amazement, however, this is the first time I have heard of such a potion. Knight, you are really amazing. There is a faint feeling of admiration. While the two were talking, they passed by the vegetable market. The market was also very lively early in the morning. Myra, as a regular customer, was immediately recognized. Miss Myra, are you here to buy today? Do you want to buy some wheat bread? Hey? Is this your boyfriend? When seeing Knight next to Myra, a plump lady with blush on her face couldn't help but smile and joke. Ah, Mrs. Agatha, how are you? Myra blushed and greeted with a smile, Nate is a new member of our guild. She then introduced to Knight, she is Wakaba's wife, Mrs. Agatha. Wakaba's wife? Knight suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Wakaba often complained about his wife. Well, she is indeed very plump. You are Knight. Mrs. Agatha was very surprised. My husband often mentions your name. The magic ring on his hand was given by you, right? Knight thought that it should be the magic net ring, so he nodded and admitted it. Everyone in the guild has it. It's just a small gift. You don't have to take it to heart. Mrs. Agatha took out a few loaves of wheat bread from her basket very enthusiastically and stuffed them into Knight's hands. Oh, Wakaba is really rude. He didn't even know how to thank you for your gift. This is a little gift from me. Please accept it. Ah, thank you. Knight held the bread helplessly. Myra Jane watched this scene with a smile on her face. Knight is popular wherever he goes. It's really interesting. Mrs. Agatha patted Knight's hand and whispered, come on. I think Myra has some feelings for you. Knight. No matter which world, ants are always very keen on matchmaking young men and women. However, Myra heard it, right? Don't underestimate the hearing of S-class wizards. The six eyes don't need to deliberately use peripheral vision to observe. The 360-degree vision without blind spots allows Knight to clearly see Myra's blushing face. But the poster girl pretended not to hear it and kept a smile on her face. I have to say that Miss Myra is really cute with this expression. Then I won't bother you too. Goodbye, Myra. If my husband harasses you again next time, be sure to tell me and I will teach him a lesson for you. Mrs. Agatha left with satisfaction and soon walked away. Knight wondered, Mr. Wakaba harassed you? Myra Jane couldn't help laughing and imitated Wakaba. Will you go on a date with me next time? Sister Myra. Don't mention it, the tone is too similar. If you don't win the first place in the imitation contest, I will never watch it. Knight couldn't help laughing. And was seen. Yes, Myra smiled and squinted her eyes. That day, Mrs. Agatha happened to come to the guild, and Mr. Wakaba's eyes were swollen the next day. She covered her mouth and laughed. Knight thought, the poster girl is a little bit black-bellied. Will you go on a date with me next time? Sister Myra. Nate said it again in imitation. Myra Jane was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded, okay, you said you would treat me to a meal last time, but you never did it. This when was the last time? It was the day I went to jail with Urza. It has been half a month since then. Nate was embarrassed. I will definitely do it this time. Next, Knight accompanied Myra to buy ingredients. It is called a vegetable market, but it is actually a commercial street full of various shops. Bread, fruits and vegetables, drinks, seafood, etc. There are many things that can be bought. Myra Jane is obviously a good buyer, and she is very familiar with the shop owners here. There is no need to deliberately choose dishes, the bosses they will take the initiative to bring out the freshest and best products. 0 Ask for flowers. After paying, they will give more. Sure enough, good-looking people are popular wherever they go. Besides, Miss Myra has a good personality. As Myra bought more and more, her basket couldn't hold any more, so Knight helped her get some. By the way, the guild's beer is almost gone. After a shopping spree, Myra suddenly remembered something. Knight looked down at his hands full of food bags. I can't hold any more. I was thinking about whether to use card magic to store all these things in the card. But how to show his tiredness by doing this? Tired? Don't worry, the beer will be delivered to your door. Myra smiled lightly, carrying a bunch of things herself. Let's go, Knight. Delivery to your door. Knight thought of a good idea. We have to let all the citizens of Magnolia use the magic network, and then we can shop online directly. Place an order online and have it delivered to your home. Myra's eyes lit up when she heard it. It sounds so convenient. It's very convenient, right? You are very familiar with these bosses, and then I will let you promote it. Okay, but how are you going to thank me? I'll treat you to a meal. You still owe me one. Then let's go to the Arcane Resort together next time. It's a deal, don't forget it again. Beach, swimsuit. Knight thought of Marajana's swimsuit and couldn't help but feel a little moved. Not long after, the two returned to the guild after the shopping. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the underground tavern. Good morning, Myra. Good morning, Knight. Knight responded politely. Myra, 2 beers. Okay. Myra got busy and turned to Knight and said, help me, I'll make breakfast for you. So, the two of them divided the work and worked for more than 10 minutes before finally having some peace. Knight also finally had breakfast. Myra stood behind the bar and opened the Fairy Tale Love Chat group. Myra Jane, all members, Knight's new game is finished, everyone come and try it. Myra Jane, Magic Arena. Test version Myra Jane, this new game is different from the previous ones, everyone will definitely like it. Myra Jane, I'm going to propose to the president to hold an event guild ranked tournament to decide who is the strongest wizard of fairy tale. Do you want to sign up? Laxis? Bulletin. 108 enthusiastic contestants. Will Celestial Dragon Grandine also participate? Early in the morning, the quiet guild group suddenly exploded because of Marajana's words. It became lively in an instant. Grey, the strongest wizard of fairy tale? Kana, what new game? Lucy, hey. Sigma Man, Knight, the game you talked about yesterday is ready today? This is too fast. Levy, Sigma Man, have you solved the problem of player injuries? Staring.jpg. Natsu, what game? What strongest wizard? Elfman, a man will never back down here. Sister, I want to participate. Happy, AI can I sign up too? Macau, it sounds interesting, count me in. Everyone signed up enthusiastically, and a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In a large group of hundreds of people, the replies were like a waterfall, and they passed by in a flash. At the beginning, Laxis was drowned in the information flow. In a town in the kingdom of Fiori, Laxis's personal guards, the Thunder God team, destroyed an underground black market. You are behind the Dark Guild Plowhorn, right? Tell me, where is your superior? Bigusro grabbed the collar of a black market employee and asked. He wore an armor mask and stuck out his long tongue when he spoke, with the guild emblem printed on his tongue. He has fainted. It's all your fault for trying too hard, Bigusro. Feel-eyed, with long green hair, spoke sternly. Don't worry about them for now. Alba Green stood aside, swiping the group chat interface with her finger, and said in surprise, Knight has developed a new game, Magic Arena? It seems that they are going to hold an event to decide who is the strongest wizard in the guild. This instantly attracted the attention of the two. The strongest? That must be Laxus. Bigusro said without thinking, and then looked at Laxus. A bunch of wizards were stacked together, and Laxus sat on them. The strongest? Laxus grinned, ready to go back. But the mission? Pause it first. Laxus walked out of the underground black market without looking back, and sent a private message to Knight at the same time. Laxus, I didn't expect to have a chance so soon, will you participate? Sigma Man, I won't participate, I can be a referee. Laxus, ah? Laxus, if you don't participate, what's the point of this competition? Laxus, participate now. Sigma Man. Underground Guild Tavern. Nate's face was speechless. Isn't it just one win? He wants to fight him again. Sure enough, once this fight is fought, there will be another one sooner or later. Laxus, I'm on my way back, don't run away. Sigma Man, come back to participate in the competition? In fact, you don't have to come back to participate. Sigma Man, the competition is held in the virtual space of the Magic Network. Nate had to explain it again. Laxus didn't reply for a long time, as if he was surprised by the new game this time. At this time, a voice came from behind. Morning, Knight. Good morning, Mr. Knight. Nate turned around and saw Levi and Wendy, and the white cat's Yalulu. Levi said excitedly, Nate, did you really solve it? What? The astral body I talked about yesterday. Well, I took a shortcut for this. Nate nodded. As expected of you, Libby was full of admiration, sitting aside and asking, so, how did you solve it? Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the inspiration. As he was talking, suddenly, the voice of Grandine sounded in Knight's mind. Knight. Telepathy? Is it Ms. Grandine? Knight's eyes flashed with surprise, and he replied to the other party in his heart. Grandine was the first dragon who took the initiative to talk to him. It's me, I want to trouble you for something. A dragon wants to trouble himself for something. Knight's first reaction when he heard it was to refuse. It must be no small matter. Knight complained in his heart. It's not a big deal. Ms. Grandine, do you know the magic of mind reading? I just guessed you would think so. Then tell me, it's too troublesome, I can't help. Grandine's voice sounded again. Your magic net is amazing, and the Magic Arena's ingenious ideas amaze me even more. I want to ask you to let Wendy participate in your guild's competition. Nate was very surprised to hear this. Is that it? He thought it was a big deal, such as asking him to kill the black dragon. This is very simple, I can help, on the contrary, being willing to help with the test is a help to me. Thank you very much for your help, Zero. Grandine thanked him solemnly, and then explained the reason. I didn't have time to teach Wendy the secret of dragon slaying before, I hope that this time I can use your magic arena to teach her the magic that should be taught. Wait. Knight was stunned for a moment. Hearing what he meant, Grandine also wanted to enter the magic arena. Ms. Grandine, do you want to participate as a contestant? Knight asked tentatively. For some reason, I can't leave Wendy's body for the time being. But your magic arena brings the spirit into a virtual world, doesn't it? Is there any difficulty? This question stumped Knight. The current client brings the spirit of the ring wearer into the arena. Can you bring another dragon? Knight thinks it's not possible. The program didn't have this function at the beginning, unless it was temporarily modified for Wendy's client. It's not impossible, but without the ring, you can't enter as a contestant. I don't want to participate. Grandine seemed speechless, and her tone was a little funny. I just want to use your magic arena to teach her the secret of dragon slaying. Got it. That is to say, you want to be Wendy's portable old dragon and teach Wendy during the game. As for why the other party wants to use the magic arena instead of teaching Wendy outside, Knight actually knows the reason. On the one hand, it is not easy to leave Wendy's body, and on the other hand, he is afraid of attracting the black dragon. In the magic arena, there is no such 1.3 concern. I understand, it's just a small matter. After careful consideration, Knight agreed. It's just a matter of adding a few lines of code. It was done in a few minutes. Thank you, Knight. After thanking him, Grandine cut off the conversation. Knight thought, since Grandine wanted to go in, he might as well get Igneal in as well. The conversation between one person and one dragon was unknown to others. Libby just stared at Knight for a while, and suddenly laughed. Said to Wendy. Wendy, do you want to participate in our guild's activities? Me? Wendy was stunned and said timidly, but I'm not a wizard of fairy tale, and I'm not good at fighting. It's okay, I won't get hurt, and, Knight touched her head affectionately. You will meet Grandine. Wendy. 109 Gain a female apprentice, the competition officially begins, 4/4 flowers requested. As soon as Knight told him about Grandine's request, Wendy immediately wanted to participate. However, if you want Grandine to follow Wendy into the magic arena, you have to do some preparation. Knight opened the Magic Network programming tool and added new functions to the beta client. Levy sat aside. It was her first time watching Knight write a program, and she was very curious about it. Do you want to learn? Knight stopped. Can I learn? Rebecca was surprised. I just like reading books, and I'm curious when I see you writing something. You can learn if you want to, I can teach you programming. Knight thought for a while and said, I remember you are good at using text magic, and you can translate several ancient texts. Writing code is not difficult at all, not to mention that the programming tools that come with the Magic Network are much more convenient. No, that can't be said. If it was Natsu, Knight felt that he would never be able to teach him in this life. But if it was Rebecca, maybe she could master the basics quickly. By then, she could get a female apprentice, and she could also throw some simple work to her. 07 can be lazy again. Are you willing to teach me? Rebecca's eyes sparkled, and she was really interested. Knight, no, master, please teach me. After saying that, she hurried away, and after a while, she came back with a glass of water. Master, please have some tea. This is obviously water, okay. Knight didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sit next to me, I'll teach you now. Yes, master. Libby giggled, sat obediently aside, and concentrated on learning. I see that you really have the appearance of a programmer. I hope you won't blame me for arranging work for you in the future. Knight thought with a smile, and then began to write code while teaching the other party. Master, what are you doing now? Write a competition program. Competition program. There are many people who signed up, and the original matching method is not suitable, so we need to write a temporary competition server. This function is not complicated. In short, after each contestant signs up for the competition, the system assigns them a number. 2-2 matches, the winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. Then it goes on round by round until the final champion is decided. It was more than 10 o'clock in the morning. The temporary tavern of the guild had gathered a large number of members, and it was almost full. Everyone came to the guild to gather after learning about the event. After learning about this from Myra Jane, Guild President Makarov was also very surprised by the magic arena. Nate really brings him surprises every other day, and even he wants to enter the game to take a look. When does the game start? Old man. Natsu was eager to try, with one foot on the table, shouting, "I'll take the title of Fairy Tale's strongest wizard." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of lightning fell on him. In an instant, Natsu was electrocuted and fell to the ground and twitched. "You are too young, Natsu." Laxus appeared at the door. Everyone looked back and was immediately shocked. Macau whispered, "Laxus, and the thunder gods of the royal guards." "Hi, hello everyone." Alba Green raised her hand to greet them, her eyes swept over everyone and fell on Urza. "It's so lively, Urza, will you join us?" "The title of the strongest wizard belongs to Laxus, of course, but I'm not going to give you the title of the strongest female wizard." Hearing this, Urza's mouth curled up slightly. "Really? But I can't imagine the scene of Knight losing. She was there when Laxus and Knight fought last time." "That's right, Lord Knight will never lose." Juvia nodded seriously in agreement. Alba Green. "Who is this woman? I haven't been back for a while. When did the guild have another cute girl? Damn it, I'll have another competitor in the Miss Fairy Tale selection at the next Harvest Festival." Knight felt helpless about this. When did he say he was going to participate? Makarov sat at the bar, holding a magic wand. "The competition will start at 12 o'clock. Before that, it's the registration time." He asked Myra Jane, "How many people have registered now?" Myra smiled and replied, "President, there are already more than 200 people." Makarov was stunned for a moment. There were only about 100 people in the tavern, which means that more than half of the people were not present. "Laxus, since you are back, please sit down." Hearing this, Laxus walked into the tavern with 3 guards and wanted to find a seat, but there was no seat at all. The 4 had to stand near the door. Laxus crossed his arms and grinned. "Myra, what are the rules of the competition? Let me make it clear in advance that all guild members must participate. If anyone does not participate, I will not forgive him." The words were said to Myra Jane, but his eyes were looking at Knight. Knight was a little speechless and felt a headache. If he participated, what would be the point of setting up the prizes? The prize for the winner is the recipe for making magic recovery potion. If he won the first place, he would not be able to give out this reward. So, he pulled Myra and whispered, "If I participate, change the prize." "Change what?" the 2 whispered. After a moment, Myra Jane smiled and nodded, and announced to everyone about the prizes for this event. The first place will receive 10,000 Magic Network points. The second place will receive 5,000, the third place will receive 3,000, and the 4th to 10th place will receive 2,000 each. Each contestant after the 10th place will receive 1,000 points consolation reward. In addition, the 1st to 10th place can get the recipe for the magic recovery potion. These are the competition prizes provided by Knight. Everyone remember to thank Knight," Myra Jane announced with a smile. "Oh, there are points. Thank you, Knight. But what is the magic recovery potion?" A group of people cheered excitedly. "Magic network points are always not enough. You can get 1,000 points by participating in the competition, which is equivalent to the sign-in reward for 10 days. The magic recovery potion is a potion developed by me. The effect is literally..." Knight stood up to explain. Everyone widened their eyes in shock after hearing it. Laxus also showed an incredible expression. This magical potion was actually given to everyone as a prize? And both the 1st and 10th place can get it. Knight is really a very good person. Let Knight be the president. Many guild members couldn't help thinking in their hearts. By the way, Myra, announce it in the group. Knight remembered that there were more people not at the scene. Especially the registration deadline, which is until 12 noon. You must pay attention to this. Myra nodded, immediately opened the chat group, and conveyed the message. Everyone in the guild must participate, she whispered. Me too? You too. Nate thought, I've joined, how can you not join? This is a good opportunity to try to solve the problem of the poster girl not being able to fight. So, after the rules and procedures were announced, the tavern became lively again, and everyone was looking forward to it. Time passed by, and it was 12 noon in a blink of an eye. The game started. 110 Mr. Gang, my opponent is a dragon? It's 12 o'clock. When the time came to 12 o'clock, the anxiously waiting guild members shouted out. Natsu opened the magic arena first and clicked join the competition. After that, a long list of precautions popped up, but he didn't even look at it and continued to the next step. In this competition, your entry number is 1. Matching starts. Do you want to enter the magic arena? Confirm/cancel. Ah ha ha ha, I'm the first. Naz shouted excitedly as if he had won the championship. Then he clicked the confirmation button. He tilted his head, fell on the table with a thump. Naz! Habi screamed, oh no, Naz is dead. Knight killed Natsu. Knight rolled his eyes at him speechlessly. Xiaolulu snorted, are you stupid? The male cat, his spirit has entered the game. Really, didn't the group explain the situation in detail? After complaining in her heart, Xiaolulu's little paw also stopped on the confirm option. Has Natsu entered? His hand speed is really fast. He didn't even read the precautions. How can a man retreat at this time? I trust Knight, confirm. People kept clicking to confirm. The people sitting down lay on the table, and the people standing up simply fell to the ground. So, why do you have to join the fun in the guild? Isn't it good to play at home lying on the bed? Knight complained in his heart. In a blink of an eye, there were only a few people who were still awake. The lively guild became quiet. Laxus sat cross-legged at the door, looked up at Knight, and grinned. I'll wait for you in the game. As he said, he also clicked to confirm, and his head immediately drooped. Then Juvia, Urza, Wendy, Xiaolulu, Lucy, etc., also followed into the game world. Finally, there were 3 people left. Myra Jane smiled softly and said, if a wizard from the Dark Guild attacks now, Fairy Tale will be completely destroyed. The poster girl really knows how to tell some cold jokes. Knight shook his head and said, don't worry, you will wake up immediately when you encounter danger. You can try to push it. Makarov said cheerfully, you guys go in too, I'll take care of the children. Thank you for your hard work, President. Myra Jane glanced at Knight, raised her white and tender fingers, stopped in front of the confirmation button, hesitated for a moment before making up her mind. The next second, she also lay on the table. It's really a bit inconvenient without the live broadcast function now. Knight thought. If the game screen can be broadcast, there is no need to let everyone enter the magic arena all at once. Even in the outside world, you can watch the game through live broadcast. But now there is no such function, Knight can only settle for the next best thing. President, I'm going in too. After greeting Makarov, Knight slowly closed his eyes and entered the game. Magnolia, Eastern Forest. In front of the wooden house of the hermit Polaka. Mist Gang sat under a tree, leaning against the trunk, and calmly looked at the game prompts in front of him. Notes. After the player's consciousness enters the magic arena, the body in reality will be defenseless. Please ensure the safety around you to prevent unexpected situations. If you feel danger from the outside world, please exit the game immediately. This client is a test version and does not represent the final quality. If you find any abnormality, please report it to the developer as soon as possible. Thank you for your cooperation and participation. Is it an illusory world built by magic? Mr. Gang murmured softly, what a great magic, knight. In this competition, your entry number is 261. Matching starts, do you want to enter the magic arena? Confirm/cancel. Mr. Gang clicks to confirm. He slowly lowered his head and fell asleep against the tree trunk. Squeak. The door of the wooden house opened, and Polika walked out. She walked to Mr. Gang and muttered to herself a little annoyed. What are you doing here? Do humans like fighting so much? As she said, she raised her right hand. On her right index finger, there was also a magic net ring. Magic recovery potion. That kid is also proficient in pharmacy. Magic arena, Sky Island. It's a bit exaggerated to say that it's an island. In fact, it's just a suspended platform with a diameter of about 500 meters. When Mr. Gang opened his eyes, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Is this the world of the game? He looked up and looked around. All around were members of Fairy Tale, scattered everywhere, with the same expression on their faces. Incredible! The ground, the grass, the clouds in the sky, the sun in the sky. Everything looked so real. If he hadn't known in advance that this was a false space constructed by magic, he would not be able to distinguish between virtual and real in a short time. Is this really the world of the game? How did you do it? Too amazing, knight! Unbelievable! The exclamations of his companions came from all around. Mr. Gang wanted to say the same thing. He even suspected that the ring was teleporting people to somewhere on the mainland through teleportation magic. But it was obviously not. He could feel his body in the outside world, in a state of shallow sleep, and he could wake up at any time if he wanted to leave here. At this time, a golden light flashed in the distance. Mr. Gang looked up and saw a huge screen unfolded by the golden light. On the huge screen, a lot of information was displayed. Fairy Tale Guild Ranked Tournament. Contestants, 261 people. Remaining contestants, 261 people. First round now, contestants are being matched. Matching completed. Seaside Arena, Bigusro vs Jet. Gobi Arena, Makeo vs Pidgeot. Volcano Arena, Habi vs Ridasu. End. Forest Arena, Mr. Gang vs Wendy. Mr. Gang saw his name and his opponent. The face under the mask showed a look of astonishment. Wendy? Same name? The moment the thought came to his mind, he felt the change in the surrounding scenery. The Sky Island disappeared, replaced by a lush and dense forest. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, leaving mottled shadows on the ground. Not far in front of him, stood a cute girl with long dark blue hair. A 12-year-old girl. Grantine? Where are you? The little girl's voice was a little panicked. Mr. Gang was stunned. It was really the Wendy he knew. After hesitating for a while, he walked over and called the other person's name. Wendy, long time no see, I am. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of white light flashed from Wendy's chest. The white light expanded rapidly and turned into a silver-white dragon. Grantine. Wendy's face was full of surprise. The game has begun, Wendy. Grantine's eyes locked on Mr. Gang, and said in a gentle tone. I will teach you the secret of dragon slaying now. Wait. Mr. Gang was confused. Isn't my opponent Wendy? Where did a dragon come from? I fight a dragon? 111. How could a good test turn out like this? Sky Island. Under the golden giant screen, 4 more light screens appeared, broadcasting the battle conditions of the 4 arenas. Everyone from Fairy Tale gathered towards the giant screen, and everyone looked up at the forest arena. White dragon. Is it the dragon that raised Wendy? It's a sky dragon. I remember his name is Grandine. Wendy's opponent is Mist Gone. Natsu, look, a dragon! Everyone exclaimed. I didn't expect that a surprising situation would occur as soon as the game started. Natsu stood on the grass in a daze, his expression a little dazed. Where is Igneel? He suddenly became excited and looked around in the crowd. Soon, he saw Knight. Knight and Lucy stood together, seemingly talking about something. Unlike other players, Lucy, as a celestial wizard, relies on the power of the celestial spirits to fight. Nate is not sure whether he can open the celestial spirit portal in the magic arena. So, if I fail to open the portal, I can't beat anyone. Lucy burst into tears. Dante said, this little expression is quite cute. Knight comforted, what if it succeeds? What if you succeed? Lucy grabbed Knight's arm, her voice was choked. Lord Knight, think of a way quickly, please. Do you think I'm Doraemon? Knight complained in his heart, and he had already developed antibodies to Lucy's hesitation. Think about it on the bright side, you still have a chance of success, why not try it now? Lucy took out a key from her waist. As soon as she took it in her hand, she understood, and immediately cried with tears in her eyes. This is not the real key, how can it succeed? What came in was consciousness, and the real star spirit key is still in the real world. Hey, you don't understand this, you have to believe in the bond between you and the star spirit. Knight couldn't help but want to laugh. Still laughing. Don't laugh. It's not fair. Lucy glared at him angrily. It's fair. Think about it. The gods gave you amazing beauty. It's reasonable to lower your luck occasionally, right? Lucy rolled her eyes at him, and her little fist wanted to fall on Knight's head. It sounded like she was praising her, but she was not happy at all. Knight used the bear's hands.jpg to continue teasing the young lady. In the final analysis, it's because you don't study magic well that you have such an embarrassing situation. Think about it carefully, isn't it? The magic book of 79J in the bookstore is not expensive at all. Sometimes you should reflect on yourself more. Have you worked hard to learn new magic? Lucy couldn't help it, and she threw herself on Knight in anger, wanting to bite him to death. Where is the magic book of 79J? Hey, wait, I'm just teasing you. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Seeing that everyone was rushing over, Knight had to get Lucy off him. It should be possible to summon. You'll understand if you try it probably. Lucy looked suspicious, not sure if Knight was teasing her again. This key is not real, can it be summoned? It's difficult to explain the key simulated by the star spirit power. Just treat it as a replica. Knight thought, if it doesn't work, ask the Star Spirit King if he can solve it. The Star Spirit King just added him as a friend yesterday. Lucy half believed and half doubtedly stretched the key forward, chanting a spell. Open, the door of the Virgo Palace, Barug. A golden magic circle was born, and Barug came through from the Star Spirit realm. Princess, is there something wrong with summoning me? As soon as Baraga appeared, she immediately realized the difference in the surrounding environment. This is... Ah, it actually worked. Lucy opened her mouth in surprise. How did she do it? Her smart little brain was confused. Sure enough, Knight had been teasing her just now, right? Damn it! I was fooled again. This bad guy. Why don't you thank me quickly? I have been worried about you. Knight smiled. It was really fun to tease the young lady. At this time, Natsu finally came up, ignoring Lucy and Baraga, and asked impatiently. Knight, have you seen Igneel? Grandinier came out of Wendy's body. Since Grandinier can appear, Igneel can also appear, right? Of course, you can ask Igneel. Maybe he doesn't want to come out. Knight replied. The client he modified is fine. After all, Grandine has shown up. Looking up at the forest arena, Grandine is teaching Wendy the dragon-killing magic. As a training object, Mist Gang is forced to participate. Perhaps some people will wonder, how come these two people are matched together among 261 contestants? Of course it's a shady deal. It's normal for Knight to do some shady operations in the program he wrote himself. Just like most lotteries have an anti-crossing mechanism, it's common for the director to take some money from the prize pool to supplement the family expenses. Not only that, 261 people means that there will definitely be a lucky player who will be given a bye in the first round. And Knight gave this lucky person to the poster girl. Igneel. Can you hear me? Natsu lowered his head and shouted anxiously to the Fire Dragon King in his body. Why don't you come out? I miss you, Igneel. Come out. Igneel. Perhaps because he felt it was a bit noisy, a dragon roar came out of Natsu's body. Knight was quick to pull Lucy and Baraga and teleport away immediately. And the moment they left, a ball of fiery red light appeared on Natsu's chest. The ball of light expanded rapidly and turned into a huge fire dragon in an instant. With his appearance, the atmosphere of Sky Island seemed to be ignited. The scorching breath instantly filled every corner of the area. Attracted by the movement here, the contestants of the guild looked over in amazement. Another dragon. Is that Igneel? Natsu's father. Igneel. Natsu was extremely surprised, with an excited expression on his face. That guy, Grandini's really messing around. Igneel's nose blew out a scorching breath, and he was very surprised by Grandin's willful behavior. Dissatisfied. She wants to teach Wendy the secret of dragon slaying, so let her teach. She didn't know how to be more secretive, and she came out in full view of everyone. Natsu couldn't sit still, so he had to show up. Igneel. Natsu happily ran to the foot of the fire dragon, looked up and said, "Finally I see you." Natsu. Igneel lowered his head, and a pair of huge dragon eyes stared at his adopted son. After a while, the Fire Dragon King grinned. It looks like a dragon, but his face can show human emotions. Magic Arena? Knight, that kid is really a genius wizard. Natsu, since we have participated in the competition, we have only one goal. Champion. I, the Fire Dragon King, Igneel, will not allow failure. Nate took Lucy and Barg to hide in the farthest place. But Igneel's championship declaration still reached his ears. That's the father Natsu has been looking for, Lucy murmured softly. That's the father Natsu has been looking for, Lucy murmured softly. After a pause, he suddenly realized something and opened his eyes wide. Wait a minute, Natsu is cheating. How can he fight with a dragon helping him? You can do that too, you can call the Celestial King. Nate complained in his heart, how could a good test turn out like this? 112 The top 32 are born, Ursus late night teaching. Whether it is Igneel or Grandine. Nate can only shrug his shoulders at the blatant cheating of these two dragons. Who let Natsu and Wendy have a good father and mother? This qualifying match is just for entertainment, and the main purpose is to test the speed of magic absorption. It is also a good opportunity to observe the dragon-slaying magic carefully. Come on, Lucy, and strive to enter the top 16. Nate smiled and encouraged the eldest lady, and then disappeared in front of people with a thought. Top 16? Me. Lucy pursed her lips, remaining pessimistic about this. There are so many powerful wizards in the guild, how can she make it all the way to the top 16? Princess, come on. Barg encouraged seriously. Even you say so. Princess, I find that the environment here is very favorable for us star spirits. Barg stretched out her hand, and a hazy golden light emanated from her palm, which was star spirit power. Star spirits are special in the magic arena. She is not only the star spirit summoned by Lucy, but also, like other contestants, she is given a star spirit body by the arena. Compared with the outside world, she has improved a lot in both magic power and combat ability in the arena. Hearing you say that, it seems to be different. Lucy took out a bunch of keys from her waist. I feel like I can open another door of the zodiac, which can't be done outside. Barago covered her mouth and whispered, "It was Lord Knight who cheated for you, the princess." Hearing this, Lucy blushed slightly, feeling favored. Natsu had Igneel to help him cheat, and he also had Knight's favoritism. Thinking of this, Lucy's heart was beating like a deer. The Sky Island looks big, but it's not really big. It's only equivalent to 20 or 30 standard football fields. But more than 200 wizards are scattered in this area, and it's still difficult to find someone. Juvia walked aimlessly on the grass, indifferent to the 4 games being held in the sky. Where is Lord Knight? She was walking while looking for Knight. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her, and Knight appeared in front of her so abruptly. Juvia blinked, suspecting that she was hallucinating. What's wrong? Aren't you looking for me? Lord Knight. Juvia happily threw herself into Knight's arms. For her bold behavior, Knight did not refuse, and embraced her in his arms. Fortunately, everyone around was focusing on the game, or was attracted by Igneel. Otherwise, his relationship with Juvia would be exposed. With the thought, Knight held Juvia and teleported to a secluded hillside. The two sat on the grass on the spot, and Juvia happily snuggled in Knight's arms. Lord Knight, Juvia will cheer up and help you clear the obstacles. Knight was puzzled, what obstacles? Although the companions of the guild are companions, they are all opponents in the game. Juvia will defeat them until she meets Lord Knight, and she will never lose. Knight understood it now, and he was a little amused. If he wants to win, he doesn't need Juvia to help. With a snap of his fingers, all of them, including the 2 dragons, will be destroyed. However, facing Miss Rain Girl who treats him wholeheartedly, Knight will not spoil the fun by saying that he doesn't need help. Juvia really likes him, and he is the only one in her eyes and heart. Knight couldn't help but kiss her on the face. You are so cute, keep going. Yes. Juvia nodded vigorously, her face full of happiness. The two hugged and watched the game, enjoying the warm moment between lovers. A total of 261 contestants, which means 130 games will be played in the first round. Fortunately, most of the contestants are not strong, and the games are played one by one without wasting time. It took too long. Except for Mist Gang and Wendy. The secret of Dragon Slayer, remember it is the 2 moves of Sky Breaking and Galaxy. Knight focused on the forest arena. Wendy has learned to use the roar of the Sky Dragon and is now learning the secret of Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayers are very bad at transportation. Wendy didn't feel dizzy when riding the train before, but after learning these 2 moves, she might become like Natsu. Silently observing the Sky Dragon Slayer magic. At this time, another game ended in the seaside arena. The matching system finally matched Juvia, and her opponent was a name Knight had never heard of. Lord Knight, Juvia is going to participate. Reluctantly getting up from Knight's arms, Juvia had been teleported away just after she finished speaking. Then, Juvia's figure appeared on a screen in the sky. Although it's a bit bad to do this, try not to let the stronger ones collide with each other in advance. Knight thought about it, immediately opened the backstage of the Magic Network, and began to manipulate the matching results. List the guild members who can be called by name separately on the white list. 0 flowers are requested. When there are other contestants, the members of the white list will not be allowed to collide with each other. The next step is to wait. At least before the top 32, the intensity of the competition is not high. But I'm afraid I can't make it to the top 32 today. While thinking, Juvia had finished the game and returned. As an S-class wizard who was once a ghost, Juvia's hard power is above the top 16. A water flow restraint killed the opponent in seconds. After that, the two continued to watch the game. Soon, Knight was also selected by the matching system. After entering the arena, the opponent simply gave up when he saw him. One game after another went on. Except for the poster girl Myra Jane, all 260 players had a battle. In the end, 129 people were eliminated and 130 people advanced to the next round. 0. It is worth mentioning that the game between Wendy and Mist Gang is still not over. They are special cases. The game itself is not the purpose, but the teaching course of Tianlong Grandine. Everyone has no opinion on this, but enjoys watching it. It is rare to see a dragon teaching dragon-killing magic with your own eyes. What else do you want? Finally, the time came to evening. Nate announced that today's game is over and will continue tomorrow. Tomorrow everyone can stay at home to participate in the game. There is no need to come to the guild tavern to squeeze in with people. This game is just a friendly guild activity. I hope the losers will not be discouraged and do their best next time. In short, friendship first, competition second. I hope everyone has fun. When Knight's voice spread throughout the arena, the contestants shouted Knight's name. 2 days passed like this. As the number of people continued to decrease, the confrontation of the game finally began to increase. When the top 32 list was released, the Fairy Tale Guild ranking tournament officially entered a white-hot stage. Another day after the competition. At night, Knight returned to the apartment. Before entering the house, Rokugan discovered the presence of someone in the house in advance. Pushing the door open, he saw a girl with long crimson hair sitting at the desk, and there was chamomile tea given to him by the speaker on the table. Knight, you're back. Whose house is it? Iluza, why are you in my house? Knight was puzzled. Iluza looked serious. According to the agreement, I came to teach you the magic of changing clothes. 113 Urza's New Skin, Female Teacher Series, 4/4 automatic request. Nate didn't expect Urza to break into his house at night to teach him magic. He had a new understanding of Urza's serious character. At that time, he only mentioned it in the Tower of Paradise, and it was quite gratifying to be remembered. Okay, shall we start now? Nate readily agreed, then closed the door and sat down opposite Urza. Wait a minute, I have something for you. Urza stretched out her hands and whispered change clothes. The next moment, a set of silver magic armor appeared in her hands. This is a new armor made by the Heart Cross clothing store, and the series name is Black Knight. You helped me a lot last time, and it would be too rude to just thank you verbally. So I asked the clothing store to customize a set of armor for you, just in time for you to learn the magic of changing clothes, and you can use it smoothly. Urza had a faint smile on her face. There were so many points in these words that Knight didn't know where to start complaining. For example, it's obviously a silver armor, why is it called the Black Knight? Oh, no, it takes time to make armor, right? Nate was a little surprised. So, you went to customize it after you came back from the resort of Arcane. Iluza nodded and said, it took 3 days, and I was just notified today that it was done. I was a little tempted. Nate thought that this serious girl's thoughtfulness was not enough. Thank you for your gift. Nate accepted the kindness. If the girl had prepared so much, would he still be a human being if he refused? He took the silver-white armor and observed it carefully for a moment. There was an obvious cross on the armor, and the tip of the cross was a heart. The armor you often wear has this pattern, too. Is it from the company One Ago? Yes, most of my magic armors are made by this store. Knight vaguely remembered that this store was a clothing store. And it's a well-known fashion brand. I've seen their ads in Weekly Sosara. A clothing store also does magic armor business. Knight complained. Iluza smiled and said, originally they didn't do it, but after my sincere request, they were willing to help. Your sincerity reminds me of a bad picture. Knight pulled the corner of his mouth, and the communication between the two parties could pop up in his mind. Faced with the imposing and powerful female wizard, the store owner bit the bullet and agreed to help. Seemingly able to see Knight's inner complaints, Urza explained to save face. In fact, the armor made for me later became a hit and was very popular among young women. Well, that's natural. You are the big star wizard of fairy tale, and you are the same style as the stars. It is reasonable that you are popular. Nate thought in his heart, but said. This is the second time you give me a gift. I have to give you another one next time. Really? Can I look forward to it? Iluza smiled lightly and noticed Knight's left hand. Nate's guild emblem is on the back of his left hand, but he usually wears gloves. The gift she gave Knight last time is now worn on her hand. Iluza is a little happy. Look forward to it. Anyway, how about starting teaching now? Okay, Urza nodded, then shook her head. Wait a minute. What else do you have to prepare? When Knight had this thought, he saw her changing clothes again. With a flash of golden light, Urza changed into a set of female teacher's clothes. Dressed in black professional clothes, with a pair of black framed glasses, black stockings, and a bamboo ruler. Classmate Knight, class starts now. Urza pushed the glasses on her nose and spoke seriously. Wow, what other treasures are there in your dressing space? Knight was stunned and couldn't help saying. Actually, you like role-playing very much. When I customized your Black Knight armor, I customized it together. Knight could clearly see that Urza's face was a little red, but she tried to stay calm. Actually, I like it too. Knight smiled. Teacher Urza, please teach me the magic of changing clothes. One is willing to dress up, the other is willing to cooperate. Arisa was a little happy in her heart, and she coughed dryly. Ahem, Knight, before learning, you must first know the principle of dressing magic. It is a magic that summons weapons and armor and other equipment stored in another space and adjusts and replaces the equipment at any time according to the situation of the battle. It involves space, but it should not be difficult for you to do it. With Urza's explanation, Knight quickly understood the principle of magic. The learning difficulty of dressing magic itself is not high, and there are many wizards who master this kind of magic. But it is difficult to practice to have a large dressing space like Urza. Not to mention, Urza's real strength is dressing speed. In battle, the dressing is almost completed instantly. The first step took Knight only an hour to master. Open up a dressing space. Thanks to Knight's attainments in space magic, the space he opened up for the first time was not smaller than Urza's. But the latter. Change clothes. Knight hummed, and a burst of white light flashed around him. The next moment, the dressing was completed. But the Black Knight did not put on the armor, only the helmet. It seems that you can use it now, and the next step is to practice more. Iluza praised. Also, it should be noted that you don't have to pursue such a fast dressing speed at the beginning. First ensure the success of the dressing, and then increase the speed. Is this the entry level? Knight thought, Urza is at least a dressing master. I'll try again. Knight is still somewhat confident in his learning ability. He first put the helmet back into the dressing space, and then used the dressing magic again. Change clothes. This time it's improved. Not only did he put on the helmet, but he also took off all his clothes and sent them into the dressing space 0. If Lucy from next door broke in now, she would see a naked man wearing only a helmet standing in the room. Even with Knight's skin, his old face blushed. Iluza in front of him immediately exclaimed and covered her eyes. However, her fingers were completely open, without any intention of covering. On the contrary, she even stared at it with a blushing face. Don't worry, it's just a little accident. Nate quickly calmed down. Don't be surprised if the sword is not unsheathed. Change clothes. A silver light flashed. This time, he slowed down the speed of changing clothes and took 3 seconds to completely change into the Black Knight armor. Arisa blushed and praised. It seems that you have mastered the trick. Yes, that's it, you must practice hard in the future. If you are shy, you are shy. However, deliberately pretending that you didn't see anything and using words to cover up your shyness. Look, so cute. Nate wanted to hug this girl. It's all because of Urza's good teaching. You have a strong learning ability, Knight. You are still a good teacher. Your learning ability is really... Stop, Urza, you teach well, I learn fast, is this okay? Urza couldn't help but laugh softly. She turned her head and looked at the moon outside the window, which was already very bright. So she stood up and said, "Then, the teaching time is over, and I should leave. Tomorrow is the top 32 game, Knight, you have to work hard too. It's so hot, why don't you just sleep here?" Knight tried to invite, "Can I still enter the girls' dormitory now?" Urza froze in place instantly. Nate found that her body was shaking slightly. "It's true, it's a little bit, it will disturb everyone." Urza put her hair behind her ears. "There is only one bed in my house, if you don't mind." "It's okay, it's not the first time we sleep together." 2.9 Urza turned around and said a little embarrassedly, "But you are not allowed to touch my panda." Knight was stunned for a moment. "When did I touch you? How come I didn't know?" Looking at Urza's expression, it doesn't seem to be fake. In other words, it was the last time at the Akane Resort Hotel? What a loss! It turned out to be an unconscious behavior in a dream. Knight thought about it. "I'm afraid of the dark, can I hold you to sleep together?" "Are you really afraid of the dark?" Urza was a little suspicious, but still nodded. So, the two took a shower and went to bed together. The bed was not big, and it would be a bit crowded for two people to sleep together. But Knight didn't mind at all. Unlike the last time they hugged each other from behind, this time, they slept face to face. "Go to sleep, there is a game tomorrow." Urza rested her head on the same pillow and smiled slightly. "Nate, you are not good at something too, you are afraid of the dark." "Yes, I am afraid of the dark, I am afraid of the dark. If you are willing to sleep with me during the day, I can still be afraid of the sun." Nate smiled in his heart and nudged his head between Urza's collarbones. "It smells so good." 114.6 Magic vs Farid. The sun has just risen in Magnolia in September. The citizens who got up early started their busy day, and the town that was silent all night seemed to come alive again. The warm sunlight passed through the gap between the curtains and woke up Knight, who was sleeping soundly. Nate opened his eyes, squinted at first, and then gradually woke up. This time, he woke up earlier than Urza. When he went to bed yesterday, he nudged into Urza's arms and fell asleep smelling the fragrance of the girl. But when he woke up this morning, it was Urza who was leaning into his arms. His right hand went around her waist and into her pajamas. Why does this hand always have its own ideas? Knight thought, he was very well behaved yesterday. It felt like he would not feel at ease if his hands did not touch something when he slept with others. He quietly withdrew his hand and then found that his magic power had increased. Magic power. Unconsciously, his magic power had reached 6 stars, which was about the same as Jura of Saint 10. Another day of upgrading while lying down. Really good. Knight was very satisfied with this. However, this upgrade felt slower than before. As magic power gradually deepened, the speed of magic power improvement was slowing down. Based on the current number of Magic Network users, it would probably take a month to reach 7 stars. 08 We still need more leaks, and the development of the Magic Network cannot stop. Thinking so, Knight looked down at Urza in his arms. Urza's sleeping face is very beautiful, which is completely different from her usual temperament as a discipline committee member. She is very attractive to the opposite sex. I really want to give her a kiss. Knight thought that he would not notice if he kissed her. When he put his mouth close to her, Urza woke up. Good morning, Knight. What are you doing? In my hometown, this is good morning etiquette. Knight laughed dryly and broke the broken jar. He kissed her lightly. satisfied. Urza's face turned red instantly, and she was in a state of anxiety early in the morning. She did not believe a word of the good morning etiquette Knight said. No, next time. Urza lifted the quilt, got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash. While washing her face, her heart was pounding. Before, it was Knight likes me, which was still a little uncertain. But now it has become Nate definitely likes me. The question that follows is, what should I do? Arisa washed her face with cold water to cool her hot face quickly. She had never been in a relationship before, so how could she know what to do? On the other side, just as Knight got dressed, he received a private message. Pain Witch, good morning, dear brother. Pain Witch, Jalal has woken up, and the council is about to judge him. Jalal finally woke up? Nate immediately thought that he had planted a time worm on the other party. He closed his eyes and felt it, and there was indeed feedback. The time worm completed its parasitism on Jalal. Now, he can control Jalal as long as he thinks about it. Not only that, this control is done when he is awake. For example, Knight controls Jalal to run naked. Jalal will think that he wants to run naked, and this idea comes from himself, not imposed by others. He will even find a reason for himself. Since birth, running naked has been a habit he has slowly developed. Even if you look through your memory, you can't find any flaws. It's really a forbidden magic among forbidden magics. The person who is hit can't realize that he is parasitized at all. Knight couldn't help but sigh, this magic is a bit too scary. If the council knows about it, it will definitely be listed as a forbidden magic at the first time. Thinking of this, Knight replied immediately. Sigma Man, don't worry, I control him, he won't expose you. This is also Knight's purpose of parasitizing Jalal. Since Altair wants to continue to be her counselor, he will help her by the way. Pain Witch, if my sister doesn't want to be exposed, how can Jalal pose a threat to me? Cool.jpg. Pain Witch, but my sister is very touched, I can fulfill your little wish. Sigma Man, wear a bunny girl next time. Pain Witch, shy.jpg. Sigma Man, how will the council deal with him? Pain Witch, life imprisonment. Speaking of which, it was my sister who killed him. Sigma Man, indeed, you little witch. Pain Witch, rage.jpg, I won't wear it anymore. Humph. Sigma Man, if I have a chance, I will control him to escape, and I will help you pay off your debt. Pain Witch, my sister is not angry, are you really going to let him go? Doubt.jpg. Sigma Man, I have a vest, and I just need him to wear it. Facing his number one girlfriend, Knight did not hide the fact of the vest. Sigma Man, by the way, my vest is Voldemort, remember to keep it secret. Smile.jpg. Pain Witch, stare.jpg. Altia seemed shocked by the news and did not reply for a long time. After a while, she sent a message. Pain Witch, great, you have been following me for so long. Roll your eyes.jpg. Pain Witch, I am going to the council, come back to chat. Pain Witch, early wake up and take a selfie in pajamas.jpg. Before going offline, she did not forget to post a private photo. The witch lady in the photo deliberately opened her collar to let Knight feast his eyes. Knight admired it for a moment, and then heard Urza's footsteps, and quickly saved it and closed it. I'm done washing. Urza, who came out, had already changed into her daily armor. Knight stood up and said, the game starts at 9 o'clock. Shall we go have some breakfast? Urza thought for a moment, I have a dessert shop I often go to. Eating dessert early in the morning? Knight felt a toothache. I think we can look at something else. After washing up, the two left the apartment together. In the end, they had dessert. Urza bought 100 at a time. When it was about 9 o'clock, they simply didn't go to the 990 guild. The two returned to the apartment to log into the game. Magic Arena, Sky Island. When Knight and Urza entered the game, it was already very lively. Even the guild members who had been eliminated liked to come in and watch the game. It just started. Urza looked up at the big screen in the sky. Fairy Tale Guild Qualifying Tournament. Contestants, 261 people. Remaining players, 32 people. The fifth round is now underway, and the players are matching. Matching completed. Nate saw his name. Volcano Arena, Knight vs Farid. I am the first one to come? Nate was speechless. The remaining 32 people were all whitelisted. Finally, the strong confrontation began. Arisa said, "Don't be careless, Knight. Farid's strength is not weaker than that of an S-class wizard. He is the captain of the Thunder Gods." Nate was teleported away before he finished speaking. Next to an active volcano, magma flowed down from the crater. Nate stepped on the scorching red earth, but could not see the figure of his opponent. A voice seemed to come from all directions. "Knight, the championship belongs to Laxus, and I will eliminate you in this game." Nate smiled, "Play hide and seek with me." One punch. Boom. In an instant, the volcano was activated, and the scorching magma erupted hundreds of meters high. Then it was like a meteor shower, hitting the entire map indiscriminately. 115 spells and dark words, shattered volcano map. 4 matches of the top 32 started at the same time. The scenes of the battlefields in all directions were broadcasted by the 4 light screens of Sky Island. All the players, whether eliminated or about to participate, gathered in front of the light screens. Arisa looked up at the volcano arena. Not only her, most people were paying attention to the battle between Knight and Farid. "I think Knight will definitely win. Farid doesn't have no chance either, although the chances of winning are slim." "Impossible, absolutely impossible, I bet 1000 points that Knight wins." Macau wanted to open the betting again, and many people responded. In the end, everyone bet on Knight to win, and the game ended in vain. Bigus Rose stuck out his long tongue, "Can Farid win? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course he can win." Abigail cheered her teammates in a tone that she didn't even believe. At this time, a golden light flashed, and Makarov appeared in front of everyone. "President," Myra Jane said in surprise, "you came in too." "Myra? How is the game going?" It was the first time for Makarov to come in, and he was shocked by the realism of the game world. The 32-16 game is in progress. Look at the first light screen on the left. Knight and Farid are fighting. As soon as the old man looked up, he saw a scene of destruction. A towering volcano erupted, and the hot magma was sprayed into the sky, and then it fell indiscriminately on the earth like a meteor shower. Boom! 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 A ball of magma fell on the ground, turning the map of Volcano Arena into hell. The scorching magma was flowing everywhere, and there was almost no place to stand. In the face of such a natural disaster, only the area where Knight stood was safe. Dark text wings. Felide, hiding behind a rock, quickly wrote dark magic words on his body. A pair of black wings condensed by magic power grew behind him, and he quickly flew into the air. Looking down at the competition venue that turned into a sea of magma from a high altitude, Felide couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Is this the super magic of vibration? It actually triggered a volcano. Fortunately, this is in the game world. If it were outside, I would never dare to think about it. Don't play hide and seek anymore. Knight raised his eyebrows, and his body flew up out of thin air, flying to the same height as Felide. Looking at the captain of the Thunder Gods. As a fan of Laxus, the Thunder Gods were formed by this person. It's not easy to eliminate me, so use whatever tricks you have. Knight took a game attitude. After all, this is a game. You are really strong, knight. Laxus lost to you last time. Unfortunately, I was not there. Phelide used a rapier as his weapon. He was old-fashioned and serious. But I am not without a chance of winning. I have watched every game you played since the first round 2 days ago. I want to defeat you. While speaking, he swung his rapier forward and pointed it at Knight. No sword energy or anything like that appeared. Knight saw lines of purple magic words appearing in front of him. Ritual, a kind of barrier. As if afraid that Knight would not understand, Phelide explained kindly, the rule is that within the barrier, the person with the strongest magic power is not allowed to leave the barrier. As he spoke, he quickly retreated, pulling away dozens of meters. Your ritual is really interesting. Knight reached forward and touched a tangible air wall, a wall made of dark characters. And it looked quite solid, and ordinary people could not escape at all. Knight punched out casually, and the atmosphere cracked in an instant. The vibration spread in all directions, and the nearby volcano exploded again, and the rolling magma flowed down, almost dyeing the entire map red. Phelide's face changed, and his heart was shocked. The barrier he set up actually cracked a corner. It's really a monster. Phelide's heart palpitated. Even Laxus can't break through my barrier. I didn't expect him to almost break it with one punch. Without time to think about it, Phelide quickly swung a sword and repaired the damaged barrier in the air. It's useless, as long as it's not broken instantly, I can repair it at any time. Nate felt that this magic was a bit powerful. The powerful point was not the solidity of the barrier itself. With his current 6-star magic power, he could still break it. The real powerful part was the rules written by the caster. This kind of rules seemed to be arbitrary. Unfortunately, you haven't practiced well enough, Knight chuckled. You can only write one rule? Why not write a few more? For example, people in the barrier can't breathe, can't use magic, can't fly, can't teleport, etc. If I could do it, I would have been a saint long ago. Phelide complained in his heart, but his face was still expressionless. Now you are a living target, take it, Knight. Dark text of severe pain. Another sword was swung out. This time, the text of severe pain flew rapidly towards Knight from a distance. Milky white magic burst out from Knight's body, and the magic rushed into the sky, and then quickly formed a magic shield. With a thud, the word severe pain hit his magic shield and shattered in an instant. What else is there? Knight said with ease, there are more than 200 spectators in the sky, don't let everyone down. Phelide cursed again, monster. His magic was shattered by magic alone. As expected of the 10 holy wizards. In the Sky Island. The guild members watching the game were stunned. Lebby covered her mouth and exclaimed, Magic shield, this is the ability of a great wizard like the president, right? Makarov couldn't help but admire, this kind of magic, the precise control of power is stronger than mine. After a pause, he explained to the children of the guild. Magic shield is a magic that consumes a lot of magic power, but Knight used almost the same amount of magic power to crush Farid's dark text without any waste. This kind of control is superb. Generally speaking, magic shield uses more powerful magic power to resist other people's magic. You are bullying someone with stronger magic power than you. Makarov asked himself that he couldn't do it like Knight did, he had never seen it used like this. Volcano Arena. No show. Knight shook his head regretfully, and a thought body was split out with a thought. There is a big loophole in your rules. The person with the strongest magic power cannot leave. As long as I am not the strongest, isn't it okay? Leaving behind a thought body with magic power exceeding 3 stars, Knight's body turned into a beam of golden light, instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters, and appeared in front of Phelide. What? Thought body? Phelide was shocked. Thought bodies can also be regarded as people? Damn, there is a loophole in the rules. In the field of vision, a fist wrapped in a milky white halo hit his face hard. With a bang, Philid fell from a high altitude like a meteorite and finally fell into the crater. For a moment, a large piece of magma splashed. Dark text dark. At the moment of falling into the magma, Philid engraved dark text on himself. The next moment, his form changed, like a demon. With a roar, Philid rushed out of the magma, turned into a beam of dark light, and rushed towards Night in the sky. Is this forbidden magic? Nate grinned, raised his right foot, and stepped down towards the opponent's fist. Boom! The vibrating magic power collided violently with the dark magic power, and a strong shock wave was generated after it exploded in the air. In an instant, the volcano was torn apart by the shock wave. But this stalemate lasted less than a second. Philid in the form of a demon was knocked down again. Nate moved his body and turned into golden light to chase. He grabbed the opponent's forehead with his right hand and suppressed Philid to rush towards the earth. Boom! With another roar, the two men pierced through the ground, and the hot magma exploded like fireworks. At the same time, the members of Fairy Tale who were watching the game were all stunned. The intensity of the game was completely different from yesterday. Suddenly, new text appeared on the screen. Volcano Arena, Night vs Farid. Winner, Night transforms. Warning, the volcano map has been damaged and is being repaired. 116 Is there a possibility that your sister is not dead? The information broadcast on the big screen shocked the spectators. So the arena can be destroyed? Then everyone saw an amazing scene. As if time was going backwards, everything in the volcanic arena was recovering rapidly. The collapsed volcano recondensed, and the ejected magma was flowing back. Everything returned to the original state in an instant. Map has been repaired. A prompt popped up on the big screen, bringing everyone back to their senses. It's worthy of being a game world. It's restored just like that. How magical! I suddenly want to try to break the map. What should I do? Can the sky island under our feet also be broken? Do you want to dig and try? Maybe you can dig through it. As soon as Night returned to Sky Island from the volcano map, he heard everyone's eager speeches. As the saying goes, 3 men automatically generate an idea king. There are more than 3 men in Fairy Tale. They actually want to dig through the map. Stop it, idiot, repairing the map requires the consumption of reserve magic power, okay? Night really can't complain. Sure enough, testing is still necessary, you never know what outrageous things players will do. It seems that the solidity of the map must be strengthened in the future. Night, congratulations on advancing. At this time, Myra Jane came. Night turned around and saw the healing smile of the poster girl, and immediately forgot about the idiots wanting to dig through the map. Good morning, Myra. Myra shook her head and said angrily. Since the first round, I have been in 753 empty rounds. I entered the top 32 without playing a single game. Did you do it, Night? Night admitted, it was me. If you have authority, you can do whatever you want. Why do you do this on purpose? You don't want to send me to the top 10. She finally mustered up the courage to participate in the competition, but Night always took care of her. Now she is discouraged. Why don't you be bolder, like the champion? Night couldn't help but joked. There are 32 contestants in this round. You can't give me a bye this time. Really? I'll show you a magic trick. Night looked up at the big screen, the matching system was running. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. With a snap. Seaside Arena, Grey vs URU. Myra Jane followed his gaze, her delicate face showing confusion. As the guild's poster girl, she could almost accurately call out the names of every member. But who is URU? Myra Jane looked at Night with a silly and cute look. You also added a new person temporarily. Hey, that's wrong. Who said that contestants must be human? Knight couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Congratulations, Myra, the goddess of luck favors you, and you're going to be a bye again. Myra Jane rolled her eyes at him, feeling angry and amused. Yeah, what can I say about you? She pursed her lips, feeling helpless by this operation. Knight shook his head and said, Relax, Myra, this is just a game, no one will get hurt or die here. Marajana's eyes dimmed. You know everything. I heard some from others. Well, do you want to take a walk with me? Myra Jane took a deep breath and turned to walk in a direction with few eyes. It seems that she is going to open her heart to him. Knight thought that the progress of this strategy must increase by at least 10%. He immediately followed. At the same time, when a new matchup table appeared on the big light screen, everyone watching the game was a little surprised. Gray vs. URU. Who is URU? Is there such a person in our guild? That's not right. Even if there is such a person, he is not on the list of the top 32. Nate. Nate. There is a problem with the game. Someone shouted Knight's name. Wendy noticed that Gray beside him had a dull face, motionless like a stone statue. She couldn't help but ask softly. Mr. Gray, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to heal you with magic? Xiaolulu rolled her eyes at her. Stupid, this is a game, how can you feel unwell? Sorry. Wendy blushed. The conversation between one person and one cat attracted the attention of others. Natsu, Elfman, and others also looked at Gray. What's wrong with this guy? Gray looked up at URU's name blankly. Coincidence? There is no such person as URU in the guild. There is no contestant named URU in the top 32. It's not a coincidence. Is there something wrong with the game? Although he had such a guess in his heart, Gray couldn't help but clench his fists. URU is the master who taught me magic. What? Everyone was shocked. Just when he wanted to ask, Gray had been teleported away. Seaside arena. URU stood in the sea water just covered her ankles. She was doing stretching exercises leisurely, with a playful smile on her face. Suddenly, not far ahead, a golden light flashed, and Gray was teleported here. Are you here? My lovely disciple. URU's mouth corners slightly raised. URU. Gray stared in disbelief. Impossible, URU is dead. Who are you? Why do you pretend to be URU? Hostility, accompanied by anger. He doesn't allow others to tease the dead. What's more, it's his master. The woman in front of him is exactly the same as his master URU. Even her dress, age, and appearance were exactly the same as the moment before her master died. No, there was only one difference. In order to save him, URU lost his right leg in the battle with Deliara. And the woman in front of him had her right leg intact. In the world of magic, anything can happen. Gray. URU finished his warm-up exercise, stretched his arms forward, with his left hand as a palm and his right hand as a fist. The fists touched. Let me test you carefully to see if you have made any progress in these years, and whether you have embarrassed the master. Ice. Make impatience. In an instant, an ice crystal flower bloomed over URU. Hundreds of ice bullets shot out from the ice flowers and hit Gray as densely as raindrops. This magic. Gray was completely stunned. This was a move often used by the master, and it seemed to be more powerful than before. Is it really URU? Without time to think about it, Gray immediately launched a defense. Ice. Make shield. Using the same ice shape magic, Gray opened his hands to both sides, and an ice shield unfolded in front of him. Bang! However, in just a moment, just one ice bullet easily pierced and shattered the ice shield. Seeing this scene, URU couldn't help but hold his forehead. So weak, have you really been practicing well these years? On the other side, Nate and Myra Jane walked together, away from the lively viewing area. That's what happened. At the end of the long story, Myra Jane bit her red lips lightly, her tone full of self-blame and sadness. It's my lack of strength that not only hurt my brother, but also failed to save my sister. I'm really a useless sister. She almost cried when she heard the sound. Nate stopped, gently hugged Myra into his arms, and patted her back comfortingly. Although it was not good to think so at this time, he couldn't help but say it. He wanted to hug the poster girl for a long time. I wanted to hug her since the first time I met her. I never expected that I would achieve this in a game. Did you see the body? Listena's body ascended and disappeared. Myra Jane buried her face in Knight's chest, tears flowing uncontrollably. Nate thought for a moment, if there is no body, is there a possibility that your sister is not dead? Not dead? Myra Jane was stunned on the spot. In the world of magic, anything can happen. 117. A card kills Laxus in seconds, 4/4 flowers requested. In the real world, the apartment. Nate regained consciousness and opened his eyes to see Urza lying on the table, still in the game. Without disturbing her, Knight got up and left. In order to verify the conclusion that your sister may not be dead, Knight and Myra Jane agreed to go to the scene of the incident together. Let's buy a car first, the distance seems to be quite far. Thinking of this, Knight came to the Magic 2-Wheel specialty store again. For the customer who spent 4.2 million J to buy the 7th generation of Obsidian, the boss recognized Knight at a glance. So he greeted him warmly. Nate didn't waste time talking to him and slapped the Magic Bank card on the table. Another one. The boss was shocked by his generosity. After his deposit shrank again, Knight drove a brand new Obsidian and headed towards the guild. He recalled the story Myra Jane had told him before. The story is actually very simple. 2 years ago, in a mission to defeat the Beast King, Myra Jane was careless and underestimated the enemy. Elfman took over the Beast King to protect her, but he went berserk and attacked his sister Lysina. The poster girl thought Lysina was dead. When she found the corpse ascended to heaven and turned into elements and disappeared. Since then, the demon Miragina's personality has changed drastically, from a bad girl to a woman with a gentle smile. At the same time, her inner self-blame also made her unable to use the receiving magic. But in fact, Lysina was not dead. At that time, a time-space gate happened to appear and she was sucked into another world. How can I go to another world and bring Lysina back? Knight thought about this question while driving. The simplest way is to wait for the time-space gate to appear again. But if you can learn this magic, you can take the initiative to go to another world. Speaking of which, the fairy tale in another world is a dark guild. While thinking, the car has already arrived at the construction site. Because the guild activities are being held in the past 2 days, the reconstruction work has been temporarily stopped. There are not many people at the construction site, only Myra Jane is standing there alone. The poster girl saw Knight driving a Magic 2-wheeler parked in front of her, and she couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Get in the car. Knight, do you have a driver's license for a Magic 2-wheeler? Yes, don't worry. Knight lied with his eyes open, thinking, this conversation seems to have happened once. However, unlike Lucy's half-belief, the poster girl really believed this nonsense. She sat in the back seat without doubt. Because she was wearing a dress, she sat sideways like a lady, with her legs naturally together, and her hands around Knight's waist. Do you really want to go? Let's go and have a look. My 6 eyes may be able to find something. Knight started the car, please show me the way. Faced with the strong request, Myra Jane had to obey. Under her guidance, Obsidian arrived at the destination in less than 2 hours. The incident happened on a mountain. 2 years later, the environment here has also changed a little. Myra Jane took Knight to a forest and pointed to one of the trees. It's here. I was holding Lysina at the time. She ascended to the sky and disappeared in front of me. Knight pretended to observe carefully. Don't say it, he really saw some clues. Sometimes the magic power of space magic remains. Myra Jane suddenly widened her eyes, covered her mouth in shock, and murmured. Really? Really? Knight nodded. 2 years have passed, and there is still magic power left? He vaguely remembered that the magic that teleported Lysina was the super subspace magic anima. This magic can travel through the subspace and absorb the magic of the world of Aslan through the black hole formed in the air. Aslan refers to the world where Knight is now. And the other world next door is called Edras. Because it sounds a bit like Azeroth, Knight has a deep memory of it. Lysina, is she really not dead? Myra Jane was a little unbelievable. There will always be a corpse after death. Could Elfman's attack still turn her into an element? Nate walked over and hugged the poster girl. I guess there was a space-time magic nearby at that time, and your sister happened to be caught in it, so she disappeared. Myra Jane believed Knight's words very much, and tears fell down. She cried with joy. But where is Lisa now? Don't worry, you'll find her. Why not ask someone on the forum? Knight suggested that the pseudonym answer the question. This suggestion gave Myra Jane hope. She couldn't help but hug Knight tightly. Thank you, Knight. Thank you later when you find your sister. Knight thought for a moment and said, there are still 16 rounds to go. Cheer up. I won't give you a bye this time. Myra Jane raised her head and said she looked at Knight without blinking, and suddenly blushed a little. She shyly let go of her embrace, wiped her tears, and restored her usual smile. The tone also became more lively. Don't do this again next time, it will spread in the group again. At this time, the rings of both of them flashed. Knight opened the magic network, it was Gray's message. Gray, Knight, where have you been? A new round of competition is about to start. Gray, also, what's going on with you? Are you? Knight glanced at Myra Jane, she received a private message from Elfman. Elfman, sister, the game has started, you are matched with Mist Gang. Elfman, strange, Knight didn't help you get a bye this time. Zero asking for her flowers. Realizing that Knight was peeking at her private chat, Myra Jane quickly closed it shyly. No viewing. I've finished watching. Nate was curious about how the siblings viewed him behind his back. Well, I'll use developer privileges to secretly check the chat logs later. The competition has begun. It seems that the top 16 no, the top 17 have been decided. Nate looked around the environment and suggested, why not just enter the game here? Myra Jane had no objection to this. It was too late to rush back to the guild now. So, the two of them sat together under a big tree and logged into the game together. As for safety issues, Knight was not worried. He could sense changes in the external environment at any time. Sky Island. As soon as Knight and Myra Jane entered the game, they saw the information on the big light screen. Remaining players, 17 people. Point 0. The 6th round of the competition is now underway, and the players are matching. Matching completed. Seaside Arena, Lucy vs Juvia. Forest Arena, Albagreen vs Urza. Volcano Arena, Myra Jane vs Mist Gang. End. Gobi Arena, Knight vs Laxus. The games on the seaside and forest maps have already started. After Knight and Myra Jane entered the game, they were teleported to their respective maps at the same time. Gobi Arena. It was like an endless Gobi desert, desolate everywhere, without a trace of green. Ha ha ha, I thought we would meet later, Knight. Laxus had been waiting here early, and at this time, he crossed his arms and laughed. Since I lost to you last time, I have been thinking hard for a while, and finally I figured out how to deal with your teleportation. This time, I won't lose again. After he declared victory, Knight immediately condensed a card at his fingertips. Sorry, Laxus, I'm in a hurry to watch Myra's game. With a whoosh, the card suddenly flew towards Laxus. Laxus frowned and caught the card easily. Humph, when did you learn card magic? How can such a weak attack be effective against? Before he finished speaking, the card suddenly unfolded a golden magic circle. The next moment, Laxus' pupils shrank and he was sucked into the card. Almost at the same time, the light screen of Sky Island updated the information in real time. Gobi Arena, Knight vs Laxus. Winner, Knight. When the spectators who were looking forward to a wonderful duel saw this notice, they were shocked. 3 seconds? Or 5 seconds? I'm going to die. Laxus was killed by a card of Knight. Little? 118 Demon Myra Jane is back. Really? Laxus was killed instantly by a card. Love. This is Knight. It's the same card magic. Kana, do you have anything to say? Kana looked listless and replied dejectedly, why is there no wine in the game world? I have no motivation without drinking. Everyone. With a flash of golden light, Knight returned to Sky Island. From being teleported away to being teleported back, it took no more than 5 seconds. Winning the victory cleanly. At this time, the card that sealed Laxus was pinched between his fingers. Everyone came over to watch the fun. Bang bang bang. Inside the card, Laxus angrily knocked the card. Asshole, you cheat. How can this count as my loss? This kind of seal can't trap me. He opened his mouth and was about to spit out dragon breath. Knight lifted the magic and released him from the different space. Then he spread his hands and said, don't say I'm mean, you've been sealed by me, and the game has determined that you have lost your combat ability. Laxus's dragon breath got stuck in his throat. He finally found a way to deal with teleportation, but when they fought again, Knight learned space card magic. Too mean. No, let's do it again. Laxus' face was dark. I want to watch the game, go ahead. I'll definitely do it next time. When is the next time? So troublesome, do you really want to beat me? Knight said helplessly, wait until the game is officially released, and you can play anytime. Okay, it's a deal. Laxus reluctantly accepted it, and with a thought, he immediately withdrew from the arena. It's really embarrassing to lose to a card he was embarrassed to stay any longer. After dealing with Laxus, Knight looked up at the volcano arena. On the screen, the duel between Myra Jane and Mist Gang had just begun. At this time, Grey came up to him, looking excited. Knight, what's going on with you? Why did you appear in the game? Macau on the side couldn't help but nod. I heard Grey talk about his past, and the dead master suddenly appeared in the game. Levy whispered, could it be that this is actually the world after death? Elfman said in a deep voice, Knight, my sister is also dead, can you call her out too? I've always wanted to say sorry. Fuck, you guys have such a big imagination. Knight complained in his heart, didn't you tell you? Grey said, he gave up after fighting with me. If you doesn't tell you the truth, I, as an outsider, can't interfere. Knight thought, is there anything to hide? Trying to put himself in Yu's perspective, Knight could probably guess what she was thinking. Yu used absolute ice to save Grey. If Grey knew that she was a ghost now, he might have some unnecessary thoughts of resurrecting the master. Thinking of this, Knight touched his chin. Grey, about this matter. I can only say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand won't understand even if I tell you. Don't ask now. The interests are too big, and it won't do you any good to tell you. I can only say that the water is deep, and the information on the magic network has been deleted, so I can only say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand can't help. Grey. What is he saying? Knight patted his shoulder and said earnestly. You are not strong enough now. I will tell you when you are in the top 10 of the king. After saying a lot, Gray only understood the last sentence. His eyes became extremely firm, and a strong motivation emerged in his heart. He wished that the game would be released as soon as possible, and then he could get into the top 10 of the king as soon as possible. I understand. It seems that there is a lot behind this. Thank you, Knight. See, people have to thank us. Knight shook his head. Let's watch the game. Looking up at the volcano arena again, Myra Jane has turned into a demon in the picture. What wonderful moment did I miss? Volcano arena. Mr. Gang looked at Myra Jane, who had regained her strength, and congratulated her calmly. Congratulations. Myra Jane in the demon state is completely different from the gentle poster girl on weekdays. The momentum is overwhelming, and the magic power is surging. She said, I was bound by the past for a long time, and it was Knight who helped me untie the knot in my heart. Mr. Gang took off a magic wand on his back and pointed it at Myra Jane. Sleep magic mist phantom Naraku. In an instant, Mirajana's eyelids became a little heavy. It's useless. I've prepared in advance. I won't be hit by your sleep magic. Myra Jane stretched out her right hand, and a dark magic circle was born in her palm, Dark Rush. The dark magic power that gushed out from the magic circle turned into dark claws and grabbed Mist Gang fiercely. Triple magic array mirror water. Mist Gang took out 2 more magic wands and chanted at high speed. When the dark claws were about to hit him, the triple superimposed magic circle bounced it back. With a bang, after hitting Myra Jane, billowing smoke and dust were raised. Mist Gang took out 2 more magic wands and inserted 5 magic wands in front of him. 5-layer magic array Makara. In a flash, 5 magic circles formed in succession above Mirajana's head, and dazzling beams of light fell from the sky, accurately hitting the enemy. Boom! The magma splashed due to the explosion, as if a firework exploded. However, the next moment, the demon wings behind Myra Jane gently swayed, soared into the sky, and hovered in the air. Dark sparks. One after another, dark magic balls were born in her palms, and the flash bombs launched one after another bombarded Mist Gang densely. For a moment, everything was devastated. Mist Gang moved swiftly on the red earth, avoiding the attack from the sky. Seeing that he could not hit the opponent for a while, Myra Jane suddenly stopped. Immediately, she closed her palms, and a powerful dark magic gathered between her palms. Soul Exterminator. Instantly, a powerful dark shock wave fell from the sky and pierced the earth. Sky Island. Warning, the volcano map has been damaged, the game is suspended, and the map is being repaired. Volcano Arena, Myra Jane vs Mist Gang. Winner, Myra Jane. When Knight saw the content of the light screen, he was speechless. What a hell, the map was broken again. And it was a volcano map again. What's even more outrageous is that the game system seems to have some problems with the judgment. It simply assumes that the poster girl won. This is obviously a bug. The people watching the game were also stunned. Some people couldn't help swallowing. Me Myra, that demon is back. With a flash of white light 4.5, Myra Jane and Mist Gang were teleported back to Sky Island at the same time. Myra Jane has returned to her normal appearance, with 10 fingers on both hands. In front of him, he was embarrassed and apologized. I'm sorry, Knight, I broke the map. Let me kiss you and I'll forgive you. Knight wanted to say that, but considering that there were people around him, he let it go. At this time, the other 2 maps also had winners and losers. Several messages popped up on the big screen. Seaside Arena, Lucy vs Juvia. Winner, Juvia. Forest Arena, Alba Green vs Urza. Winner, Urza. 2 more top 8s were born. 119. Do you want the beautiful master to reward you? Myra Jane blushed a little because she accidentally broke through the map. After 2 years, I regained my power again. Although it didn't seem like a big deal, I was actually a little excited deep down. I didn't stop myself and broke the map. I hope Knight won't be angry. Of course Knight wouldn't be angry, after all, he did it. At this time, the other two games were over. Juvia, Lucy, Urza, and Alba Green, the four girls from the guild, were teleported back together. Before they woke up from the slight dizziness of the teleportation, the big light screen popped up new matching results. Gobi Arena, Wendy vs Natsu. Forest Arena, Gray vs Bigusro. Seaside Arena, Elfman vs Wakaba. Volcano Arena, Levi vs Kana. Buys, Makao. Perhaps some people would wonder why Wendy and Mist Gang both entered the top 16? After all, the two met in the first round. In fact, the first round was over, and the two had not decided the winner. During the battle, Grandine had been teaching Wendy the dragon-slaying magic, purely in class. Knight couldn't let them occupy a map all the time, so he simply let the two end the game in a tie and advance at the same time. At this time, everyone saw the refreshed matching information. Macau said in surprise, "I'm a buy." As soon as the voice fell, the 8 selected people emitted a soft white light and were about to be teleported into the game map. And at this moment, Knight clapped his hands lightly. "Stop!" With a light snap, the teleportation stopped, and the entire game world stopped. Everyone looked at Knight with astonishment. "You can stop the time of the entire game world by clapping your hands? Are you a god?" Knight smiled and said. "Everyone take a break, I'll go to reinforce the game map to prevent it from being penetrated again later." Leaving a sentence, the figure disappeared instantly. First is the Volcano Arena. This map was broken once by him and Myra Jane. Standing at the crater, looking at the whole map, Knight thought about how to reinforce it. If you want to reinforce it, just use more magic power. You slowly appeared beside him. Knight shook his head. "I want to save some magic power and use more efficient methods. In the past 2 days of competition, a lot of magic power has been absorbed." You said with a smile. Knight thought so too. When the official version is launched, the magic power collected by the Magic Arena may exceed the previous network fee. So, Knight waved his hand. A series of reserve magic power flowed out from the core of the deep network and merged into the volcano map in front of him. It is not to reinforce the things on the map, but to reinforce the boundaries. That is, the air wall. Whether it is him or Myra Jane, the problem caused by breaking the map is mainly to penetrate the boundaries. If you just erase the things on the map, it will not cause the game to be suspended. Seeing this scene, you couldn't help but ask. When powerful wizards fight, it's easy to destroy the map. It still needs to be repaired, right? Destroying the map is part of the game. It's also important to satisfy the player's desire for destruction. Nate glanced at her and asked back. If you use a magic to destroy the entire map, would you feel a little bit good? You blinked, it seems. She is not the kind of woman who likes to mess around, but if she can destroy everything unscrupulously, she seems to feel very refreshed. After all, it doesn't matter even if it's broken. Once the game is over, everything will be restored to its original state. Unlike the real world, there are many problems to consider. You are really a genius, you chuckled. After the official version is released, can I also participate in the ranking? Yes. In fact, I just wanted to make you less bored at the beginning. Nate thought for a while and said, the outside world had a high evaluation of you during your lifetime. It is said that if you were alive, you would definitely be one of the 10 great wizards of the Holy Land. You want me to be in the top 10 of the king? You was a little surprised. All her activities in the game world will consume magic power. And all of this comes from the reserve magic power of the deep web. That will consume a lot of magic power. You raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Why are you so good to me? Do you like me? Your daughter asked me to take good care of you. Knight rolled his eyes at her. You, a ghost, can you still say this? Yu's smile became brighter and brighter. Are you shy? It's not shameful to like a beautiful master, just admit it generously. Urusha is definitely your biological daughter. Knight complained in his heart, one who calls himself a witch sister, and one who calls himself a beautiful master? Yes, I'm shy. Knight perfunctorily said, and began to reinforce the air walls of the 5 maps. You couldn't help laughing. It's a pity that the master can't reward you. Do you want to take off your clothes so that you can appreciate the master's good figure? When did you become my master? You can't cheat, you promised to learn ice modeling magic from me. I agree that you are my master, inequality seconds. You had a question mark on his face. What kind of rogue statement is this? Knight chatted with Uru while reinforcing the map. It was much more troublesome to reinforce the map than to create it. This process took several hours. However, with Uru chatting with him, Knight did not feel bored. Soon after, Knight returned to Sky Island. Natsu couldn't wait to ask. Knight, are you ready? Sorry for the long wait. Now you can have fun. Knight nodded and let time flow again. The next moment, the 8 contestants were immediately teleported away. At the same time, the situation of the battlefield appeared on 4 screens. Everyone looked at Gobi at the same time. It's finally started. A duel between 2 dragon slayers. Wendy is a girl. Natsu should let her go, right? That's Natsu. What are you thinking about? That's true, after all, it's Natsu. Ah, if it's Natsu, it will definitely be like that. Gobi Arena. Natsu clenched his fists, blazing flames shot up into the sky, and faced Wendy with full fighting spirit. 990 Ha ha ha, Wendy, let's have a duel between dragon slayers. Mr. Natsu, I'm not good at fighting. Cold sweat dripped down Wendy's little face. Mr. Natsu, who entered the combat state, was a little scary. The flames seemed to ignite the atmosphere, and the difference in air pressure made the wind in the Gobi constantly blow towards Natsu. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. The flames condensed into the shape of the fire dragon King Igneel behind Natsu. Just a roar caused a slight earthquake in the Gobi. Wendy was startled. Then, Sky Grandine appeared behind her. What do you want to do, Igneel? Grandine, it's all your fault this time. The Fire Dragon King's pupils narrowed slightly. Natsu, watch out, this is the roar of the Fire Dragon. A beam of scorching flame instantly hit Grandine. Seeing this, Grandine cursed in his heart. Seeing that he taught Wendy the dragon-killing magic very smoothly, he thought of learning from her and teaching Natsu by the way. Damn, he actually used her as a teaching material. The roar of the dragon. Grandine, who was furious, let out a dragon's breath. As the 2 contestants, Wendy and Natsu, looked at each other in surprise. Sky Island. The fairy tale people who watched the game through the light screen had dull faces. What's going on? Dragons are fighting each other. Knight's heart skipped a beat. It's broken. Will the map be damaged again? 120 The top 4 are born, camping with Myra Jane. The 2 dragon slayers became spectators, while the Fire Dragon King Igneel and the Sky Dragon Grandine started fighting. Knight was a little worried that the map would be damaged again. But he thought about it and thought of it as a stress test. In the picture, 2 dragon breaths collided, and the sky and the earth changed color in an instant. In the explosion, the strong light was blinding, followed by rolling sand and dust, covering the sky and the sun, and nothing could be seen clearly. The audience seemed very excited. Oh, who will win if 2 dragons fight? Natsu's father looks stronger, doesn't he? Damn, I can't see anything. They are all roars of fire dragons, much more powerful than Natsu's roar. Everyone was concentrating, staring at the screen without blinking. After a while, 2 dragons flew up from the thick dust. Wendy and Natsu sat on the backs of dragons, and soon an air battle broke out. Dragon slaying magic is a magic used to fight dragons in legends, but it is only when used in the hands of real dragons that it shows its original power. Nate was a little envious of this. He also wanted a dragon mount. Compared to the Obsidian Magic Guide 2, riding a dragon is much cooler. I must catch one in the future. Nate thought silently. While Ignir and Grandine were fighting, they were teaching their children. Dragons fly very fast. For 2 dragons, a cubic space with a side length of 500 meters is like a person swimming in a bathtub. They can't move at all. However, even so, being able to use power unscrupulously is what they want. When they were in the outside world, they did not dare to reveal too much breath in the bodies of dragon slayers. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. The other 3 games have been decided. Grey vs Begusro, Lay 1. Elfman vs Wakaba, Elfman wins. Levi vs Kana, Kana wins. Only Natsu and Wendy are left in this round. Whether it is the 3 who advance or the 3 who are eliminated, they all join the spectators. Ignil is indeed much stronger, after all, he is the Dragon King. Nate observed for a while and gained a new understanding of dragon-killing magic. In the picture, Grandine dodges Ignil's attack again and quickly distances himself. The space here is too small, I don't want to get entangled with you. After saying that, he lowered his altitude, put Wendy down, and disappeared. Ignil also fell back into the Gobi Desert. Natsu stood on the dragon's back, with his hands on his hips and laughing. Ha ha ha, Ignil won. Wendy, the next thing is the outcome between us. Take my move, the Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. He jumped up, his right fist wrapped in flames, and flew towards Wendy. Ignil raised his claws and pinned Natsu to the ground with one claw. This is the way dragons fight. Remember it, Natsu. Ignil, let me go. One day, you will need it. Leaving this sentence, Ignil showed a kind expression of humanity. Then with a puff, it turned into a ball of fire, which gradually extinguished and returned to Natsu's body. Natsu climbed up from the ground, his whole body wrapped in flames, and dragon scales gradually appeared on his face. This power, what is Ignil talking about? Natsu scratched his head, always feeling that Ignil had something to say. Forget it, don't think about it. Natsu felt very happy to fight with Ignil. He grinned and looked at Wendy again. Wendy was immediately frightened, waved her hands in panic, and bowed to admit defeat. Sorry, Mr. Natsu, I admit defeat. Gobi Arena, Wendy vs Natsu. Winner, Natsu. When the information on the light screen was refreshed, the 2 were teleported back at the same time. Natsu was very sorry that he could not fight Wendy. But after returning to Sky Island, he immediately found Knight. Natsu, fight me. Knight shook his head. When the official version is launched, Natsu will definitely become an internet addict, hanging out in the arena every day looking for people to fight. Don't worry, I will fight you if you can match me. Knight smiled and looked up at the big light screen. Remaining players, 9 people. With a thought, he manipulated the matching results again. Someone has to be a bye in the quarterfinals anyway, why can't it be him? So, the result came out quickly. Juvia vs Kana. Arisa vs Myra Jane. Natsu vs Gray. Elfman vs Makao. Bye, Knight. Natsu was petrified on the spot for such blatant shady dealings. Knight smiled and said, Natsu, I'll wait for you in the finals. Macau complained, shady dealings, this guild ranking match is full of shady dealings. As soon as he finished speaking, he was teleported into the arena. The 4 matches lasted quite a long time, and the 4 people who finally advanced were Juvia, Urza, Natsu, and Elfman. Myra Jane and Urza were old rivals in the past, and their battle was very exciting. In the end, Urza won, and Myra Jane admitted defeat herself. It's late today, let's leave the championship competition until tomorrow. Knight looked at the time and saw that it was already midnight, so he immediately announced to everyone. A new round of competition will start on time at noon tomorrow, and we'll see you there. After that, he left the game world first. Under the tree, Knight opened his eyes, and soon Myra Jane woke up too. Is it already so late? The poster girl noticed that it was getting dark, and said in surprise, time always feels like it goes by so fast in the game. Because happy times are always short. Knight said something, but Myra Jane didn't understand. Shall we go back now? Knight thought about it and suggested, how about trying camping? Camping? Myra Jane opened her eyes wide, and for some reason, she was a little moved. Camping with Knight, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. Okay. Myra Jane laughed, but we don't have a tent, are we sleeping in a tree? I thought, is this a date? Knight said, if we have a tent, there is a town at the foot of the mountain. Myra Jane said with a smile. Then I'll go get food. Camping? It's really nostalgic. When I went out on missions, I often slept in the wild. Often? Knight was surprised. Yes, I used to be an S-class wizard. The poster girl put her hands on her hips. Does Knight have any experience camping in the wild? No, in this world, but in the previous life, I had the experience of night fishing with friends. It's a pity that the fisherman always has an empty car, so it's even more difficult to eat a fresh grilled fish. Knight couldn't help laughing and said, then let's act separately. Then, the two divided the work. Knight rode on Obsidian and went to the town at the foot of the mountain to buy camping equipment. Myra Jane went to catch a few wild rabbits and found a stream to fry fish with magic. Back to the original tree, I saw Night Elfman has not come back yet. Myra Jane quickly opened the magic network and sent a private message to her brother. Traveler who set out, Elfman, please go to the guild early tomorrow morning. I may have to go a little later. Elfman, sister, do you also have a hard time getting up? Traveler who set out, no anyway, please. Elfman, I know, I will get up early tomorrow. After a while. Elfman, sister. I asked Levi, you are not in the dormitory, nor in the guild? Elfman, where are you? Did anything happen? Traveler who set out, Knight and I are at the place where Lysina disappeared. Lysina may not be dead. Elfman, Lysina is not dead. Elfman, wait, sister, you and Knight are in the wild? Aren't you going back to the dormitory today? Traveler who set out, occasionally camping in the wild is not bad. Elfman, I suddenly want to duel with Knight. Traveler who set out, sweating.jpg, stop fooling around, Elfman. After chatting with her brother for a few more words, Myra Jane closed the private chat. After thinking about it, she quickly edited a post on the forum. I hope there will be clues on the forum about Lysina's disappearance. Soon after, Knight returned with a bunch of camping props. 121 Voldemort appeared again. 4/4 monthly ticket request. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The Milky Way at night was like a shining ribbon, dotted with stars all over the sky. Nate had no camping experience, so the job of setting up the tent was given to Myra Jane. He was responsible for picking up some dead wood and making a bonfire. When he wanted to light a fire, he was a little troubled because he forgot to buy the tools for lighting a fire. Knight thought of Urza. If it was her, she would have prepared everything properly. After Myra Jane easily set up the tent, she walked to Knight with a smile. Knight asked, Myra, how did you light a fire when you camped outdoors before? Do you know fire magic? No, I only know reception magic, hypnosis magic, and transformation magic. Myra Jane chuckled, Knight, there are things you are not good at. There are many things I am not good at. Knight was helpless. Do you think I am a god? But it's not difficult for him to light a fire. He doesn't know fire magic, but he knows light magic. Knight walked to the campfire and squatted down. He stretched out his right hand and released a ball of sacred light from his palm. This is Marajana's expression was blank, the law of fairies. That's right. Knight smiled triumphantly, and the sacred light heated the dead branches, and the flames ignited. How is it? Am I a genius? 970 Myra Jane couldn't help laughing. The president would never have thought that you would use super magic to light a bonfire. Magic is for convenience, don't worry about the details. Nate brought a tree trunk and placed it next to the bonfire, which could be used as a stool. Then he took out some bottles and jars. I only bought these seasonings, and now it's up to you to perform. Just wait and eat. The ingredients have been cleaned, and the next step is the cooking show of the hostess. The hare is roasted on the bonfire, and the fish is boiled in water. Although the conditions are simple, Marajana's cooking skills are not limited by kitchen utensils. She is indeed a woman who loves cooking. The two had a full meal, and Knight praised it highly. The fish soup is delicious. I only used 50% of my strength. Myra accepted the compliment with a smile. Maybe one day when I am no longer a wizard, I will want to open a restaurant. I will definitely visit you then. Nate, I will treat you to a free meal. The two sat side by side and chatted happily. Nate was very curious about Marajana's childhood, and the poster girl didn't mind sharing. There were many mosquitoes in the forest, attracted by the firelight, buzzing around the campfire. The bright moonlight suddenly dimmed a little and hid behind the dark clouds. The drizzle of rain fell, interrupting the conversation between the two. It's raining. Myra Jane looked up and said hurriedly, let's go into the tent quickly, you will catch a cold if you get wet. The two went into the tent to avoid the rain. The campfire outside was quickly extinguished in the rain. The space in the tent was not large, just enough for two people to lie down. Knight turned on the magic crystal lamp, illuminating the small space. The rain hit the tent, making a tapping sound. Can you turn off the crystal lamp? Myra Jane said shyly. Although she had rich experience camping outdoors, it was her first time sleeping in a tent with a boy. Do you want to turn it off? Turn it off quickly. Snap. Knight turned off the crystal lamp. Myra Jane immediately turned her back, quickly took off her red dress, and then opened the sleeping bag and got in. Only her head was exposed. It's open now. Knight was speechless for a while. The darkness couldn't block his 6 eyes, and he could still see what he should see. I have to say that the poster girl has a great figure and her underwear is also very cute. Knight didn't turn on the light, and after taking off his clothes, he also lay down in the sleeping bag. The two sleeping bags were next to each other. In the wild like this, will there be attacks from wild beasts on the internet? Nate was a little curious. No wild beasts, but there will be magical beasts. Myra Jane said softly. She stretched out a white and tender arm from the sleeping bag, opened the magic network, and looked at the replies on the forum. Nate turned slightly and said to the poster. Did you post a question? Well, the post has been sent, but no useful information has been obtained yet. Myra Jane sighed. Her account was a forum administrator, and she was well known, so many people responded to the post. Unfortunately, there was no key information. Knight thought and gave instructions to the tool man of the thought body. At the same time, Magnolia, the small house where the tool man lived. In the dark, the tool man of the thought body was still faithfully writing code and developing the live broadcast function. Suddenly, the action paused. The tool man's dull eyes became a little smarter. He opened the Magic Network forum and quickly found the consultation post sent by Myra Jane. Quickly typed a reply. After writing, he became dull again and continued to write code. There will be news. You must believe in the powerful netizens. In the tent, Knight lay on his side, supporting his head with one hand. Myra Jane read the reply bit by bit, and suddenly, a familiar name came into view. Voldemort. Hello, based on your description, I guess the person you want to find should have gone to another world. The world we are in now is called Asland. In fact, outside Asland, there is another world called Edras. You can think of it as a parallel time and space. The two worlds occasionally intersect, forming a time and space gate, briefly opening a passage connecting the two worlds. You want to find someone, probably at that time, just happened to encounter the time and space gate and disappeared. After reading this reply word by word, Myra Jane suddenly stood up from the sleeping bag. Night, night, it's Voldemort's reply. The poster girl's tone was rarely excited. Lysina went to another world. Night also sat up. Since it was said by Voldemort, it is very credible. Your sister is definitely not dead. Myra Jane whispered softly, but how can we go to another world to find Lysina? You accepted it very quickly, and you didn't doubt the existence of parallel worlds. Night thought, how can this small account of Voldemort be so famous? It makes sense when you think about it carefully. After all, it has been confirmed that dragons exist in the body of dragon slayers. And just then, the system prompt came. Task: expand the internet to another parallel world. Reward: depends on the completion of the task. Night cheered up. This time the task is also a trigger type. Expand the internet to Edras? This is not difficult. The difficult part is how to go to the parallel world. Although you can go to the opposite side by waiting for anime to start. But it may take a long time to wait. Night doesn't know the specific time, but at least 1 or 2 months, or even 2 or 3 months. Maybe you can contact Mist Gang, he may have a way. 122 Miss Myra is a little shy, black-bellied. Don't worry, since there are clues, there will be a way sooner or later. Well, thank you, Night. In the darkness, Myra Jane thanked him softly, and a smile flashed across her beautiful eyes. The account Voldemort only appeared twice in the forum. The first time was to answer Natsu's doubts. The second time was now. She was not stupid. Out of a woman's intuition, she felt that Voldemort was Night. Otherwise, why was it so coincidental? Every time she helped Fairy Tale to answer questions. Although each person in the magic network can only bind one account, Night, as a developer, has some special permissions. It's normal, right? Just like in the guild's ranking competition, Night can arrange for her to have 4 consecutive buys. So, despite the lack of evidence, Myra Jane still believes that Voldemort is Night. Night did not tell her directly, but chose this roundabout way. He must have his reasons. Myra Jane turned off the magic network and lay back in her sleeping bag. She changed to a side sleeping position facing Night, with a gentle tone. If I find a way, I want to go to the parallel world to find Lysina. I will definitely find it. Nate thought, it should be easy to find, as long as we find the Dark Guild Fairy Tale, we can find Lysina. Nate, are you willing to go with me? Okay, let's just treat it as a trip to another world. Really? Miragina's tone became happy. I will feel much more at ease with you. Boom. The thunder in the sky drowned out Miragina's voice, and the drizzle turned into heavy rain. The crackling sound of rain hitting the tent made Night a little worried whether the tent could withstand it. However, sleeping in a tent in such heavy rain actually gave him a different kind of excitement. Achoo! Myra sneezed and whispered, it's a bit cold. I don't know why, but the voice was deliberately lowered a lot, as if it had become a whisper. Nate moved his butt and moved his sleeping bag closer to the poster girl. The two were about together. Do you want to sleep alone? If we squeeze together, we should be able to sleep. Night's voice also became softer, it will be warmer this way. The hostess blushed, which ordinary people could not see, but Night's 6 eyes could see clearly. No. So shy. Okay, then sleep. There was no light or sound in the tent, only the sound of rain and thunder. I don't know how long it took. Myra Jane whispered, Nate. You haven't slept yet. It's a bit cold. Want to come over? Okay. After the sound of "oh-oh-at-at," the hostess got into Knight's sleeping bag. One person has more space to lie down, and it will be crowded if two people sleep together. The temperature on the mountain is already low, and it is even lower with thunder and rain. Myra Jane leaned against Knight's arms, and her body temperature dispelled the cold at night. Don't touch me. The hostess lowered her voice shyly. The hand has its own ideas. Nate muttered in his heart, isn't it torture not to let me touch it? Pretending not to hear, Knight quietly held Myra Jane in his arms, feeling unusually satisfied in his heart. From the first day they met, he wanted to marry this woman home, and now being able to sleep together in her arms is a huge improvement. Myra, you smell so good. Sleep. Marajana's cheeks were hot, and she didn't stop Knight from holding her. The tent fell into silence again, with only faint breathing sounds. After a while, Myra Jane fell asleep first. The hostess's work and rest are always very regular. In the warm sleeping bag, she fell asleep in a short while. But Knight couldn't sleep. Not only could he not sleep, but he was very energetic in all aspects. This is too torture. Nate complained in his heart, you might as well sleep in your own sleeping bag. No, I can't bear it. Nate secretly kissed the hostess, and then forced himself to sleep. A good night's sleep will make you energetic the next day. Myra Jane was in a particularly good mood. She slept like a baby yesterday without any worries or pressure. When she opened her eyes, she saw Knight's face. Good morning, Knight. Morning. Myra Jane couldn't help laughing. Did you sleep well yesterday? You slept well, but I didn't sleep all night. Nate complained in his heart, did Miss Demon do it on purpose? Definitely on purpose. She ran into his sleeping bag on purpose. Think about it carefully, how could Myra Jane feel cold with her magic power? Even if it was cold, she wouldn't feel cold if magic power flowed throughout her body. Sure enough, she was a little bit dark. Myra Jane said shyly. Get up quickly, we should go back. The two put on their clothes. This time, Myra Jane didn't ask to turn off the lights and changed into the red dress she wore yesterday in front of Knight. When we walked out of the tent, the rain had stopped and the sky was clear. The air on the mountain was fresh and refreshing. After packing up the tent and other sundries, Knight put everything in the dressing space. Maybe it will be useful next time. After that, the two came to the stream again. After a simple wash, Knight rode on Obsidian and took Myra Jane back to Magnolia. Sitting in the back seat of the magic two-wheeler, Myra Jane hugged Knight's waist with both hands, and her 2 feet in sandals under her red skirt swayed up and down. Zero, please give me flowers, Zero. Knight yawned while driving. I'm sleepy. Myra Jane smiled softly and said, didn't you sleep well last night? You are the witch. Knight rolled his eyes, and suddenly, he felt a warm feeling on his face. Myra Jane kissed him, smiling shyly. Are you more energetic now? Can you kiss me again? No. I'm a little shy. The poster girl disagreed, burying her head in Knight's back, her face flushed. She was very happy on this date. Back to Magnolia. After sending the poster girl to the guild, Knight returned to his apartment to catch up on his sleep. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lucy and Urza staying in his house. The two sat at the tea table, drinking the chamomile tea that the speaker gave him. Lucy said, "This tea is really delicious." Urza nodded, "The speaker gave it to Knight." "Knight." Cough, Knight said with a dry cough, "Is there a possibility that this is my home?" "Knight, you're back." Urza was surprised. "What are you surprised about? Are you surprised that I'm back to my own home?" Knight complained in his heart, "The chamomile that the speaker sent, you two drank it all, right? Why are you at my house? I've been here. Urza said seriously, after logging off yesterday, I found you missing, so I waited for you at home. Yesterday? Knight recalled that it seemed that he had gone on a date with Myra Jane and left Urza at home. Sorry, I had something to do yesterday, so I accompanied Myra to find Lysina. Knight explained, and then looked at the eldest lady. What about you? Why are you at my house? I brought you food yesterday, but you were not at home, so I ate with Urza. Lucy blinked. I wanted to find you this morning, but you were still not at home, so I drank tea with Urza and waited for you to come back. Then he asked in confusion, who is Lysina? Iluza replied, Myra's sister. Does Myra have a sister? Lucy was surprised, I haven't seen her. Iluza shook her head, she's dead. No, are you two chatting in front of me? Nate walked over helplessly and sat down, and made himself a cup of chamomile tea. Not dead, in another world, didn't you read the forum post? What post? Lucy and Urza looked at each other and opened the Magic Network forum. Then they saw a very lively post. The consultation post that Myra sent yesterday has completely exploded because of Voldemort's reply. 123 Take a photo of Lucy and Urza, the final championship competition. Parallel world address. Lucy found Voldemort's reply and opened her eyes in disbelief after reading it. Is it necessary to be so surprised? Nate glanced at it, and there will be another future Lucy in the future. This is a parallel world. Lucy was still amazed that there were all kinds of magical events in the magic world. So, Myra's sister didn't die, but went to a parallel world by coincidence. Iluza drank hot tea and said with some concern. There are also many replies below, but Voldemort still didn't explain as usual. This big guy has an attitude of believe it or not. He simply ignores the follow-up posts. Knight came to Urza and glanced at the posts behind. Suddenly saw a familiar name. Pain Witch, since Mr. Voldemort said it, it must be true. A netizen asked her later, how do you know Voldemort is a man? Do you know him? Ultia seemed too lazy to reply to the other party. Knight laughed dryly, fortunately Miss Witch didn't say he is my boyfriend. Urza also noticed this reply. Pain Witch? Knight, do you know who this person is? If you ask her, you may know Voldemort's true identity. I know, but I know too much, I know everything about her. Knight drank tea and changed the subject on the spot. Ask her when you have time. By the way, didn't you go home yesterday? You're not at home, and I feel it would be rude to leave without saying goodbye to you, so I'm waiting for you to come back. Your politeness is in the wrong place. Knight couldn't complain, and turned to look at Lucy. The eldest lady was still browsing the post with great interest. The slender fingers were typing quickly. Lucy, what do you want to talk to me about? At that, Lucy was a little embarrassed. I think what you said last time makes sense, so I want to ask you to teach me other magic. The Magic Book of 79J. Where is the Magic Book of 79J? Lucy rolled her eyes speechlessly. Knight looked down on me, you've been eliminated, and now you're too late to study. It's like the second day after the college entrance examination, and suddenly you have to work hard, it's weird. Can't you study if you're eliminated? What if there's another class? The young lady was upset about being eliminated. Nate didn't understand why she was so ambitious. Come to think of it, I helped you cheat, but you lost. Although it was the first time she heard the word cheating, Lucy understood its meaning in seconds. She blushed on the spot. The fighting ability of the celestial spirits in the magic arena was enhanced. Not only that, she could also double open the door and summon two celestial spirits at the same time. But she still lost to Juvia. Juvia had a chance to win, but she saw that she was at a disadvantage, and suddenly shouted for Lord Knight, Juvia will never lose here. And, Juvia's love for Lord Knight will not lose to anyone. Then, she lost. Damn Knight, it's all his fault. Lucy wanted to cry but had no tears. How could you be so popular? Juvia, the former S-class wizard of Phantom, even regarded her as a love rival. So, you have an unshirkable responsibility for my loss. Please teach me other magic. Blame me? Knight just wanted to laugh. As expected of the fairy tale world, magic is the power of the mind. When the belief is very strong, the power will emerge. Is that so, Lucy? Do you want to learn the magic of changing clothes from me? Urza suggested. Urza, your magic needs a lot of money. Lucy exuded the breath of poverty. Knight couldn't help laughing. Then I'll teach you a magic, it's very simple, you can learn it now. Really? Lucy's eyes lit up. Listen to my command. Yet. Urza, you also cooperate. Me? Yes, sit with Lucy. Hearing this, Urza was a little confused, but still followed the instructions obediently. Nate continued, magic is the power of the mind, so now you should be in the most natural state. Urza knelt and put her hair behind her ears. Lucy sat like a duck, with her hands between her legs. Then what? Two of you laugh together. Laugh together. Lucy blinked blankly and said to Urza. They looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Knight stretched out his hands, and wrote the number 7 with his index finger and thumb, and the two numbers 7 formed a frame. With a click, a white light flashed. The smiling faces of the two girls turned into a photo. Ah! Lucy was stunned for a moment. Arisa was stunned for a moment. It's your photo magic. How about it? This magic is good, right? You don't even need to buy a camera. Knight copied the photo twice and gave it to Lucy and Urza respectively. Damn, I was fooled again. Lucy puffed up her cheeks in anger. I want to learn magic that can be used in battle. She picked up the photo and immediately thought it was beautiful. It's a great photo, I'm so beautiful. Arisa also took the photo and praised with a smile. It's a great photo. Lucy, even if it's photo magic, using it unexpectedly can bring unexpected effects in battle. Just like herself. When she was sparring with Knight, she got caught. Okay, I'm going to catch up on my sleep, you guys should leave. Knight spread his hands and said, of course, if you want to continue drinking tea here, I don't mind, but please keep your voice down. No, you teach me some powerful magic. Lucy put away the photo, hugged the teacup, and looked like she was not going to leave. I'll teach you, will you learn it? Knight complained helplessly, most of his magic was brain-injected by the system, and others could not master it. Only card magic, telepathy, thought body, and soul absorption can be taught. The final championship competition will be held at noon, so just wait here for the game to start. Urza laughed. Knight, you want to catch up on your sleep? I'll wake you up when the time comes. You two are really staying at my house. What else can Knight say? It's impossible to drive people away. Then I'll trouble you. He got up and walked to the bed, fell asleep, and covered himself with the quilt. The room fell into silence for a while. After a while, I thought he had fallen asleep. Lucy whispered, catch up on sleep, didn't he sleep last night? 2.4 Urza guessed, he must have been tired after going with Myra to find Lysina all day, let him have a good rest. At noon, the magic arena was bustling again. The final champion will be decided today, and everyone in the guild is very concerned about the final result. Even the president Makarov doesn't want to miss the final. Even Laxus came to watch the game. In order to defeat Knight, Laxus wants to collect more information with his own eyes. There are only 5 contestants left. Therefore, today's game will be held on Sky Island. Knight temporarily rebuilt Sky Island and designated an area in the center as the competition venue. At the same time, an audience seat was also set up, The President Makarov personally acted as the referee. He stood on a suspended platform and announced with Myra Jane, who acted as the commentator. The final championship competition is about to begin. Please invite the contestants to the stage. 124 Knight defeated another player in seconds. The birth of the dark web, an invitation from the leader. The final 5 contestants are Urza, Juvia, Natsu, Elfman, and Knight. Hello everyone. Knight waved to everyone with a smile. Elfman raised his right fist and shouted. A man has only one goal, the champion. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Knight felt that Elfman looked at him with a strong desire to fight today. Natsu put his hands on his hips. Whether it's Knight or Urza, I must be the winner today. Urza raised her lips slightly. It's good to be motivated, Natsu, but I won't show mercy. Juvia did not make a speech on stage, but just stole a glance at Knight, her eyes full of her sweetheart. Ahem. The old man coughed dryly and said to the microphone. This fairy tale guild qualifying tournament is finally entering the most exciting championship competition. The 5 wizards on the stage now are the best in our guild. Makarov's tone was a little unconfident when he spoke halfway. Myra Jane, who regained the power of Magic Man. Mr. Gang, who was eliminated due to a map bug. Laxus, who was instantly eliminated by Knight's card magic. These 3 S-class wizards lost strangely. Anyway, the next 5-3 competition will be held. Knight, you are here, you are not allowed to manipulate the matching results. The whole guild knew about Knight's manipulation of the match. When the guild leader pointed it out in public, it caused a burst of laughter. 11. Knight blatantly gave Myra a bye in order to advance. Yes, serious foul. There's a cheat. Who is talking with a tongue flick? Knight looked around and saw a bunch of people imitating Happy. There's a cheat. Myra Jane, sitting behind the commentary desk, couldn't help but blush at this moment. Juvia's rival radar was activated, and her eyes locked on the poster girl with sharp eyes. The threat level is 5 stars. Knight used the bear to spread his hands. The match result is fair and just. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. The old man threw a magic bullet from his palm, which flew into the sky and detonated, exploding into colorful fireworks. Match start. The 5 players' portraits began to roll on the big screen. The first match was confirmed. Elfman vs Knight. Then, the second match. Iluza vs Juvia. Lucky Natsu, got a bye. Why am I the bye? Natsu was extremely disappointed. Knight immediately said, see, this is all a matter of luck. Knight, didn't cheat. As soon as the voice fell, the person was teleported away. Also teleported into the competition venue, Elfman. Seeing the game start, everyone became quiet. Looking at the live broadcast of the battle on the screen, Myra Jane blinked, not knowing which side to support. One is her brother, and the other is a person she likes. How can Elfman beat Knight? Myra Jane thought with a smile in her heart. Sky Island, dual stage. 2 white lights flashed, and Knight and Elfman appeared together. Knight, this game is really arranged by fate. Elfman's eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if they were about to ignite a flame. Knight was puzzled, and a big question mark appeared on his head. A question mark literally appeared. In the game world, this is possible. In the future, Knight is also preparing to add some dual-specific expressions. For example, patting the head, giving a thumbs up, etc., can make the 2 sides of the battle more passionate. But at this moment, the question mark only expresses doubt, not ridicule. Elfman raised his right arm. If you are a man, fight me with your fists. If you beat me, I will admit that you. The words were stuck. Thinking carefully, the sister and Knight have not officially announced their relationship, and the term brother-in-law is even more nonsense. Knight did not understand the wonderful feeling of being a younger brother, and waved his hand. "Come on, Elfman, receive with your whole body, feel free to use it boldly, no one will get hurt here." Hearing this, Elfman had a flash of memory. It was his immature full-body reception that led to Lysina's tragedy. However, today his sister has told him that Lysina is not dead. "Thank you, Knight," and then Elfman took a deep breath, and a dazzling golden light burst out of his body. Full-body reception of the Beast King's soul. Golden light shone, and magic surged. The audience was shocked. Myra Jane, who was sitting on the commentary desk, subconsciously tightened her face, but then she thought that this was a game world. "Oh oh oh!" Elfman let out a loud roar. When the golden light faded, what appeared in front of Knight was a huge Beast King with 2 horns on his head. The Beast King was about 10 meters tall, with reddish-brown hair all over his body. In addition to the 2 horns on his head, there was also a pair of sharp rhino horns protruding from his shoulders. Sharp fangs, long white hair. Knight's 6 eyes saw through this transformation. "Calm down, stay conscious." As soon as the voice fell, Knight snapped his fingers. A small white vibration ball was ejected from his fingers and hit the Beast King's forehead. With a bang, the huge body fell backwards. Elfman staggered a step, and his right leg retreated to stabilize his center of gravity. The eyes that should have been out of control gradually regained clarity at this moment. "It hurts so much." Elfman held his forehead, and the pain made him sober. He looked at Knight and wanted to say thank you, but it didn't seem appropriate now. "I'm on, take my punch, Knight." With a loud shout, the Beast King jumped up, fell from the sky, and punched Knight brazenly. "It seems that you can already maintain yourself? Isn't this quite simple?" Knight smiled lightly, and faced the huge fist that was attacking him. He just stretched out a finger in a plain way. The index finger and the fist did not collide directly, and the magic power had already exploded. Boom! The huge vibration sound spread in all directions, and dense cracks like spider webs spread from the contact point. "Okay, your disease is cured, and it's time to end." Knight smiled lightly, and a milky white vibration ball was born at the fingertips. The vibration ball expanded rapidly and swallowed the Beast King in the air in a blink of an eye. Elfman only had time to open his eyes wide, and the strong vibration had already exploded. Boom! The white light flashed, and after a deafening roar, the entire duel stage was shattered. Elfman in the Beast King state was knocked offline by a blow. The audience looked shocked. Seconds again? Not to mention, the consumption of magic power is extremely terrifying, and it can't last for a few hours at all. Damn, how did the magic network do it? Brian angrily hammered the wall of the cave. "Nate, it's just..." The more he studied the magic network, the more he admired Knight. Most people only know that the magic internet is powerful, but he can know where it is powerful. It's simply a miracle of magic. When I have time, I have to go see him in person, but I have to get Nirvana first. Thinking of this, Brian opened the magic network and entered the forum. The most popular post on the forum came into view. After Brian clicked in, he soon saw a familiar nickname, and his pupils shrank. Voldemort. Parallel world, Edlas? Spacetime gate? This person really knows everything. Brian's heart moved, and he immediately opened the friend list, found Voldemort, and sent a private message. "Leader, I created an internet belonging to the dark world based on the magic internet." "Leader, dark web." "Leader, as a fellow dark mage, are you interested?" 125 Voldemort, your broken thing is worthy of being called dark web? 4/4 flowers. Sky Island. The first game of the semi-finals ended in a lightning speed. Elfman used the whole body to receive the soul of the Beast King, but unfortunately, Myra Jane, who was temporarily acting as a commentator, didn't know how to explain at this time. The magic power gap was too big, and the outcome was not suspenseful. The light screen announced the result of the game. Winner, Knight. At the same time, the broken duel stage was also recovering rapidly. Back to the contestant's seat, Knight found that someone had sent a private message to a friend. A private message from Voldemort's friend. Knight was stunned for a moment, and then he thought, it's the leader of the 6 demon generals, Brian. The trumpet only has this one friend. When Lisa, one of the 6 demons, attacked him, he used the news of Nereid to divert the blame. I wonder if this group of people has found Nereid. By the way, the council had wanted to deal with the 6 demon generals before, but no substantial action has been taken so far. Next is the second game of the semi-finals, Urza vs Juvia. President Makarov announced loudly. The 2 old rivals were immediately teleported into the duel venue. Miss Urza, this is our 3rd fight. Juvia said seriously, for Lord Knight, Juvia will never lose. Urza felt a little guilty. Different from the previous 2 times. The first time, she went to Karna Island with to complete the level commission. The second time, she went to war with the ruler of the Phantom and went to the door. In both actions, she was mistaken by Juvia as a rival in love. At that time, Urza explained righteously. But now realizing that Knight definitely likes me, Urza can no longer ignore this emotion. Ah, please teach me more. When there is no way to explain, Urza simply does not explain. Change to the Sea King armor. With a flash of golden light, Urza changed into a light green armor and held a green ice sword. Seeing this scene, the commentator Myra Jane quickly said, Urza's armor can enhance the resistance to water and even invalidate water magic attacks. Juvia's best water magic may face an extremely unfavorable situation. This is Urza. No matter what situation she faces, she can always take out the most suitable armor to fight. As expected of the Fairy Queen of our guild. As an old rival since childhood, Myra Jane knows Urza very well. On the duel stage, Juvia's magic surged, and a stream of water surrounded her body. She naturally heard Miss Myra's explanation. Even if this is the case, Juvia will not lose. When everyone was concentrating on watching the 2 girls fight, Knight was replying to private messages. Being in the game world created by the deep web, he didn't even need to type, he could reply to messages with a thought. Voldemort, dark web. Leader, that's right. There is no living space for us dark wizards on the magic web. Leader, for this reason, I have been studying the magic web. Based on the magic of ancient documents, I created an internet belonging to the dark world, named Dark Web. Leader, but the dark web is not mature yet, I invite you to join the research of this magic. What do you think? To be honest, Knight was a little surprised when he first heard the name Dark Web. Even he himself couldn't completely control the internet. How did an outsider develop the dark web? It's impossible. But after seeing Brian's explanation, he immediately understood. The dark web developed based on the magic of ancient documents. It is not the same as the dark web he imagined. The dark web he knew, hidden deep in the internet, inaccessible by conventional means, and a forbidden area on the internet. Brian's dark web, just a poor imitation of the surface internet. Nate laughed. Voldemort, I thought the leader of the 6 demon generals would have some lofty speeches? Voldemort, does your broken thing deserve to be called the dark web? Leader, you don't seem surprised at all? Leader, you entered the magic network earlier than me, could it be that you? Nate didn't know what the other party had misunderstood. However, Brian did remind him. The development of the magic internet cannot only focus on the regular guilds. The leaks in the dark world must also be taken care of so that they can thrive. Instead of asking Brian to create some garbage dark web, it would be better for him to write one himself. By then, the magic network can be simply divided into 3 layers. Surface network, a network accessible to everyone. Dark network, which requires certain special means to access, suitable for use by dark guilds. Deep network, the real core of the magic internet. Thinking of this, Knight replied again. Voldemort, I have already tried your dark network, and it doesn't work at all. Leader, sure enough. You have tried it. Voldemort, the creator of the magic network, is a true genius. This magic has even surpassed the concept of magic and belongs to the realm of God. Nate boasted without blushing or beating his heart. Gods exist in this world. For example, Anshen, whose full name is Angselram, is the god who controls life and death. 400 years ago, Zeref angered this god and was cursed because he studied the R system for resurrection. Before, Yerusha wanted to use the R system to revive Uru, but he stopped her immediately because of Angselram's existence. Voldemort, however, even the magic of the god's domain still has loopholes. Voldemort, based on this, I created the real dark web. Leader, what do you mean? Voldemort, have you heard of the cuckoo? Voldemort, the cuckoo is also called the cuckoo. It can't build a nest, and often occupies the home of the magpie. That is the so-called cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. However, there is obviously no such idiom in the fairy tale world, so Knight had to explain its meaning. Leader, you mean you hid the dark web in the magic web through the loophole of the magic web? Voldemort, you understand very quickly. Leader, great. Genius idea. Leader, the Lord of the Magic Web is an extraordinary genius, but you are no worse than him. Didn't expect it. The same person. Lees, Knight curled his lips, not taking this compliment seriously at all. Sure enough, the other party's next sentence was as he expected. Leader, so, what is that loophole? Where is your dark web? Voldemort, why should I tell you? Leader. Leader, tell me, what are the conditions? Voldemort, did you 6 magic generals go to the Sea of Vast Trees and find Nirvana? Leader, are you also interested in Nirvana? Voldemort, the super magic that reverses light and darkness, just interested in taking a look. Voldemort, tell me if you find it, I will go and take a look myself. The other party did not reply, as if he was worried about something. About 10 minutes later, a new message came. Leader, good. Hey. Leader, I am also very interested in you personally, and I will be waiting for you when the time comes. Nate no longer paid attention to the other party, thinking whether it was time to send out his time worm parasite. 126 Champion, Urza, who abides by the agreement. Developing the dark web is a simple task for Knight. Copy the code of the Magic Network forum, modify it slightly, and then set an entry condition. Put it aside for the time being. Knight watched the game seriously. Facing Urza's Sea King armor, Juvia's water magic was in an absolutely disadvantageous situation. Even with a strong belief in winning, it is difficult to reverse the decline. Soon after, he was defeated by Urza. The light curtain popped up the result of the game. Winner, Urza. No one was surprised by the result. Urza's victory was impeccable. Knight felt sorry for Juvia. This girl had tried very hard. But the restraint of the Sea King armor was too obvious. There was nothing she could do if she couldn't win. Knight thought, should he teach her other magic? Juvia, who only knew water magic, would have a hard time facing a restrained opponent. The question was what to teach? While thinking, Urza and Juvia were teleported back to the contestant's seat. Juvia consumed a lot of magic power, and her expression seemed a little depressed at this time. After losing the game, she sat there alone, feeling pitiful and gloomy. Natsu had already stood up excitedly. Old man, let's start the next round quickly. Makarov glanced at him. There are 3 players left in the final championship competition. The match begins. In the light curtain, the remaining 3 avatars kept flashing. 063 finally. Urza vs Natsu. Knight got a bye. Seeing this result, everyone's eyes were fixed on Knight. Knight was speechless. The result is really manipulated. Myra Jane covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, it's finally my turn. Let's fight, Urza. Natsu clenched his fist excitedly. In a blink of an eye, the two were teleported to the duel stage. So, everyone's attention was attracted by the game. Knight thought about it and immediately Juvia sent a voice chat invitation. Juvia was stunned for a moment, opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Knight, then accepted it without hesitation. Juvia, Master Knight? I'm sorry, Juvia lost. Juvia, wow, Juvia failed Master Knight's expectations. The voice sounded directly in my mind. It is an advanced version of voice chat, which can directly convey your inner thoughts. Knight, it's just a guild event, you have done a good job. Juvia, but, grievance. Juvia is looking forward to meeting Master Knight in the game, Juvia is so useless. Pathetic. Knight, are you going to the suburbs? Juvia is going. Surprise. Miss Rain Girl is so easy to coax. Knight thought that as long as he was willing to accompany the other party, she would feel satisfied. Knight, you are so cute. Juvia, Sir Knight, Juvia likes you so much. I will be satisfied as long as I can stay by your side. Shy. The emotional transmission is not false. Knight can truly feel the girl's fiery love from the advanced voice chat. Knight, I like you too, but remember to wear a bunny girl. Knight, when the time comes, I will teach you powerful magic, and you will definitely win next time. Juvia, bunny girl, such a bold dress, Juvia has never worn it. Juvia, but for Sir Knight, Juvia is willing to do anything. Determined. Juvia, who was sitting in the contestant's seat, has begun to blush. Then the true inner words were transmitted. Juvia, oh, so shy. Then there were some thoughts that were not suitable for children. Knight thought that the key point of teaching you magic was not heard at all, and Miss Yunu's mind was full of some shivering thoughts. While chatting with Juvia, she looked at the situation of the game. Myra Jane was explaining the game seriously. Faced with Natsu's fierce attack, Urza chose the Entei armor. This is a set of magic armor that improves fire resistance, but will it work against Natsu's Fire Dragon Slayer magic? In the duel stage, Natsu kept attacking, while Urza was on the defensive. The two had fought more than 100 times in the past, and Natsu never won once. Urza was very familiar with Natsu's attack method. Even though the previous battle with Juvia consumed a lot of magic power, she still seemed to be at ease at this moment. After fighting for half an hour, when Natsu also consumed a lot of magic power, Urza began to counterattack. She did not use the fire sword that matched the Entei armor, and the flames could not cause damage to Natsu. On the contrary, it would replenish the opponent's magic power. Urza seized the opponent's flaw and used the evil breaking spear, throwing a fierce shot and hitting Natsu accurately. To be precise, he was blocked by Natsu. But the powerful impact still knocked Natsu hundreds of meters away and he fell directly off the duel stage. Seeing this, Makarov laughed. You are still too naive, Natsu. Myra Jane nodded in agreement. Make reasonable use of the rules of the game. The party that falls off the stage will automatically lose. Winner, Urza. When the result appeared on the light screen, Natsu was teleported back to the contestant's seat. He was still a little confused. Seeing Urza, who was also teleported back, he immediately shouted. Too despicable, Urza. Urza just smiled. In my previous state, I can't beat you in a life and death battle, Natsu, but this is a game. Natsu was petrified on the spot. The Igneel in his body was speechless. The voices of the audience came from the audience. What a pity, Natsu, you almost won 0. Ha ha ha, Urza is still better. Happy, how many wins and losses are you now? It's Natsu's 109th defeat. At this time, Urza looked at Knight. Knight, it's just you and me. Knight raised his hand on the spot. I choose to admit defeat. Urza's eyes widened. Wait, why are you admitting defeat? I finally got here just to fight you again. Hey? Knight was stunned for a moment. You should have said it earlier. As the initiator of this event, it is naturally impossible for him to win the championship. Therefore, he has already made up his mind that no matter who makes it to the end, he will admit defeat. But the words have already come out, and the light screen shows the final result of the game. Final, Knight vs Urza. Winner, Urza. There were even fireworks exploding brilliantly over the Sky Island. Congratulations, you are worthy of being the Fairy Queen Urza. Congratulations on winning the first Fairy Tale Guild qualifying tournament. Nate's expression was subtle. Arisa was so angry that her fists hardened. She had come to this point with so much difficulty, and what she wanted more than any championship title was to compete with Knight again. Last time, she was careless and lost to Knight's photo magic. But she had promised Knight not to compete with him again. Arisa was a serious person and would definitely abide by her promise. And this guild event was her chance, not only to not violate the promise, but also to compete with Knight again. For this reason, she fought all the way to the end. As a result, Knight admitted defeat before the fight even started. Damn it, you wait. Glazing at Knight fiercely, Urza logged off on the spot. Knight had a bad feeling. Then it came true the next second. The body outside felt dangerous, so Knight had to say to Makarov and others. President, the prizes will be distributed in the guild tomorrow. After that, he also logged off. In the real world, in the apartment, Knight was lying on the bed, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Urza riding on him. Urza stared at him straight in the eyes, without saying a word, but the meaning was conveyed. Knight was helpless. Is it not okay for me to fight with you? Can you get off me first? You sit on me, it's easy to react, okay. 127 The Fairy Queen is defeated. Avi, isn't it common sense to produce CG after a defeat? Sorry. Iluza's anger came and went quickly. After apologizing immediately, she got off Knight a little embarrassedly, sat on the bed and said, I really want to spar with you again, but because I promised you not to spar with you again. Take verbal agreements very seriously. Knight had no choice but to say. You are consuming a lot of magic power now. Even if you want to fight, how about waiting until tomorrow? Are you really willing to spar with me again? Iluza blinked in surprise. Knight asked curiously, why are you so persistent in sparring with me? After Urza thought seriously, she answered, well, maybe I want to learn from you. Learn from me. When you first joined the guild, your magic power was not strong, but now it has surpassed me. Urza nodded and said, so, I want to spar with you, maybe I can grow myself. I rely on cutting leaks to improve my magic power, never meditate or practice. Can you still learn from me to level up while lying down? Knight thought with a smile. So do you want to fight in the game or in reality? Reality. If it's reality before fighting, you have to promise me one thing. Hearing this, Urza was stunned for a moment, and immediately recalled the situation when they first met, and couldn't help laughing. No matter how many things, I will agree. Knight smiled and said, if you lose, how about being my girlfriend? Defeat, there should be a defeat CG. It's better to be dynamic. The Fairy Queen is defeated. Avi. Ah. A dull look appeared on Urza's delicate face. Or, if you beat me, you can be my boyfriend. Isn't this the same thing? Urza gradually realized and her face flushed. I have never been a girlfriend. I don't know how to do it. Urza's words were a little stiff and stuck, like a machine without lubrication. But thoughts came to her mind one after another. Should I agree? I asked him to spar with me. Would it be bad to refuse here? Urza had never considered having a boyfriend before. But there was a suitor who was beaten up by her. Nate couldn't hear Urza's inner voice, but he could read it from her expression. What a cute reaction. Knight couldn't help but laugh. If you refuse, I will still spar with you, don't be so nervous. I promise you. Iluza answered solemnly, her face turned redder after she finished speaking, but she still expressed her inner thoughts seriously and frankly. It has nothing to do with sparring. If it's you, I promise to be your girlfriend. She didn't hate Knight, on the contrary, she had some faint admiration in her heart. She felt that Knight was a very outstanding man, whether in appearance, strength, character, etc., he was excellent in all aspects and was also very popular. In contrast, Urza was more worried about whether such a boring woman who only knew how to fight could really get along with others smoothly. Can she really be a good girlfriend? So, how can you be a qualified girlfriend? When he heard her answer, Knight was stunned for a moment. Suddenly thought of a question. If Urza knew that he had 2 other girlfriends, would she want to beat him to death? Knight didn't expect Urza to answer so seriously. She even said no concern for sparring. Don't panic, stay calm at this time. Then let's start with a kiss. Knight grabbed Urza's shoulders and kissed her first. Unlike the previous times, this time he exercised his boyfriend's power in a reasonable way. Faced with this request, Urza was a little numb, and she was waiting passively. Suddenly, there was a slight movement beside her. Urza's eyes cleared instantly, and she stood up. Lucy woke up lying on the tea table, stretched her body, and moaned comfortably. I'm tired after lying for a long time. Turning around, she saw Knight sitting on the bed and Urza standing straight beside him. Immediately blinked. Urza, you are not going to fight, are you? It's not a fight, it's almost kissing, if you lie for a while longer. Knight complained in his heart, he even forgot Lucy was there. Urza pretended nothing happened. We have an appointment, Knight, spar with me tomorrow. Lucy, I'm going back to the guild dormitory first, bye. If Lucy saw me kissing Knight, I would feel so ashamed. Anyway, let's go to the bookstore and buy a copy of How to Be a Qualified Girlfriend. Knight watched Urza flee in panic and was already looking forward to tomorrow's sparring. You guys want to fight again? Lucy took a sip of the cold chamomile tea. Do you want to join us? Forget it, even if Urza and I are together, we can never beat you. Lucy suddenly remembered something, put down the teacup, ran to Knight in small steps, hugged his arm and begged. Master Knight, please teach me magic, please. By the way, you still owe me a wish, I'm making a wish now, please teach me a super powerful magic. Please, Lord Knight. Please give me flowers. A shameless young lady. Do you think I'm Doraemon? Super powerful magic? Super magic? Nate felt the soft touch on his arm and couldn't help but feel a little headache. It should be said, the young lady is quite good at acting like a spoiled child. Lucy, every time at this time, she wants to corrupt him with her sex. Am I that kind of person? Humph, yes, I am that kind of person. Nate thought for a while, it seems that there is a super magic that suits you very well. Super magic. Lucy's eyes seemed to be glowing, and she hugged her arms tighter. Teach me quickly, teach me. Don't worry. Nate pondered. This super magic is called Star Chart History, one of the celestial magics, belonging to the ability system. Lucy, you are a possession system, it is difficult to learn. Star Chart History, also known as All Stars in the Sky, is an ancient super-large super magic. It can use the power of the 88 stars in the sky to carry out all-round locking attacks. It is a magic that can only be learned by the star magician who has a very profound understanding of star magic. After listening to Knight's introduction, Lucy was surprised. Really? There is such a super magic suitable for me? Teach me, I will study hard. Knight, please. Don't beg me first, I don't know how to do it either. Knight spread his hands. Ah! Lucy was dumbfounded on the spot, and puffed up her cheeks in anger. Damn, I was fooled by you again. Lucy, Lucy, how many times are you going to be fooled? Lucy burst into tears, drew a circle in her heart to curse him, and decided to add more salt to the food today. I can't, but someone can. Knight always finds it fun to tease Lucy. You can ask the Star Spirit King, he will definitely know. Star Spirit King. Lucy looked dazed. Isn't that the greatest star spirit in the star spirit world? How do you know the Star Spirit King? The bearded old man is an old friend of your mother. To be more precise, he has a deep connection with your Heartfilia family. Knight thought to himself, but said. The Star Spirit King came to add me as a friend himself. Wait for me to ask him, and then I will teach you. Yes, the Star Spirit world already has a magic network. Lucy reacted suddenly, but the Star Spirit King took the initiative to add Knight as a friend. This matter is still a little incredible for her, a Star Spirit wizard. Then it's a deal, and you are absolutely not allowed to regret it. The eldest lady stared at Knight without blinking. I know, I'm busy now, you should leave quickly. Hee, thank you Knight. Lucy left happily. The room was finally quiet. 128.0.6 version update. Dark web section, Jerf's Black Magic Tavern. After seeing Lucy off, Knight finally had time to sort out his recent gains. He walked to the desk and sat down, opening the programming tool that came with the Magic Internet. First, he counted the gains from the Magic Arena Guild competition. After the official version is released, the magic power growth it brings every day will exceed the previous internet fee. Sure enough, the game is still the best way to make money. Knight couldn't help but admire that the game was really good. Then, he made some modifications to the client program of Magic Arena. Close the competition server, add some combat expressions, etc. After doing this, Knight began to write dark web. If you are lazy, you can just copy and paste the code of the Magic Web forum. However, since it is a dark web, it must conform to the temperament of the dark web. It can't be simply made into a forum, which is too uncool. The leaks of the Dark Guild should feel like they are at home when they log into the dark web, and experience the intimacy of being at home. Therefore, simply create a virtual Dark Guild tavern through the deep web. The name is too long, just call it Jerf's Black Magic Tavern. It seems to be the same length. Forget it, don't worry about the small details. Just do it when you think of it. Knight immediately closed his eyes and entered the deep web. After spending a lot of reserve magic power, he created a new map. An isolated island in the middle of the sea. The island is surrounded by fog and it is always night. After that, Jerf's Black Magic Tavern was built on the island. It is called a tavern, but it is actually a gloomy, damp, and cold-colored castle building. Then it took several hours to perfect the details. Under the blood moon, Knight stood in the air above the castle and admired himself his masterpiece. Maybe he is more suitable to be a 3D game modeler than a programmer? Knight complained about himself. Consciousness returned to reality. Next, it is to add a port that allows black leaks to enter the tavern through the ring. Knight thought seriously. Magic Arena needs a client because it contains a lot of additional content such as ranking and rank. Jerf's Black Magic Tavern simply provides an entrance, so there is no need to be so troublesome. Just make it a small icon. After a while, Knight got the port. The icon is an ancient castle in the dark. As long as you click this icon, the user can let the consciousness enter Jerf's Black Magic Tavern. Done. Do you want to find someone to test it? After thinking about it, Knight opened the friend list and found the ID of Miss Witch. Sigma Man, Jerf's Black Magic Tavern.jpg. Sigma Man, dear, click on the picture and help me test it. After sending the message, Knight left it alone for the time being. Looking up and out the window, it was already dark. At this time, a private message popped up. Sunny Doll, Lord Knight, Juvia is already in the house on the outskirts of the city. Sunny Doll, Bunny Girl Selfie.jpg. Sunny Doll, this is the first time I wear such bold clothes, Shy.jpg. Juvia in the photo really obediently put on a bunny girl. Different from Urza's black silk bunny girl, Juvia's outfit is more playful and lovely. A white tight-fitting jumpsuit fits Juvia's body and highlights her charming curves. The short design shows off her slender legs and outlines a charming figure. What a cute little white rabbit. Knight likes it very much. Sigma man, it looks so good. As soon as the thought came to Knight, he immediately used Flying Thunder God and instantly moved to the mansion on the outskirts of the city. The next day, it was a little after 9 in the morning. After experiencing an extreme night, Knight came to the guild refreshed. Now that the game is over, everyone has resumed their daily reconstruction work. The construction site is busy again. After seeing Knight, many people greeted him. Good morning, Knight. Good morning. Knight, I can't get into the game. I closed the game server. When the official version is released later, everyone can play ranked games. Oh, nice. It's exciting to think about being able to compete with wizards from all over the continent. Wakaba got excited. I'm going to quit playing landlords and play ranked games in the future. I want to be the first to reach the top. Macau on the side crossed his arms and said, it's impossible for you. How do you know if you don't try? Because I'm the first king. Hey, don't you two want to go to work? How many J did you earn last month? Mr. Wakaba, your wife, Mrs. Agatha, won't beat you, right? Knight couldn't help but complain in his heart. Wizards are really a bunch of idlers. Looking up at the main building of the guild, President Makarov turned into a giant, holding a handful of nails in one hand and a hammer in the other, hammering. President Knight. Makarov looked down and saw Knight picking up tools from the ground, flying lightly to the wooden beam, and also learning to hammer. The old man couldn't help but laugh. You are not good at this kind of work, there is no need to force yourself. I am also a member of the guild, and it's not good to be honest and slack. Knight laughed dryly. Of course, he couldn't hide his slacking from the old man's eyes. As he said, he hammered a nail into the wooden beam. Makarov shook his head and chatted with Knight while working. Have you finished testing your magic arena? Yes, thanks to everyone in the guild. Knight nodded and said, when we have a break at noon, I will redeem the previous prizes and teach everyone the recipe for making the magic recovery potion. It's better not to limit the top 10. Anyone who wants to learn can learn it. Otherwise, it would be a bit unfair to Laxus. Laxus was defeated by a card trick and was eliminated in the top 32. And Mist Gang was eliminated in the top 16 because of a map bug. As S-class wizards of the guild, the strength of these two is undoubtedly the top 3. They really need this potion. Everyone will receive your kindness. Makarov smiled kindly. Knight is still a good boy. Although he never works and often slacks off, he still feels a sense of belonging to the guild. Magic recovery potion is a groundbreaking thing. Most people are so busy hiding it that how can they share it with others? By the way, the trial of Jalal by the council has ended. He has been stripped of the title of the 10 holy mages and sentenced to life imprisonment. Suddenly remembering something, Makarov asked, did the council ask for your advice? What advice? Recommend new candidates for the 10 holy mages. 4.3 What else can I recommend? Oh, yes, I'm the 10 holy mages. Nate didn't even think about it and reported his girlfriend number 3. Is Urza okay? Arisa. The old man pondered for a moment. If a guild has 3 saints, the council doesn't want this to happen. Then Knight thought about it and simply recommended Ultia. You can recommend candidates at will, but whether the council adopts it still needs to be voted by the council. Makarov smiled and shook his head, and suddenly changed the subject. Compared to this, when will the official version be released? Knight's expression was subtle, and it seemed that the president also wanted to play the game. Then release it now. Immediately, he put down the hammer, opened the backend of the Magic Network, and wrote a version update announcement. Magic Internet Alpha 0.6 version update announcement. 129 eat Urza, 4/4 ask for monthly tickets. Magic Internet Alpha 0.6 version update announcement. Added a new game Magic Arena to the game section. In the game, you can compete with wizards from all over the continent. In the game world, players will not be injured or die. Omit a lot of introduction. This update announcement does not have any fancy things. Nate introduced Magic Arena in detail, including the ranking mechanism, season mode, points reward, etc. As long as you read this notice, you can have a concrete concept of the new game. Press the synchronization button. All connected users disconnected. Magic Network has been updated. You can rank now. Go, go, go. I don't know who shouted, and the people working on the construction site excitedly opened the Magic Network one by one. Nate doubted whether this guild could be built one day. At this time, a private message flashed in the upper right corner. Pain Witch, dear brother. Pain Witch, you asked your sister to test 12 things yesterday, it's amazing. Sigma Man, can you get in smoothly? Pain Witch, sister stayed in the castle for a day, I don't know what you want to test. Sigma Man, it's good to be able to enter smoothly, just want to see if this method works. Pain Witch, is that the secret base for a tryst with my sister? Naughty.jpg. Pain Witch, but my sister waited for you for a day and didn't see you come, I was so angry. Sigma Man. You stayed in there for a day just to wait for me? Nate thought, I was accompanying the little white rabbit Juvia yesterday, how can I have the time to look for you? I felt a little headache immediately. I have more and more girlfriends, and I have to accompany each of them. It seems that I need to learn time management in the future. Witch of Pain, forget it, sister is a little witch who is not loved by anyone, crying.jpg. It is rare to see Ursha act like a spoiled child in such a little woman's tone. Nate sent a voice chat with a smile, and the other party answered it immediately. So, the next period of time was spent happily chatting with Ursha. At noon, in the underground tavern. As agreed, Knight taught the guild how to make the magic recovery potion. Myra Jane was the fastest learner, but there were also people who couldn't be taught, such as Natsu. Even Happy has learned it. Natsu, what are you listening to? Nate was somewhat helpless about this. He simply uploaded the production process to the Fairy Tale Love Chat group, so that all group members can check it. If you still don't understand, ask me again. Myra Jane, everyone should thank Knight, this is a very precious potion. A lot of thank you Knight speeches followed. Levy, Sigma Man, Master, if you announce it in the group like this, what if it is leaked? Grey, who dares to leak it, I will not forgive him. Alba Green, no one will leak it, whoever dares to leak it, I will turn him into stone. Kana, wait, Levy, why do you call Knight Master? Levy, I asked Knight to teach programming of the Magic Network, so now you are my master. Smile.jpg. Kana. Kana, I also want to learn a card magic that can kill Laxus in 1 second. Super cool. Kana, if I go to ask for advice, will Knight teach me? Laxus? Knight couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw Kana's words. Why do people always want to learn magic from him recently? Lucy and Juvia haven't been dealt with yet, and now there is another Kana. Knight. Iluza's voice came from behind. Knight closed the chat group and turned to look. Can you come with me? Urza smiled slightly, did you forget the agreement? Isn't it just a competition? Knight happily stood up. Let's go, where do you want to go? The two of them left the guild together. It's not convenient to spar in the town, as it's easy to cause damage. The eastern forest is not suitable either. If the forest is destroyed, Ms. Polishika will be angry again. Let's go to Karna Island. Knight took Urza's hand. Urza was shocked as if she had been electrocuted. Knight was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? You don't want to hold hands. Urza's face was a little red. Well, how should I put it? I'm a little nervous. Before they were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she would not feel strange when Knight held her hand. But after agreeing to be his girlfriend yesterday, she suddenly felt her heartbeat speed up when he held her hand. What a strange feeling. Arisa pursed her lips, but she didn't hate it in her heart. Going to Karna Island? Is it a bit far? Not far, we'll be there in a moment. Knight held Urza's hand tightly. Like most girls' hands, his hand bones are relatively thin, and it's very comfortable to hold. As soon as the thought came to her, a golden magic circle was born under their feet. Arisa only felt that the surrounding scenery changed, and the next moment she appeared in a cave. Is this the cave where Deliara is sealed? No one will disturb us here. Knight pulled Urza in front of him with a smile on his face. Arisa's body tensed up a lot, and she had a premonition of what Knight wanted to do. She thought of the book she bought in the bookstore yesterday. Although it was not the how to be a qualified girlfriend she wanted, it was the girl's love guide. Arisa finished reading it all night, blushing and unable to sleep. She thought she knew everything about love. But when faced with actual combat, she was stunned. Wait a minute. Arisa quickly pushed Knight's chest to stop him from kissing her. No kiss. No, since I agreed to be your girlfriend, I will agree if you want to kiss me. Arisa's eyes were very serious, but her tone was a little shy. Satisfying the boyfriend's desire is also the responsibility of a girlfriend. That's what the book said. With a flash of golden light, she changed into the black silk bunny girl that she had shown at the Akane Resort Hotel before. The armor just now will hit you. After changing clothes, Urza smiled gently. Unlike the usual fairy queen, after entering the identity of a girlfriend, Urza showed a very gentle side. I'm actually worried that the armor will hit me. A wave of pity surged in Knight's heart, and he stretched out his hand to hold her waist and hugged the black stockings bunny girl tightly in his arms. Is it really appropriate for such a good woman to follow a scumbag like me? For a moment, Knight felt a little guilty. Bah! Who is a scumbag? He just wants to give girls a warm home. Don't waste bad girls, don't let down good girls. Can I kiss you? Yeah. Can I touch it? Be gentle. Will you be angry if I tear your stockings? Iluza's face became redder and redder, and she couldn't help punching Knight, saying angrily. Don't say it. I'm already very shy. The rest of the words were interrupted. Knight lowered his head and kissed the queen's red lips. Yesterday he ate a white rabbit, and today he ate a black rabbit. After peeling off Urza's hard armor, Knight was the first person to touch her soft heart. A joyful note gradually echoed in the cave. 130 Demon Heart begins to act, the Saint level 10 battle in the game. While Knight and Urza were caressing each other's bodies in the cave on Karna Island. The outside world was in a carnival because of the appearance of Magic Arena after the update of Magic Network 0.6 version. A spaceship slowly sailed at an altitude of thousands of meters, soaring above the sea of clouds. This is the magic airship of Devil's Heart, one of the three major dark guilds of the Balam Alliance. At this time, inside the airship, an old man wearing black armor, a double-horned helmet, and a fierce look in his eyes slowly spoke. The development of the Tower of Paradise is different from what was expected. Now Jalal has been arrested and tried. Hasn't Altair contacted yet? In front of President Hades, there stood 6 wizards. 5 men and 1 woman. All of them are members of the 7 familiars of Purgatory. The man who looked like an Aries said. President Hades, even if the plan went wrong, Ursha still has a chance to cause chaos. Another young man wearing black framed glasses and a slicked back hair said. Not to mention the key to unlocking Zeref's seal, Ursha didn't even do anything. The fat man with a double chin muttered. She did do something. When the council proposed to use the magic spirit power, she voted against it. The faces of the other people all turned black. Hades frowned. What was Ursha doing? Melty. Yes, President Hades. You go to the council headquarters to see her. I see. I'm on top of you. The girl called Melty wore wing-shaped headphones on her ears and a black cloak. After receiving the president's order, she turned around and left silently. You guys leave. Hades ordered the other 7 followers of Purgatory to leave, and then slowly raised his right hand. On his middle finger, he wore a silver-white ring. After thinking about it, he input magic power into the ring, but the familiar forum interface did not pop up. Instead, an update announcement appeared. Hades read it with interest. Version 0.6? This incredible magic will be truly completed in version 1.0. Muttering, he quickly read the announcement. Can't help squinting. Magic Arena. Clicking on the game section with ease, he saw the 4th game of Magic Network. Guild, Underground Tavern. Makarov sat at the bar and opened the Magic Arena. In the past few days, he participated in the guild competition as a spectator or referee. But now that the official version has been released, Makarov wants to experience it himself. The magic internet in the past was already magical enough. But the emergence of Magic Arena has pushed the height of this magic to an incredible level. It has surpassed the concept of magic, right? Makarov thought in his heart, that kid Knight, could he really make super magic into a magic app? God? Is Knight a god? Maybe Knight is a god, but he is active in the human world as a human. Makarov thought with a smile. Click the game icon of Magic Arena, and the familiar interface appears. However, compared with the previous beta version, the Join the Competition button disappeared, leaving only Ranked Match. We should add a friend battle function, and mention it tonight later. Makarov thought of an old friend who was also one of the 10 holy mages and a former member of the guild. If there was a chance, he would like to have a fight with him in the arena. While thinking, Makarov clicked the ranking button and a prompt popped up immediately. Notes. The player's consciousness enters. It's still the same reminder, asking players to pay attention to safety when playing. After Makarov clicked confirm, he finally entered the matching queue. Waited for about a minute. Looking for opponents of similar strength for you. Matching successful. Do you want to enter the game? Confirm/cancel. After clicking confirm, Makarov felt the consciousness. The surroundings seemed to fall into darkness, and when the vision was restored, it had already appeared on the Sky Island map. You have entered the Sky Island arena. Wish you a happy game. The 2 floating texts turned into flames and disappeared, and Makarov set his sights on his opponent. Unlike the beta version, the official version can see some necessary information above the opponent's head. Player nickname, Preshedo. Rank, Bronze Wizard. Wins and losses, 0/0. It was the first time for them to rank, so the wins and losses were naturally 0, and the rank was the lowest bronze. However, when Makarov saw the opponent's nickname, he was stunned on the spot. Preshedo. He looked at his opponent in shock. Wow, is the first opponent you? Hades's eyes were also somewhat surprised. Although Makarov's nickname was Fairy Tale's Head, he would never forget his appearance. You are President Preshedo. Makarov was shocked. Long time no see, kid. Hades smiled. Seeing you reminded me of 48 years ago. Mavis handed over the position of president to me, and I, in turn, handed over the position of president to you. Now 48 years have passed, I didn't expect you to be so old. Makarov was shocked. 48 years later, the second-generation president who left a sentence "I'm going to travel around the world" still looks the same as before. I didn't expect to meet again in the game, President Presheto. The old man took a deep breath and said, "But after so many years, I thought you were already buried." Same here, we are all old. Hades smiled faintly, but the young people nowadays are really scary. They can create such incredible magic, and they are members of your fairy tale. You? Makarov frowned. Enough of the small talk, let me try whether this magic is as the announcement said. It won't kill people. Hearing this, Makarov's face was solemn, and he immediately waved his fingers and chanted, "Dispel the darkness, holy rain of light." In an instant, dozens of light arrows with golden tails shot towards Hades. Hades smiled disdainfully, "Too young, kid." The same spell chanted, "Devour the light, the shadow of everlasting darkness." The dark magic formed a magic shield in front of him, instantly absorbing all the light arrow attacks. Seeing this scene, Makarov's face changed. "Your magic, dark magic." The cave. The rain and clouds stopped. Arisa panted softly, holding the wall of the cave with both hands, and her long legs trembled slightly. There was still a blush on her face. Nate held her in his arms and sat on the rock beside him, enjoying a moment of warmth. "It seems that the sparring will have to be left until tomorrow, Urzali." Arisa put her arms around Knight's neck, snuggled in his arms, and insisted with gritted teeth, "It's just a minor injury, it doesn't matter." "No, why are you so persistent?" Nate didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wouldn't run away, there was no time for sparring. 131 Identity exposed? The two walked out of the cave together. The advantage of pretend magic is that after the task is completed, you can change into a new set of clothes by just shouting "change clothes." At this time, Urza has changed her torn bunny girl costume into a set of clothes of far leisure. However, when walking, there is still a little discomfort. "Does it hurt?" Knight held her hand, holding it in the way that lovers hold their fingers together. Urza smiled gently. "It hurts a little at first, but it won't hurt soon. You are better than Altair and Juvia." Knight thought, the first time with Urza was in the wild. This was completely unexpected. At first, he did plan to spar with Urza on this island, but when he was teleported to the cave, he couldn't help but start to fight. "Shall we go to the beach to spar? The place where you fought with Laxus last time." Urza still missed the sparring. Knight took her to the beach on the west side of the island. "The last time we fought with Laxus, the beach here was devastated. After a while, the tide rose and fell, and the beach returned to its former appearance." Knight took Urza by the hand and found a reef to sit on. The sea breeze brought a cool breeze. "Let's wait a few days before sparring. It would be bad if the wound was affected." Knight put his arm around Urza's waist and kissed her on the cheek. "Don't force yourself. You can spar anytime you want. I will always be with you." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Urza smiled and felt her boyfriend's care. She couldn't help but lean her head on his shoulder. Although the companions of the Guild 803 are all family members, her boyfriend gives her a completely different feeling. Urza is in a good mood. Whether it is her mind or her body, the double pleasure makes her extremely relaxed. The two snuggled together, enjoying the breeze and admiring the magnificence and vastness of the sea. "Nate. What's wrong? Do you like me?" Iluza felt that Nate definitely likes me, but she still wanted to hear her boyfriend tell her in person. "Is this uneasy?" Nate thought that after he had sex with Juvia, Juvia would never consider such a thing. In contrast, the Fairy Queen, who has an extremely strong personality on the outside, is actually full of anxiety in her heart. Just like armor, armor is just her protective color. Faced with this situation, Knight replied in an affirmative tone. "I like it." Iluza turned her head and looked at Knight without blinking. When did you like me? Was it when you were in the resort hotel? Earlier. Earlier? In prison together in the council. Earlier. Ah. Iluza opened her beautiful eyes wide, wanting to laugh but not laughing. In the guild tavern, the first time we met. Is this love at first sight? Iluza was touched. Knight shook his head. It's a little earlier. I don't know. Urza laughed. When did you see me? Was it when you were on a mission? I liked you the moment you were born. Knight said with a smile. Urza blushed at the love words. Uneasy? How could I be uneasy? Happy and shy. You are so good at making girls happy. Urza pretended to be angry, but actually raised her mouth. Have you dated many girls before? Not to mention the past, now there are 3. Knight thought, this can't be told to her, he is afraid that he will be beaten if he tells her. At least not now. There is no answer to such a meaningless question. This sentence is not a question, the answer itself is not important. Knight asked back, then do you like me? Yes, I do. Urza nodded seriously. When did you like me? When we were in jail together in the council. Iluza's eyes were very gentle. At that time, I just thought you were amazing, and then you told me that Zakrane was a thought body. After that, we went to the Tower of Paradise together, and you rescued me from the painful memories of my childhood. At that time, I might really like you. So at that time, facing Knight's first kiss, she didn't refuse at all. The two stared at each other, and then kissed each other. Time was up. Knight did not take Urza back to Magnolia, but teleported to the nearest port town of Harjan. After enjoying a sumptuous seafood dinner with Urza, he accompanied her shopping and bought some new clothes. The previous black silk bunny girl could no longer be worn, so Knight paid for a new one. After that, the two went to the hotel. Iluza. What's wrong? Your armor is a bit revealing. I think you should wear more in the future. Hearing this, Urza couldn't help laughing and said, are you jealous? Jealous? Knight admitted frankly, I don't want my girlfriend to be harassed by other people, and the eyes are not good. Listen to you. Urza smiled happily. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Knight on the street. I will pay attention in the future. The two started the second round in the hotel. Iluza has a lot of attack speed equipment, and the bunny girl is just one of them. Knight thinks it may take a long time to try everyone. It's decided. Today is the little nurse Urza. The next day. After a wonderful night with Urza, Knight used the Flying Thunder God magic to teleport back to Magnolia. First, he sent Urza back to the girls' dormitory to rest, and then went to the guild. It was already 9:30 in the morning. When Knight arrived at the construction site, he found that many people gathered together. I have been taken care of by you all during this period. I should go now. Thank you all. Wendy put her hands in front of her and bowed politely to everyone. Happy took out a fish. Xiaolulu, do you want to eat fish? Humph. Xiaolulu still turned her head away as usual. Shy again, so cute. Happy's eyes were full of love. Lucy didn't complain, but asked, won't you stay for a while longer? I have been away from the guild for many days. The president will be worried. Miss Lucy, you can come to our guild next time. Wendy smiled sweetly. After a few days of getting along, she was no longer as shy as she was at the beginning. Are you leaving? Nate walked over. Mr. Knight, thank you for inviting me to Fairy Tale. Wendy thanked again. It's just as the rumors say, it's a very good guild. Nate smiled and thought, it won't be long before you join. Did you meet the person you wanted to meet? Wendy was stunned for a moment. The person you want to meet, Jalal. Seeing her reaction, Knight immediately realized that Mist Gang didn't reveal his identity to Wendy. After thinking about it, he didn't say much. We'll see each other later, so goodbye, Wendy, Xiaolulu. Goodbye, Mr. Knight, Miss Lucy, and everyone in Fairy Tale. After seeing Wendy off, everyone started working again. Magnolia, Magic Train Station. Wendy and Xiaolulu got on the train. When the train started, Wendy suddenly felt dizzy. What's wrong? Xiaolulu said with concern. I want to vomit. Wendy lay on the table, her eyes turned into mosquito coils. It's just like what Grandine said, I have become like Mr. Natsu after learning the secret of Dragon Slayer. Her strength has been greatly improved, and Wendy has also ushered in the unique symptom of Dragon Slayer Wizard's fear of transportation. This scene happened to be seen by a man outside the train. Senior Mr. Gang. Mr. Gang was stunned for a moment, turned around and saw Knight. No need to call me Senior, Knight. Knight nodded, I want to ask you something. What is it? Mr. Gang was puzzled and asked back, how do you know I'm here? Knight pointed to his eyes, you have been closing some small animus, right? Can you tell me where there are some recently? I want to go to Edras. Mr. Gang was stunned for a moment. When was his identity exposed? 132. Your friend Star King sent a courier. Mr. Gang didn't know where his identity was exposed. This was the second time he met Knight, and few people in the guild knew what he looked like. Is it Laxus? Mr. Gang thought about it seriously. He read the forum posts, and naturally he would not miss the shocking remarks of Voldemort. So he asked. You want to go to the world of Edlas to find Myra's sister. But how do you know about anima? Knight saw the forum posts and learned about the parallel world. He also learned about his true appearance from Laxus. From this, he guessed that he came from another parallel time and space. These are all reasonable. But where did the information about anima come from? Knight smiled and pointed to his eyes again. It's called Six Eyes, which can see the flow of magic in everything. For example, now I can see that there is no magic in your body. In fact, I knew this when we first met in the guild tavern and you hypnotized everyone and accepted the commission on the notice board. Mr. Gang looked surprised. It sounded like this eye magic was very powerful. Knight continued. In this world under our feet, there are magic factors between heaven and earth and all things, and they circulate among all things. And the magic of wizards comes from this. They cast magic by controlling the magic in their bodies. You are special, Mr. Gang. You don't have magic factors in your body. After hearing this, Mr. Gang finally understood. In Knight's eyes, he was probably a firefly in the dark night, and it was hard not to be noticed. He showed a look of realization. So, you were not hypnotized by my magic at that time because of these eyes? Yes. But how do you know anima? I went to the place where Lysina disappeared with Myra before, and saw the remnants of anima's magic there. Knight chuckled and said, before asking you, I asked Voldemort first, and he kindly told me about the existence of this super subspace magic. Voldemort, this person really knows everything. Mr. Gang sighed, a little curious about who the other party was. Let's talk somewhere else. The station with a dense flow of people is obviously it's not a good place to talk. Knight and Mr. Ergen came to the eastern forest. Under the tree, Mr. Ergen took off his mask, revealing a face exactly like Jalal's. I'm sorry, I didn't hide my identity from the guild, but it would be troublesome to move around in this world with this face. Zikaline, Jalal, Mr. Ergen. If I don't cover my face, I will definitely get into trouble. Knight can certainly understand him, and he would do the same. It seems that you are also very hard. Knight, you want to go to Edras? Mr. Ergen shook his head and said, I hope you give up this matter. Knight guessed that he would say this, and even guessed the reason. Sure enough, the other party's next sentence was as he expected. You can indeed go to Edras through anima, but you have found Lysina, how will you get back then? Anima is a one-way teleportation magic that only absorbs the magic power of Aslan. People can also go through anima. But this magic cannot be transmitted in the opposite direction. You're right. I've also considered this situation, so Knight stretched out his hand and pinched the air. A golden light flashed, and a magic card engraved with the Flying Thunder God magic circle condensed into shape. With a flick of his hand, he flew the card to Mr. Gang. I hope you can send this card to another world next time you close the small anima. Mr. Gang was stunned for a moment, and his tone was a little shocked. Can your space magic penetrate the subspace like anima? I don't know, so I'll try it. Knight explained properly, my magic is called Flying Thunder God, which is a permanent magic. Unless it is destroyed by humans, the coordinate magic circle will always exist. Mr. Gang finally understood. Knight is ready to use his space magic to travel through parallel worlds. If successful, he can also use the same method to bring people back. It seems that my worry is unnecessary. Mr. Gang nodded and agreed to help. I will try it next time I meet Anima. Thank you, Mr. Gang. You're welcome. We are all guild companions. You also gave me a ring before. Speaking of rings, Knight immediately thought that if everything goes well, he will have to bring a batch of second-generation magic net rings to complete the task. After that, the two added each other as friends. After saying goodbye to Mr. Gang, Knight returned to the guild. He opened the friend list and looked at the growing friend list. Among them, Mr. Gong's magic net nickname is Mr. Gang. Another idiot who uses his real name to surf the internet. No, Mr. Gong's real name is Gerald. Speaking of friends, where is Loki? Knight suddenly remembered that he had added Loki as a friend in order to study the celestial body. But until now, the other party has not responded. Using developer privileges, I retrieved Loki's profile. The result showed that the other party was last online 10 days ago. No one is in the guild, and I haven't logged into the magic network for 10 days. Is he dead? Nate thought in surprise. Loki is a star spirit, the zodiac, Leo. Under normal circumstances, star spirits will not die. But Loki stayed in the human world for 3 years, relying entirely on his own magic power, and his vitality never stopped. After thinking about it, Knight opened the Star Spirit King's friends and sent a private message. Sigma Man, hello, Star Spirit King, is Leo of the Zodiac dead? He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. The Star Spirit King replied in seconds. Star Spirit King, Leo? He committed a sin that a star spirit must not commit, and was exiled to the human world by me. Star Spirit King, he's not dead yet, but he's dying. It's okay if he's not dead. Knight turned to another matter. Sigma Man, I want to trouble you with something. Celestial Spirit King, even if it is your friend's request, you cannot forgive Leo's crime. This is an ancient covenant. Sigma Man, it's not him, it's the children of Heartfilia's generation, about Lucy Heartfilia. Sigma Man, she wants to learn the history of the star map. Celestial Spirit King, my old friend's daughter. Sure enough, as soon as Lucy Heartfilia's name was mentioned, the Celestial Spirit King immediately understood. Knight suddenly thought of it. 1 day in the celestial spirit world is equal to 1 month in the human world. Lucy's mother, Layla Heartfilia, died 7 years ago. For the Celestial Spirit King, it was only 3 months ago. Sigma Man, yes, Lucy is Layla's daughter. Sigma Man, so, can you give her a magic book? It doesn't matter if it's not a star map history, it would be even better if it's Star Spirit Magic Encyclopedia or something like that. Since he's already asked, Knight doesn't mind asking for more. Star Spirit King. Seemingly frustrated by Knight's flirting, he replied after a while. Star Spirit King, my friend, how about this? Star Spirit King, you and Lucy should come to the Star Spirit Realm as guests. Another invitation to the Star Spirit Realm? Knight thought about it and it didn't seem impossible. But not recently, he still had to write a magic app and live broadcast. Sigma Man, I'll bring her to visit after a while. Star Spirit King, I am waiting for you, my friend. Nate didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Star Spirit King regarded him as an equal. At this time, a prompt popped up. Your friend Star Spirit King sent you a Magic Network Express, do you want to receive it? Star Spirit King, since it is your request, give this gift to Lucy. Star Spirit King, maybe it will be useful, maybe not. Fuck, old man with a beard, you learn very quickly, even express delivery. Nate clicked to receive with a little curiosity. A golden light flashed, the magic circle was born, and the express delivery arrived. Nate grabbed it in his hand and looked at it curiously. A simple cylindrical wooden handle with a dark brown center and a golden edge. A yellow star-shaped pendant hung at the end of the wooden handle. What is this? Before he asked, Star Spirit King took the initiative to explain. Star King, it is the Star River of Eridanus, a whip of the Star World that can be extended and retracted freely. Star King, a Star World equipment that can only be used by Star Wizards. Eridanus? Nate doesn't know much about astronomy, but he still knows Eridanus, a southern constellation. One of the 88 constellations. Tried to inject magic power into it, but there was no response. Then, he changed to injecting star power. The next moment, the Star River was activated. A stream of flowing water was generated from the front end of its handle, twisting like an actual whip. Can I use it too? Nate was surprised, am I also a Star Wizard? 133 Knight, I have a friend who is more of a playboy, 4/4, please vote for the monthly ticket. Knight played with the great river of stars in his hand. What the Star Spirit King said was right, it seemed to be somewhat useful, but it also seemed to be useless. This seems to be Lucy's whip. Knight recalled and remembered that Lucy did have such a weapon in the future. He had forgotten when and by what means he got it. Of course, this was not important. Compared to this, Knight was a little surprised that he could activate the Great River of Stars. The magic power contributed by the leaks in the Star Spirit realm was special, and Knight named it Star Spirit Power. He extracted a trace of Star Spirit Power from the reserve magic power of the Deep Web and injected it into the Great River of Stars, and activated this weapon. Am I an alternative Star Spirit Wizard? Knight shook his head and put the Great River of Stars away. Open the library and search for Karen. Too much information was retrieved. Knight added keywords such as Astral Mage and Blue Pegasus. Soon, information about a woman appeared in front of him. Karen Lilica, a member of the Blue Pegasus Guild, a celestial mage. Died in X781. After death, the tombstone was buried in. Knight found the location of Callan's tomb. It should be there. Knight's thought moved, like a beam of golden light, rising into the sky, and flew out of Magnolia in a blink of an eye. Citizens on the street looked up. Fireworks in broad daylight. Is it a meteor? So fast, I saw it in a turn. Callan's tomb. Located in front of a waterfall, the water rushed down, stirring up a large area of water. Loki knelt in front of the tombstone, his spirit was exhausted. Suddenly, a golden light fell from the sky. It landed with a thud. Sure enough, it's here. Loki raised his head, a look of astonishment on his weak face. Nate. Good morning. Not really, it's almost noon. Nate greeted him and looked at him. He had become translucent, and firefly-like light spots kept coming out of Loki. Loki smiled bitterly. I'm about to disappear. I'm sorry for hiding it from you. Actually, I know you're a star spirit. Knight nodded, I knew it the first time I saw you. Sorry, I forgot your 6 eyes. Loki was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, how did you know I was here? I asked the Star Spirit King, he said you were dying, so I investigated through the magic network. The ordinary answer made Loki look dull. Ask the Star Spirit King. Why does this sound weird? However, considering Knight's magic and mystery, he didn't find it strange. I need you to do me a favor. Knight chuckled. Loki shook his head helplessly. In a few hours, I will disappear from this world, and I may not be able to help. Before he finished speaking, Knight raised his hand and shot out a star power. This magic power was injected into Loki's body, and in an instant, the originally translucent Loki became solid again. Loki was dumbfounded on the spot. This is the magic power of the star world. He blurted out in shock. Knight nodded and suggested, the magic arena lacks an administrator. Anyway, you can't go back to the star world, why don't you help me manage the arena? Star spirits are special and can be summoned in the arena. Loki can naturally enter it. Magic arena. Loki looked at confused. I forgot that you haven't been online these days. Anyway, you'll know when you go in. Knight put his hand on Loki's shoulder, and the next moment, the other party disappeared in front of him. At the same time, Knight closed his eyes and entered the arena. Magic arena. Knight and Loki appeared in the sky above the island of Sky. It was not the sky above the map, but the boundless and empty deep web space outside the map. What is this place? Loki asked in surprise. Game world. Knight briefly talked about the magic arena and pointed to the 5 maps below. These are all different arenas. Sky, volcano, Gobi, seaside, forest. 5 game maps. In each map, there are 2 players fighting. When someone loses, the 2 players will be kicked out of the game. The next second, a new player will come in. Loki stared at the scene blankly and couldn't help saying, "You are a god, right?" Knight. Knight smiled and said, "I just made the game I imagined in my mind into reality. Just like a forum needs a forum administrator, a game also needs a game administrator." After a long while, Loki came back to his senses. He was ready to face the arrival of death, but he was saved by Knight. If he could live, he didn't want to die easily. How can he repay this favor? Knight, no, Lord Knight, what do you want me to do for you? Loki said solemnly. Are you a warrior? Still doing the old-fashioned loyalty? Knight complained in his heart, don't be so polite, they are all companions of the guild. After a pause, he said, have you seen those game maps? There are only 5 maps, and there are thousands of players queuing outside. Playing a game, queuing for a whole day may not be able to play a game, this game is a dead end. So, what you need to do now is very simple, help make more maps. Based on the current scale of players, at least 50 or even 100 maps are needed to avoid long queues. But it is very troublesome to let Knight make the maps himself. It is very suitable to hand it over to Loki. He can be lazy again. Make more game maps. Loki nodded, this kind of trivial matter is not worth mentioning compared to the grace of saving my life. You will not think so when you start making maps. This kind of work is very boring. Knight thought to himself, and then lowered his voice. In fact, there is another more important thing, I want to ask you. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best to help you. Even if I die. Loki's face was solemn, and he listened attentively. You don't have to be so serious. It's just that I have a friend, he's a bit of a playboy, dating 3 girlfriends at the same time. Maybe there will be more in the future, but they don't know each other yet. And you, Loki, you can date multiple girlfriends at the same time, do you have any experience to share with me? Share with my friends. The friend you are talking about is you, right? Loki's eyes twitched. You're 2.4. What kind of people are your friends? 3 girlfriends? There is no fixed experience for this kind of thing. Different policies should be formulated according to the personality of each girl. Knight was speechless. Forget it, let's just throw it away. One is called Altair, a counselor of the Magic Council. One is called Urza Chocolate. The other is Juvia. At this point, Knight paused, and then added, maybe there will be Myra and Lucy in the future. Loki was petrified on the spot. What kind of hell difficulty is this? Let's not talk about the commentator Yerusha for now, he is not familiar with her. The other 4 are all from our guild. When the Shura field breaks out, it's not surprising that you will be hunted down any day. However, having said that, Loki couldn't help but admire him. He dated multiple girlfriends, all of whom were girls outside. Nate, you are the real hero. 134 Kana's divination, Knight's face of women's difficulties. After a conversation with Loki, Knight benefited a lot. As expected, he is the best person in Weekly Sosara who wants to be ranked as a boyfriend. Loki has a lot of experience in dating multiple girls, and his highest record is dating 9 girls at the same time, and he can stabilize the situation without exploding. Awesome! Nate couldn't help but praise him, thinking, 9 jumps, are you Amamiyuren? Loki shook his head modestly. Nate, you dare to date Urza, and you can successfully make her your girlfriend, I admire you. Don't let her know, otherwise you will definitely be beaten up. Besides, unlike my situation, your girlfriends are almost all guild members, and the risk of being exposed is very high. Nate corrected, my friend. Loki was speechless. Anyway, I wish you good luck. No, I wish your friend good luck. Why does your tone sound like you are sending me to the battlefield? Nate complained in his heart, it's just 3 ships. As we all know, triangle the shape is the most stable. Let's go out first. Nate stretched out his hand and pressed Loki's shoulder. With a thought, the 2 of them left the arena in an instant. Back to the tombstone of Karen 13. Nate stretched out his hand and said, give me your magic net ring first. Loki took the ring as he said. Nate took the ring, just held it for a while and returned it to the other party. I added the permission to enter and exit the magic arena freely to your ring. If you have time, help me make a map. Please rest assured, I will do my best to help you. Loki nodded solemnly and put the ring back on. Then I'll go first. Nate glanced at Karen's tombstone. Then he thought and turned into a beam of golden light and rose from the ground, disappearing into the sky in an instant. The flying speed of the air dance is extremely fast. After a while, Knight landed on the construction site of the guild. I was going to find a cool place, sit down and write the code, and write the law of super magic fairies into an app as soon as possible. At this time, Kana ran to me excitedly with a copy of Weekly Sosara. Nate, look at this. What is this? The ranking of the most wanted boyfriends. Kana pointed to the title of one of the pages of the magazine. You are ranked first, and you are far ahead of the second place. Nate raised his eyebrows and looked at it curiously. First, there was a half-length handsome photo, and below the photo was a personal introduction. Nate, the Wizard of Fairy Tale, the founder of the Magic Internet, and one of the 10 Holy Wizards. There were age, height, weight and other data on it. Finally, there was the number of votes. Nate noticed that his votes were almost 3 times that of the second place. How about it? Kana blinked. Don't you want to give a speech to thank me for winning the award? How do you feel about being the most popular boy this week? By the way, I voted for you too. Knight raised his lips slightly and snorted, I don't care about this kind of false reputation. Kana couldn't help laughing, you should press your lips to be more convincing. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Knight rolled his eyes at her. Of course I'm happy to be popular, especially to be popular with young women. As a man, it's okay to be a little proud. Can't I talk to you if I have nothing to do? Kana sat on the pile of wood opposite, and then took out a bottle of wine from somewhere. Knight thought, you really can't leave the wine without you. I was a little surprised that you didn't take out a bucket of wine directly. Seeing him staring at her, Kana paused slightly when opening the bottle. Do you want to drink too? No. What's the point of life without drinking? Kana has already started drinking, blowing directly into the bottle. Knight was a little impressed by her drinking capacity, a heroine. Actually. After drinking a little, Kana became shy. Actually, I want to ask. Teach you space card magic. Knight simply followed her words. Hey? How do you know? Kana was stunned for a moment. Ah, you also saw the group chat. Yes, I saw it. So, can you please teach me? Kana put the bottle aside and clasped her hands together and begged, I'll treat you to a drink. For a month. Can you change it? Knight was helpless. You like to drink, but I don't. So you agreed. Kana looked surprised. Is that the point? The point is to change it. Well, let me think about it. Kana pondered for a moment, and her eyes lit up. How about I go on a date with you? Why don't you help me with divination? Knight remembered that Kana's divination magic was a branch of card magic. Eh? You don't want to date me? You're shocked. Kana took out a bunch of cards from her pants pocket, but I'm good at fortune telling. Knight, what do you want to tell? Love. How long can I live? Knight asked. He was very curious about this question. I see such a boring fortune telling. Kana commented and quickly manipulated the magic cards. After a series of rituals that Knight couldn't understand but thought were meaningless, Kana asked him to draw a card from the deck. Draw a card, open the card. Kana stared at the card for a long time without saying a word. Knight couldn't help asking, is it because the fortune-telling can't tell my lifespan? Maybe his lifespan is too long, good thing. Kana chuckled. It's very strange. It's obviously a divination to predict how long you can live, but the result shows that you have a face that is difficult for women. What does it mean exactly? It's because you are too popular with girls. The result of the divination is very reasonable. Knight, you must be the type who flirts with other girls. Knight's heart skipped a beat. Could he be destined to be chopped by a hatchet? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of feudal superstition? Let me teach you space card magic. Don't believe it. My divination is very accurate. Do you still want to learn? Sorry, Mr. Knight. The divination was wrong just now. Mr. Knight must be a loyal and affectionate man. Kana held back her laughter and changed her words on the spot. Knight was speechless. Sister is really flexible. Watch out, I will only teach you once. This magic is very simple. It's easy to master if you grasp the trick. Okay, teacher. Just as Knight was teaching Kana magic. 730 Council Headquarters. Ultia had just finished a council meeting. The meeting mainly discussed the candidates for the new Saint 10 magicians. According to the speaker, a Saint 10 recommended her. It turned out to be her boyfriend. Stinky brother, what does sister want Saint 10 for? You didn't even come to see me. If you don't come, sister will go to find you. Ultia thought happily in her heart. Back to her mansion, as soon as she entered the door, Ultia's eyes fixed. On the sofa in the living room, sat a girl with short pink hair. Ulu. The girl just called the name, and suddenly realized that it was wrong, and quickly changed her words. Sorry, I forgot that you don't like others calling you Ulu. Melty? Ultia smiled slightly, and her rosy lips kissed. It doesn't matter, you can call me whatever you want. I don't like being called Ulu because of the misunderstanding with my mother in the past. But it doesn't matter now. Melty was stunned. After not seeing her for a while, she felt that Ultia seemed to have changed. She used to always exude a gloomy atmosphere, but now it's like a woman in love? Melty had a strange feeling. Ultia, the president asked me to see you. About the key. 135 Ultia doesn't want to do it anymore. For Knight, magic can be mastered instantly, but under his personal teaching, Kana took an afternoon to get started. At this time, it was dusk. Kana used magic to lock a wooden stake into the card, and immediately shouted excitedly. Great, finally succeeded. Knight breathed a sigh of relief. Next, you need to practice more by yourself. I have taught you all the tricks, he said, and stood up to leave. Kana came closer, bent her left leg backward, stood on tiptoe with her right foot, and kissed Knight hard on the face. Mua, thank you, Knight. After the kiss, she smiled and winked. When you want to date me, you can always date me. Sure enough, it's a difficult woman, your divination is really accurate. Knight looked at her back as she left happily, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, am I a philanderer? Obviously, if the flowers are in full bloom, butterflies will come. However, he didn't have the energy to date Kana for the time being. Finish the recent internet development work first and then consider it. Back to the 70,000 J monthly apartment. Knight remembered that he still had something to give to Lucy, so he simply went to the next door. Six Eyes didn't see Lucy's magic in the house. Not at home? Going to buy groceries? Nate turned the doorknob, the door was locked, and he immediately thought and teleported in. The layout of Lucy's house was almost exactly the same as his apartment. The difference was that this room was a girl's room. Nate made himself a cup of tea, drank tea, wrote code, and waited for Lucy to come home to cook. After a while, a private message suddenly popped up. Pain Witch, dear, sister encountered a headache. Pain Witch, sofagirl.jpg. Miss Witch's private messages are always accompanied by photos. Nate opened the picture and found that the person inside was not Altair, but a girl wearing wing-shaped headphones. Nate naturally recognized the other party. She is still a small lowly now, and she will grow into a towering mountain in 7 years. Sigma Man, very cute. Pain Witch, she is one of the 7 followers of Purgatory of the Devil's Heart, Melty. White Eyes.jpg. Sigma Man, what's wrong? Pain Witch, my sister brainwashed Jalal when she was a child. In fact, the real purpose was not the R system. It was just a cover to attract the council. Son. Witch of Pain, originally, the council should use the magic spirit power to attack the Tower of Paradise, and my sister took this opportunity to create chaos and get one of the 3 keys. Witch of Pain, the key to unlock Ziref's seal. This is Ursha's original mission and purpose. Getting the 3 keys can awaken Ziref's true power and create a great magic world. In the great magic world, Ursha's magic can be greatly enhanced. The Lost Magic Time Arc. Use this magic to reverse the time, back to the past, back to the childhood when she and her mother were still in love. Pain Witch, of course it is not needed now. My sister has no interest in the key now. Sigma Man, you are right not to be interested. That will only make Ziref forget the value of life and bring destruction to the era. Pain Witch, ~.jpg. Sigma Man, in short, it will attract a black dragon. Pain Witch, black dragon. Pain Witch, forget it, my sister has no interest in the key, but Hades has sent someone to find me. Knight probably understood what she meant by headache. Sigma Man, why not just quit the Devil's Heart? Pain Witch, sister thinks so too. Pain Witch, I'll quit my position as a counselor too. I'll find you then shy.jpg. Pain Witch, bathroom selfie.jpg. Knight opened the door and saw Ursha standing in front of the bathroom mirror, naked, with nothing covering her. She even deliberately posed in a seductive pose to show off her feminine beauty. Damn witch, she came to seduce him again on the street. Who can stand this? Knight immediately closed the Magic Network private chat and activated the Spacetime Magic Flying Thunder God. A golden magic circle was born under his feet. Next, the person had disappeared in Lucy's house. Ultia's mansion. Bathroom. Ultia stood in front of a full-length mirror, taking more private and bold photos. Humph, if you don't come to me, I'll be so greedy for you. I'll keep you awake at night. Ultia's mouth slightly raised. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and Te appeared in the mirror. At the same time, two hands hugged her from behind. Ah! Ultia screamed, and her face turned red. Are you not happy that I'm here? Knight teased. Ultia's heart beat faster, like a deer. He really came. Happy and shy, stinky brother, almost scared his sister to death. At this time, a concerned voice sounded in the living room outside. Ultia. What's wrong? Nothing. Don't come in. Ultia shouted quickly, turned around and looked at Knight with a reproachful look. There's someone at home. Can't I do anything when there's someone? Miss Witch, you asked for it. Knight complained in his heart, picked her up, and pressed her against the tile wall. As a couple, Ursha knew what Knight wanted to do, and immediately patted his shoulder shyly. No. Sister is wrong. In the living room. Melty was holding a cup of coffee, sitting on the sofa and playing mahjong. From time to time, a suppressed voice came from the bathroom, which made her frown slightly. Ursha? Are you really okay? It's okay, I accidentally twisted my foot. Do you need help? No. Melty, who was ignorant, did not doubt anything. She was only 13 years old. Continue to play mahjong seriously. Her next home, the nickname of the magic network is like an angel. Damn, her luck is too good. She has already clicked the next home 7 times in a row. All the happy beans are about to be lost. I don't know how long it has been since I was addicted to mahjong. Ursha walked out of the bathroom with a ruddy face. She was wearing a pure white bath towel and her hair was tied on top of her head. Sitting opposite the sofa, he drank a glass of water to moisten his throat. Ah, I lost again. Melty looked at the happy beans that had returned to 0 in annoyance, and when she looked up, she found that Ursha had finished her bath. Ursha, I'm going to take a bath. Wait. Ursha stopped him. Knight was still taking a bath. About the Kiat. Melty sat down and listened obediently. I don't want to do it anymore, I want to quit the Devil's Heart, do you want to join me? Melty sat there in a daze. 136 Welcome to Ziref's Black Magic Tavern. Ursha, you want to quit the Devil's Heart, why? Melty was puzzled. I did a lot of bad things in the past, and now I want to atone for my past self. Ursha sighed softly. Atonement? Melty whispered, Ultia, you've changed. What about you? Ursha smiled, her long legs folded together under the bath towel, her expression very relaxed and comfortable. Will you come with me? Where to? Melty asked. Ultia's white and tender feet swayed gently, and the cool slippers hung on her cute toes. Well, let me think about it. How about going to Magnolia and joining the Wizard Guild fairy tale? Ah! Melty was completely stunned. They were from the Dark Guild, and they could join the regular guild fairy tale? President Hades will not allow us to leave just like that. That's right. Ultia held her chin with one hand, also showing a distressed look. In the heart of the devil, I only worry about you. Since it is to atone, let's start with Melty beside her. Melty is her adopted child, but she once caused great harm to this child. In the bathroom, Nate was enjoying a bath in a 970 stone bathtub. The conversation outside was naturally not hidden from his ears. Not only did the witch lady want to quit Devil's Heart, but she also wanted to join fairy tale. Altair, Urza, Juvia, I can make up a mahjong table. Nate seriously considered whether to confess to the witch lady. Juvia knew that Altair was his first girlfriend, but Altair didn't know Juvia. If she really wanted to join fairy tale, Knight felt that he needed to tell her about it in advance. Otherwise it felt like Shura Field would break out. The witch lady, who felt that she was being concealed and deceived, might fight with Juvia. However, this matter needs to be said at a suitable opportunity. Press Hito. Knight opened the magic network and used the developer's authority to retrieve all the information of this ID. This is Hades's magic network nickname. Melty told Ultia, and Ultia just told him. Hey! Knight looked surprised. He found that Hades was online and in the matching queue of Magic Arena. Magic network nickname, Press Hito. Rank, Bronze Mage. Wins and losses, 1/0. Knight was stunned for a moment, and after retrieving more information, he found that Hades' only ranking opponent was Makarov, and he won. Interesting. The second-generation president of Fairy Tail actually fought with the third-generation president in the game world. After a little thought, Knight used his trumpet to add the other party as a friend and sent a message. There was no extra text in the message, just a small picture. At the same time, the heart of the devil, the magic airship. Magic Arena brought an indescribable shock to Hades. Yesterday, he met Makarov in the ranking, and he defeated him easily. No, to be precise, he killed him. Everything was so real, but he knew that Makarov was not dead. Why? After the fight, he added Makarov as a friend. Makarov can be seen online in the friend list. This means that the owner of the ring is not dead. Such a real arena is not the level that illusion can reach. It has surpassed the general magic, super magic, forbidden magic, and lost magic. Even I, who have stepped into the abyss of magic, cannot see through or understand the incredible power. It is not an exaggeration to call it the realm of God. Hades had to guess so. No magician can do this. Even his former master, Jalal, who is known as the greatest black magician, can't do it. Naturally, De had the idea that Knight was a god. It's a pity that the queue time is too long. If I can enter a few more times, I may discover some mysteries. Hades frowned. Since yesterday, he has been queuing up, and he hasn't been in line for the second time. Suddenly, a prompt popped up in the upper right corner of the Magic Network interface, which was a friend request. Applicant, Voldemort. Message, Jerf's Black Magic Tavern.jpg. Hades was slightly startled. Voldemort was very famous in the Magic Network forum. He often lurked in the forum, so of course he knew about this person's existence. He didn't expect the other party to send a friend request. What made him more concerned was the picture in the message. It was a very small picture, and it was not clear at all without zooming in. But the name of the picture instantly caught Hades's mind. Jerf's Black Magic Tavern. He raised his right index finger and clicked on the picture. He wanted to zoom in and observe carefully, but the moment he clicked, his consciousness separated from his body. After a slight dizziness, Hades found himself standing in front of a dark and damp castle. This is the game world of the Magic Network. Hades was shocked. He had entered the Magic Arena, although only once, but the experience of entering that time was similar to this moment. Both were forced to separate their consciousness from their bodies. Who is in the castle? Hades felt the atmosphere and narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it Voldemort? A picture can lead people to such a place, what a great wizard. According to the information on the forum, this person has been active in the forum for a long time, but no one knows his true identity. This person knows a lot of secret information in the magic world. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Hades walked towards the castle. He could feel that he seemed to be able to leave here at any time. Judging from this point, the other party had no hostility. Pushing open the heavy stone door, Hades walked through a long corridor and finally entered the castle. A huge tavern. The firewood in the fireplace was burning, releasing a dim light. In front of the bar of the tavern, with his back to him, sat a young man with white hair and white clothes, pale all over. The man held a glass of wine in his hand and stared at the wine in a daze. Are you Voldemort? Hades stepped into the tavern and took a few steps closer. What do you want to do by inviting me here? Voldemort. The pale man murmured in a low voice and turned around. Seeing the other person's face, Hades was stunned for a moment. Gellard. How could it be Jalal? Gellard has been imprisoned in the magic prison by the council. Gellard. The white Jalal covered his forehead and said painfully, Yes, I am Jalal, no I am Voldemort. What's going on? Hades frowned in confusion, his memory was confused. Suddenly, the white Jalal, who was struggling with his head in his arms, stopped moving, and slowly raised his head with a low laugh. I am Voldemort, welcome to Zerf's Black Magic Tavern. Hades's face changed when he saw this scene. Control? Possession. 137 Hades and Makarov, the magic world is too deep. 4/4. Hades looked at white Jalal with sharp eyes, and several magic flashed in his mind. Invite me to such a place, but hide your head and show your tail. Who is your real identity? White Jalal leaned against the bar, holding a goblet in his hand, and took a sip. This is the dark web, a world created by me. Dark web. Hades couldn't help frowning at white Jalal's irrelevant words. You can understand it as a place similar to the Magic Web Forum. Hades asked, what is the purpose of inviting me? Just an attempt, you are the first visitor. White Jalal smiled slightly, maintaining his elegance. Everyone on the forum hates the wizards of the Dark Guild, but where there is light, darkness will follow like a shadow. As for the purpose, this guy is definitely not Jalal. Is he controlled by magic like possession? Where is Voldemort himself? Hades said, possession magic usually plants a magic seed in the target's body. If you find this seed, you can find you. As soon as the voice fell, he raised his hand and a magic chain appeared. Dark chain. What an impatient old man. White Jalal stretched out a finger. Reverse magic silence. A light tap of the finger, a white light wave spreads instantly with the fingertip as the center. The next second, the dark chain failed to get close, and froze in midair and could not move. Hades was surprised, what kind of magic is this? Before he finished speaking, his pupils shrank. The voice disappeared. Just ask you to be quiet for a while. You are so old, why are you so hot-tempered? White Jalal put down the red wine glass, stood up and walked towards Hades. I know your purpose, to use the power of Jalal to create a big magic world. In the big magic world, people who don't know magic and have no magic power will die. Even if they are lucky enough to survive, the living environment will become extremely bad. And such people account for about 90% of the total population. Hades was shocked. Voldemort even knew such a thing. The other party was right. The number of wizards in the world is only 10% of the population. Sacrificing 90% of the population to complete the great magic world is a necessary sacrifice. To be honest, your plan will never succeed. Beauty, you can use this tavern as you like. I provide you with a platform. I hope you can bring a little fun to my long and boring life. See you next time, Presito. After saying that, White Jalal disappeared like water under Hades' eyes. When he disappeared, the power of the reverse magic Jing also dissipated. What was the magic just now? I have never seen it before. Hades waved his hand, dispelled the dark chains, and fell into deep thought facing the empty tavern. Dark web? Voldemort? Tavern? White Jalal. He was over 100 years old, and at this moment he had only one feeling. The water in the magic world is so deep. Ultia's mansion. The bedroom on the second floor. Nate lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. Hades doesn't care how he wants to use the tavern. He just provides a platform, and the order of the dark web will be established naturally. And he only needs to observe in secret. Send one to Brian as well, maybe the two of them can meet in the tavern. It's a pity that I don't know where the Gate of Hades is, otherwise the three giants of the Balam Alliance can get together. Knight opened the friend list and sent a picture to the leader. Then he opened the programming tool and continued to write code. Soon after, the door opened, and Ursha walked in pajamas. She got into Knight's arms and wrapped around him like a snake. Knight had to turn off the magic net and hugged the warm body in his arms. Is my sister's body comfortable to hold? Ursha asked with a smile. Knight felt a delicate hand grabbing his future. He immediately got on the horse. Ursha blushed and lowered her voice. No, Melty is sleeping next door. You light a fire but don't put it out, are you human? Knight complained in his heart, and snapped his fingers with a snap. Reversal magic silence. Instantly, all the sounds in the room were imprisoned and could not be transmitted to the outside world. You can't hear it this way. Altia blinked and asked curiously. What kind of magic is this? Reversal magic, the reverse application of super magic vibration. Eliminate all vibrations within a certain range, and the same is true for sounds. While explaining, Knight took off Ursha's pajamas like opening a gift. Altia blushed and cooperated. Soon after, joyful sounds rang out in the room. It lasted until the early morning, and the couple, who were happy and satisfied with each other, fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, early in the morning, Knight opened his eyes. When she opened her eyes, she saw Ursha's smiling face. Would you like me to give you a morning kiss? Nate hugged her and kissed her. Do you really want to join Fairy Tale? I want to be with you all the time, sleep with you every day, wake up with you every day, and see you every day. Altia's eyes were charming, her tone was gentle as water, and she expressed her love emotionally. These days, she missed Knight very much, and she would be in a daze from time to time when she was working. She didn't want to endure it anymore, she wanted to be with Knight, and be affectionate with him. Faced with the witch lady's passionate love, Knight had to hug her. I will explain the situation to the president, don't worry. I love you. Altia had a happy expression on her face and buried her head in Knight's shoulder. Knight patted her smooth back. Get up. No sister will hold you. Melty is awake. Altia's delicate body trembled, and she immediately woke up from the sweetness. Knock knock sounded at the door. Knight lifted the quilt and got up, silently changing clothes. I'm leaving first, remember to tell me when you come. After saying that, he disappeared in the bedroom. Altia got up with a face full of reluctance. After putting on her clothes, she opened the door and saw Melty standing outside. Altia. Melty, I'm going to the council to resign today, and then I'm leaving for Magnolia. After returning to the apartment, Knight went straight to the guild. He found the president as soon as possible and told the old man about Altia and Melty. 7 followers of Purgatory. The old man was shocked after hearing this. Knight kidnapped 2 new people again? Different from Juvia last time. This time they are wizards from the Dark Guild. Yes, they are my good friends. They are fed up with President Hades and want to turn over a new leaf. Knight said seriously. President, can you give them a chance? Makarov was troubled by this. He never expected that Yerusha, a counselor, was actually the leader of the 7 followers of Purgatory of the Devil's Heart. She has been lurking in the council for so long, but her identity has not been exposed. The water in the magic world is really too deep. 4. 138 Lost Magic Arc of Time, the guild was built overnight. Makarov finally agreed to Yerusha and Melty joining the guild. Thank you, President. Since they are willing to turn over a new leaf, the guild will not turn them away. The old man smiled, mainly because he trusted Knight. If someone else had come to tell him, he would not have dared to rest assured. Knight was very grateful for the president's trust. Please rest assured, if they do anything bad, I will take responsibility. At this time, Myra Jane came over with 2 glasses of juice. President, Knight, do you want to drink juice? It's freshly squeezed. Makarov made a bitter face. If it's okay, I want to drink. No, President, you'd better drink less. Myra Jane smiled and refused to offer. Knight, do you want to drink? Thank you, Myra. Knight took it unceremoniously and drank it. It tasted good, but he didn't know what fruit it was. It tasted a bit like coconut juice, and it also had a little milk flavor. Myra Jane smiled and handed the other glass to Makarov. President, what were you discussing just now? When she came over, she saw Knight and the President talking mysteriously. 2 new members will come to the guild soon. Knight briefly said, of course concealing the identity of the 7 familiars of Purgatory. It's enough for the President to know this. Counselor Miss Urusha. Myra Jane was surprised. You quit your job at the Magic Council and join the guild? Compared to the guild wizards, the status and income of the counselors are much higher, right? Myra looked very interested. Why? Knight has begun to sweat. Maybe you are tired of the endless meetings. Really? Makarov looked at the 2 with a smile. If these 2 children stand together, they are quite a match. I was slacking off and writing code in the morning. Juvia brought a love lunch box at noon. Knight accepted the kindness calmly. This was not the first time Juvia prepared a lunch for him. Everyone in the guild was used to it. Even Lucy's celestial Prue knew that Juvia liked Knight. It was the celestial that was all white with a yellow pointed nose. It could do nothing except act cute. Its formal name is Canis Minor Nicola. After eating Juvia's lunch, Urza also came to the construction site. Today, Urza did not wear her usual armor and blue skirt, but changed into a private outfit like an ordinary girl. Normal private clothes are not attack speed suits like bunny girls. Myra Jane was very curious about this. Arisa replied, I want to try to dress like an ordinary girl in the future, and I will save the armor for battle. Myra Jane was very surprised. Knight thought that women in love would always change, and the Fairy Queen was no exception. But seeing Urza walking towards him, Knight broke into a cold sweat again. This guild can't stay. Before Urza exposed their relationship, Knight quickly grabbed her hand. Want to spar with me? Let's go. He left quickly. The 2 walked out of the city and had a fierce battle in the suburbs. After Knight released a C, it ended in a draw. Don't let me win, Knight, I want to fight seriously. The only place I can hit is your butt. Knight complained in his heart, can I still be cruel to my girlfriend in a sparring match? Let's fight in the arena next time. Okay. Urza was also a little helpless, but more happy. Of course she would be happy if her boyfriend pitted her. But the arena has been queuing up recently. I think I can wait for a while. Knight thought of the forum, which was full of queues and many people were complaining. You mentioned this to him. He had no choice but to wait for Loki to make more maps. 2 sets of replicas of the 5 maps can be made in one day, so there will be no need to queue up in a few days. Also, Urza, I think our relationship should be kept secret for the time being. Why? Urza was puzzled. Think about it, everyone in the guild is single. If we hang around in pairs in front of everyone and show our affection, it will cause psychological pressure on others. Nate didn't know whether others had psychological pressure. But his psychological pressure was not small. Urza thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she readily agreed. After surviving the disaster, Knight reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. After sending Urza back to the guild, Knight returned to the apartment alone. Now he just wanted to write code quietly by himself. Girlfriends and the like are not as cute as code. He wrote all the way to the table, and he didn't finish his work until Lucy brought him lunch. Nate, you've been away from home a lot these days. I have to eat all the meals I made by myself. I went out to look for inspiration. Knight shook his head and said, developing new features requires inspiration. You've worked so hard, Lucy sympathized. I've really worked so hard. Nate complained in his heart, a woman in trouble. Kana, why is your divination so accurate? Suddenly thinking of the great river of stars, Knight took out the whip. This is a gift from the Star Spirit King. I asked him for the history of the star map, and he said he wanted us to visit the Star Spirit realm. Let's go there later. Nate taught her how to use it. You can learn this thing in one go. Lucy waved the whip excitedly. Thank you, Knight. Don't thank me, thank the Star Spirit King. I don't know him, of course I have to thank you. 2 days later. Altia brought Melty to Magnolia. This is my boyfriend, Knight. In front of the station, Melty was stunned after hearing Altia's introduction. As a loyal user of Magic Network and a Lolita who likes to play mahjong, she is familiar with Knight's name. Altia is really in love, no wonder she has changed so much recently. She secretly looked at Knight, who was even more handsome in person than in the photo. Hello, I'm Melty. The little girl greeted politely. But she looked like a 3-no girl, and there was no excessive expression on her face. Hello, I'm Knight. After a brief acquaintance, Knight took Altia to rent a house. Altia was very rich and didn't consider living in the girls' dormitory of the guild at all. For her, the dormitory was not convenient for dating Knight. She even wanted to live with Knight, but because she brought Melty with her, she had to give up the idea. Finally, she rented a big house with a monthly rent of 300,000, not far from the guild. The guild has been under reconstruction recently. It's already under construction. I'll take you there tomorrow. 1.1. After finishing his work, Knight suggested to Ursha. I was thinking whether to confess Juvia to her first. Altia smiled and said. Have you forgotten my magic? My magic can rebuild the guild in an instant. Lost magic, the Arc of Time. It can return the state of things to the past or push them to the future. Knight thought it was right. You join the guild, and you can save money on repairing the guild in the future. Just think of it as a gift for the newcomers. Let's go, brother. I want to see the surprised expressions of the fairies tomorrow. Altia smiled sweetly. So. The next morning. When the people of Fairy Tale saw a magnificent guild building replacing the original construction site, they stood on the roadside in amazement. What's going on? The guild was built overnight. Is it the masterpiece of the legendary god of craftsmen? 139. The council exploded. The new guild is several times larger than the old one. Entering from the main gate, the first thing you see is an open-air cafe, which is neatly arranged with tables and chairs. There is also a grocery store next to the cafe, but the shelves are temporarily empty. Going around the guild building, there is an outdoor swimming pool behind the guild. The underground warehouse that was used as a temporary tavern a few days ago has now been restored to its original state. Now the underground floor is an amusement park. Magic billiard tables, darts, turntables, and other amusement rides. The facilities are all there. Wow, exactly the same as the design. It's more luxurious than the previous fairy tale. So, how was it built? According to the previous progress, it will take at least another month. Early in the morning, everyone who came to the guild was shocked by the scene in front of them. The original messy construction site turned into a luxurious guild overnight. When everyone walked into the new tavern, they found that there were already people there. The president, Knight, Myra Jane, and 2 new faces. It doesn't seem new either. Isn't that Altair, one of the counselors? Ah, is everyone here? Myra Jane smiled and greeted everyone. Are you all shocked? I was also shocked just now. Myra, what's going on? Wakaba asked everyone's questions. Makarov coughed dryly and introduced everyone. They are the new members of the guild, Ursha and Melty. The guild was built overnight, thanks to Ursha. As soon as these words came out, a group of people looked at the two newcomers in amazement. Most of the eyes were focused on Ursha. Ultia smiled gently and greeted warmly. Everyone in Fairy Tale, good morning, I am the newcomer Ursha, please give me more guidance in the future. Guide, aren't you a counselor? Urza was confused. Ms. Urza, I have resigned. From now on, I will no longer be a counselor, but just a newcomer to the guild. Ultia raised her left hand, facing the back of her hand to everyone, and smiled to show her guild emblem. The position of her emblem is the same as Knight's, but the color is the same as Myra Jane, both are white. Because of the last Tower of Paradise incident, Jalal committed a serious crime. And I joined the Magic Council with Jalal's thought body, Zikrane, and I was criticized for this. I submitted my resignation 2 days ago, and the council agreed very straightforwardly. Now in the Magic Network's Magic Council era section, my name should have been removed from the counselors. So, was Jalal implicated? Iluza felt sympathetic about her experience, and tried to say in a tone full of kindness and goodwill. Anyway, welcome to join Fairy Tale and get to know each other again. I am Urza. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always ask me for help. Ultia, and Melty. Melty whispered her name. Then it was time to welcome the newcomers. A former counselor joined the guild, which made everyone feel very fresh. So, they all surrounded Ursha and chatted with each other. Ms. Ursha, did you build the guild? Overnight. Rebecca was full of curiosity. As a newcomer, I think I can help a little. Ultia took out a crystal ball on the spot and showed everyone her magic. The crystal ball fell freely and broke on the ground, but it recovered again the next second. It floated up and split into many crystal balls from the future time and space. In short, there are many tricks. This is my magic, the lost magic that controls time, the Arc of Time. Everyone was amazed. Awesome! You are worthy of being the counselor. Another amazing newcomer has come to the guild. Think about it carefully, in the past 2 months, Knight, Juvia, and now Ursha, the newcomers are all so amazing. Lucy pointed at herself and complained, what about me? I am also a newcomer, right? Happy, AI Lucy is not good. Damn it, stop talking nonsense, you stinky cat. Lucy burst into tears, I am really sorry that I am the weakest newcomer. Seeing that everyone was surrounding Ursha, Rebecca ran to Melty who was left out. The other party looked small, about the same size as herself. Rebecca felt that Melty was more friendly. Hello, Melty, my name is Rebecca Makugadan, and my magic is 3-dimensional writing. The 2 team members behind her also introduced themselves. I'm Jet. I'm Troy. The 3 of them posed and said in unison. We are the Shadow Gear team. Melty. The little girl didn't react. Seeing this, Knight's mouth twitched slightly. Would he normally give some reaction? The 3 of them were embarrassed when they didn't get any feedback. The scene was silent for about 3 seconds. Melty said softly in a voice without any emotion. Hello, I'm Melty. I'm good at the lost magic of sinful feelings. The 3 of them were shocked. Lebby said in surprise, you are also a lost magic? Just like Miss Urusha. Melty nodded, let's practice. The little girl didn't have any scheming. She almost said the following 4 words 7 dependents of hell foolishly. Knight interrupted quickly, Melty's magic is very interesting. I will show it to everyone if I have the chance. He then pulled the girl aside and whispered in her ear. Are you stupid? Don't expose your past identity. Oh, sorry. Melty apologized quietly. Knight was speechless and asked in a low voice, does the other side know about your withdrawal? 440 I sent a private message to President Hades. Melty opened the magic network and showed Knight the private message. Knight is Ursha's boyfriend, she can trust him. Knight glanced at it. Melty's nickname on the magic network is Guilty. She sent a private message to Hades 2 days ago. Guilty, President Hades, I quit the guild. Guilty, with Ursha. Pres Hito. That's it. I guess Hades was a little confused at the time. Not to mention him, Knight is also a little confused now, thinking, how will Hades react? Council headquarters. Thousands of meters in the sky. A magic airship is flying above the sea of clouds. Hades holds a magic wand, and his sight seems to penetrate the clouds and sees the magic council era located directly below. Go, Cabrico, you go and bring back the key and Jalal. Yes, Lord Hades. The goat man with sunglasses nodded, opened his hands and clapped them fiercely. The next second, the other 4 followers of the 7 Purgatory disappeared on the deck. Then, a magic propulsion device appeared on Cabrico's back. The device sprayed flames, and with a whoosh, it took him down from thousands of meters in the air. Boom! Soon after, a huge explosion occurred in the era building of the Magic Council. 140 new function Magic Web live broadcast, defeat the 6 demon generals. Ultia's first day of officially joining the guild passed smoothly. After the guild was rebuilt, Fairy Tale returned to its usual liveliness. Those who fight fight, those who drink drink. Now with the addition of Ursha, everyone fights more recklessly. Even if the guild is demolished, it can be easily restored to its original state. Perhaps because of this, Ursha is enthusiastically sought after by everyone. It is worth mentioning that in the past, only S-class wizards were not prepared to go to the second floor of the guild. Now, Makarov has lifted this restriction, and anyone can go. But to accept S-level commissions, one still needs to be an S-level wizard. Of course, this doesn't matter to Knight, he has no interest in commissioned work. It can't be said that he has no interest at all. He is still a little interested in the 100-year mission. The so-called 100-year mission is a commission that no one has completed in 100 years. There are 10-year missions below, and then SS-level commissions, and then S-level commissions. Up, back to the apartment. In the same guild with 3 girlfriends, it's really scary. Fortunately, the first day went smoothly. As soon as I got home, Altair sent me a private message. Pain which, when I was in the council before, my impression of Fairy Tale was that it was a little troublemaker. Smile.jpg. Pain which, after actually joining, I felt that it was really a lively guild. Everyone was very friendly, which was completely different from the nature of Devil's Heart. Nate smiled when he saw the private message. Sigma Man, is the guild interesting? Pain which, it's very interesting, my sister likes it very much. Pain which, I talked to Juvia a little today. Sigma Man. Nate told Juvia about it frankly when he and she were rebuilding the guild together yesterday. Sigma Man, what did you talk about? Pain which, it was just a few casual chats. Juvia was quite nervous. What a lovely girl. Pain which, besides Juvia, I think Urza likes you too. Whiteeyes.jpg. Are you a congenital adulterer? You caught Urza on the first day of joining. Nate thought to himself that he hadn't told her about Urza yet. Sigma Man, how did you come to this conclusion? Pain which, women's intuition. Pain which, not only Urza, I talked to all the pretty girls in the guild. Pain which, Myra Jane, Lucy, they also have a strong liking for you, as well as Levi, Kana. Pain which, oh, having a popular boyfriend is really giving me a headache. The witch lady is really amazing. She figured out the situation of the guild in a few steps. However, Kana and Knight can barely understand. Is it the same with Rebecca? After recalling it, he really didn't think that Rebecca showed any special affection for him. Sigma Man, that proves that you have good taste. Pain which, flirtatious. Bad man. Stinky brother. Rolling eyes.jpg. Altair is not surprised that Knight is popular. Even a bad woman like her likes him, so other girls will like him too. Pain which, but even so, sister still loves you kiss.jpg. The two chatted for more than half an hour, and Knight breathed a sigh of relief. The witch lady is easy to deal with, and it is easy for her to accept that he has multiple girlfriends. Juvia is also very obedient, except for being jealous. Urza will not expose her relationship with him in the guild for the time being. Only 3 boats, capsized no. End the chat with Yerusha. Knight sat down at the desk and continued to write the magic app with peace of mind. Just then, feedback came from the tool person of the missing body. The live broadcast function is done. Knight raised his eyebrows and immediately used the developer's authority to open the live broadcast program passed by the tool person. After checking the code in detail, no obvious errors were found. This function is actually quite simple, mainly relying on magic crystal magic. A kind of magic that can transmit pictures and sounds is often used to make communication magic crystals. In the library of the Magic Network, there is a magic book of this magic. The function is simple to develop, but if you want to use it smoothly on the Magic Network, you need a lot of magic support. Knight thought, I have to test the consumption of magic. The system jumped out at the right time. Task: conduct a live broadcast on the entire network, and make the number of simultaneous viewers reach more than 80% of the total number of registered internet users. Reward: depends on the completion of the task. New task? Knight was a little surprised and opened the backstage to take a look. Total number of registered users, 36,661 people. 80%, which means that almost 30,000 people will watch the live broadcast together. Knight fell into deep thought. This mission was a bit troublesome. The difficulty lies in the fact that there are 30,000 people online at the same time. What should I broadcast live? Live broadcast of writing code? Only a few people are interested, no. Live broadcast of teaching magic knowledge? He is one of the 10 great magicians of the Holy Land. Live broadcast of magic explanation will definitely be popular. But in the current Magic Network, a large part of the users are not magicians, and ordinary people can't understand. Live broadcast of ranking competition? This is possible, but the two sides that need to fight are super famous magicians. The first live broadcast will definitely cause a sensation and is the easiest opportunity to complete the task. So, you have to prepare a suitable live broadcast content and strive to achieve the goal in one go. Knight thinks that the first live broadcast alone can attract a large number of users. But it is not enough to achieve the goal of 80%. At present, the total number of users of Magic Network is only 36,661. The peak online time on weekdays is 10,000, and the number of users is only over 20,000. Even if all of them go to watch the live broadcast, it is not enough. The next day, when Knight came to the guild, he found that the atmosphere of the guild was a bit solemn. What's wrong with this guy? Knight, you are here. Myra Jane rarely smiled. Altia put one hand on her waist and held the crystal ball in the other hand. The heart of the Dark Guild demon attacked the Magic Council era yesterday. Why did Hades attack the council headquarters? Knight thought about it and immediately concluded that it was for the so-called key to seal Zeref. He glanced at Ursha, and Ursha nodded. I thought the president was sick, Knight complained. Habby complained, Nate, that's the Devil's Heart, the strongest Dark Guild. 2 of the 7 followers of Purgatory of the strongest Dark Guild are standing beside you now, Habby. Nate thought with amusement. At this time, Makarov walked into the guild, his tone heavy. Just received information, the Devil's Heart took Jalal away from the magic prison. Nate was stunned for a moment. Hades didn't go to grab the key, but to rob the prison? Altia was also a little strange. President Makarov, what do they want to do by robbing the prison? It's not clear yet. Makarov looked up and scanned the people in the tavern hall, pondered for a while, and said, "Put aside the devil's heart, it has nothing to do with us. Also yesterday, before the council was attacked, it found traces of the activities of the 6 demon generals in the sea of gas trees." Hearing this, everyone had to make associations. Gray said in surprise, 2 major dark guilds acted on the same day. Myra Jane nodded, "It's very suspicious, it doesn't seem like a coincidence." Makarov said in a deep voice, "Regarding the 6 demon generals, this has been discussed in the Regional Guild Alliance chat group yesterday." After a pause, he continued, "It has been decided that we, Fairy Tale, will defeat them." Hearing this, Knight's heart moved. Fight the 6 demon generals? If it is broadcast live, it may attract everyone's attention. It's really a pillow for someone to send a pillow when you are sleepy. "President, I'll go," Te actively said, "leave it to me." As soon as this was said, except for the 2 newcomers, Altair and Melty, the rest of the people opened their mouths in shock and looked at Knight in disbelief. Is tomorrow the end of the world? Knight actually wants to go to work on his own initiative. 141 6 Demons Suppression Group, the poster girl next door, 4/4 flowers requested. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Nate laughed dryly. "I volunteered to go and defeat the 6 demon generals. Shouldn't you show your admiration?" Wakaba took a deep puff of his cigarette and muttered, "Nate, you actually want to go to work?" Everyone knows that Knight slacks off in the guild all day. Hearing that he volunteered, it was like a fairy tale. "Who do you think I am?" Nate was silenced. "Is it so obvious that he slacked off?" Myra Jane covered her mouth and laughed, "Are you really going?" "Of course, leave the 6 demon generals to me." Knight said seriously, "It just so happens that I have recently completed a new function, and I have to test it. The live broadcast of the crusade against the 6 demon generals can definitely complete the task. This kind of sensational thing, even ordinary people would be interested, right?" The crowd then confirmed that Knight was not joking. "I'll go too." Altia suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention again. "I personally have some grievances with someone in the 6 demons, President Makarov. You don't mind me mixing personal feelings with my work, right?" Makarov didn't know about the grievances she mentioned. But he was still very happy that Ursha was willing to participate. "You and Knight?" Melty said softly, "Altia goes, I'll go too." Makarov immediately changed his words, 3 people. "Grandpa, I'll go." Natsu would never miss such an opportunity, and excitedly clenched his fist. 427 has me and Knight, it's enough. "Wait, the situation is not what you think." Makarov was not surprised by Natsu's enthusiastic registration, he had already thought of the candidates for the battle in advance. It was just that Knight took the initiative to ask for it, which interrupted his rhythm. If you think about it carefully, if Knight participates, things will be much simpler. And there are 2 children, Alicia and Melty. Add to that Natsu. This 4-person team is already the best candidate. Thinking of this, Makarov said, "It's not just our guild. If we use our strength to defeat the 6 demon generals, we will definitely become the only target of attack by the Balam Alliance in the future." So the local Union Alliance decided to form a coalition. The 4 guilds of Fairy Tale, Blue Pegasus, Snake Princess Scale, and Demon Cat Inn will join forces to defeat them. This is the idea of sharing the hatred value. But Knight thinks it's unnecessary. With the popularity of Fairy Tale, it's useless even if other guilds are added together. Lucy, a newcomer in the magic world, was very surprised. If 4 guilds join forces, won't there be only 6 enemies? Myra Jane shook her head and said, "Think about it the other way around, Lucy. Only 6 people are one of the 3 giants of the Balamu Alliance. It can be seen that these 6 people are all very powerful wizards. That makes sense." Lucy looked at Knight, then at Altair and Melty. The newcomers went, "So she, who is also a newcomer, should go too? A little scared. No, 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 I'll follow Night when the time comes. Night will protect her. Lucy raised her hand before she could say anything. Juvia raised her hand first and said, Juvia wants to go too. Lucy had no choice but to raise her hand. I'll go too. Makarov shook his head and said, let Night, Altair, Melty, and Natsu go. Juvia was struck by lightning. She should have raised her hand first. She looked at Night with tears in her eyes. Night thought for a moment and said, President, I just finished developing a new function yesterday. You can watch our crusade at any time through the Magic Network. Then, he briefly mentioned the Magic Network live broadcast. Then he released the link to the live broadcast through the guild group. Everyone has gradually become accustomed to the magical function that Night updates from time to time. Live broadcast sounds similar to the function of the communication magic crystal. After the candidate for the crusade was decided, the 4-man team prepared to set off. To be precise, it was 4 people and 1 cat. Harpy, who was inseparable from Natsu, of course came along. The gathering place is the villa of Mr. Bob, the president of the Blue Pegasus. After leaving the guild, Night turned on the live broadcast and said to the others, it seems to be quite far away. There is no direct train, so we have to rent a carriage. If Urusha was alone, she could ride Obsidian to carry her there. But 4 people and 1 cat, a magic 2-wheeled vehicle obviously can't fit them. The gathering time is noon 3 days later, don't worry, we can take our time. As he spoke, he had already started the live broadcast. His upper body appeared on the screen. Night waved at the camera and said with a smile, hello everyone, can you see it? He paused, then remembered something and pointed down. There is a bullet screen function right below the screen, and I can see all the messages you send. After waiting for a few seconds, a barrage of comments floated across the screen. Work hard to make money, et. There is such a function. Night, so that's how it is used. Night, can you see it? Sunny Doll, Lord Night. Lord Night. Night nodded and said, I can see it, but if there are more barrages. Just as he finished speaking, the barrage of comments floated across the screen in pieces. Ridasu, what an interesting function. At first I thought it was the Magic Network version of the communication magic crystal. Laxus, Nate. You said you would play with me again after the official version of the Magic Arena is released. Hey? Why is Laxus watching the live broadcast too? He's not in the guild, right? Did he see it in the group? This guy lurks in the group and peeks at the screen every day. Nate complained in his heart and spread his hands with the little bear on the spot. Next time for sure. At this time, Altair and Natsu came over from the left and right and squeezed into the live broadcast screen. It's quite fun. Ursha greeted the screen. We can only see ourselves. Natsu poked the screen with his hand, and his finger went through. Then he thought of something fun and grinned, Nate, can I also live stream? Not now, the beta version is not stable yet. Nate shook his head and thought, isn't it a diversion to live stream for you? Let's talk about it after the task is completed. Anyway, we are off, and we will start the live stream when we reach the gathering place. Bye. After saying goodbye to the guild members, Night turned off the live broadcast. Next, the group rented a carriage. After everyone got on, the driver drove the carriage slowly away from Magnolia and headed for the meeting place. Night did not save money and rented the best car, which was stable and not crowded. He sat with Natsu, facing Ultia and Melty. As soon as the car started, Natsu fell down on the spot. I want to vomit. I'll help you and make you feel better. Night smiled and punched Natsu in the abdomen, knocking him out. At this time, the rings worn by several people flashed a white light. When he opened the magic network, he saw that it was a group invitation. 6 Demons Suppression Alliance invites you to join, do you agree? After Knight clicked to agree, the group chat interface popped up immediately. When he was young, he was a handsome guy. Bob, you have all the people from Fairy Tale come in. Sigma Man joined the chat group. Pain Witch joined the chat group. Guilty Feeling joined the chat group. Harpy joined the chat group. Jen Elia right, Knight. Jen Elia right, why don't you reply to my message? Rage.jpg. Altair blinked and couldn't help looking at Knight opposite. The eyes seemed to convey a meaning. And? No. Knight denied righteously, I don't even know who she is. Who was it? Oh, I remember, Myra's good friend, the poster girl of Blue Pegasus. 142 new 7 followers of Purgatory, there is a traitor among you. Gina Lai Wright had previously asked Knight for personal identity verification. There was a red V behind her Magic Network nickname. Knight opened her private chat and found that she had sent him many messages. The oldest one can be traced back to 3 days ago. Gina Lai Wright, I saw you in the magazine. You are the first wizard who I want to make my boyfriend. Congratulations. Gina Lai Wright, by the way, I am the first wizard who I want to make my girlfriend. I am proud.jpg. Gina Lai Wright, are you there? You are obviously online. Gina Lai Wright, speak. The next day. Genelia Wright, dead man. Genelia Wright, hey, if you don't speak, I'll look stupid, you know. The third day. Genelia Wright, speak now, I'll forgive your rudeness. Genelia Wright. 10 minutes ago. Genelia Wright, you also participated in the list provided by President Makarov. Knight fell into deep thought. He didn't know what the other party wanted to talk to him about. Did he just want to chat with him? How can I chat with you if you don't send pictures? Knight thought, he received a lot of private messages every day, how could he have the time to read them one by one? If there were pictures, he would have glanced at it. 6 Demons Suppression Alliance chat group. Pain Witch, Nate is in my sister's arms, I don't have time to reply to you, snickering.jpg. Genelia Wright, who are you? Pain Witch, who are you? Genelia Wright, I am Jenny, the Wizard of Blue Pegasus. Pain Witch, I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale. Genelia Wright, I asked your name. Pain Witch, I am Altair. Genelia Wright, sweating.jpg. Genelia Wright, why is the counselor in this group? Pain Witch, my sister is now a Wizard of Fairy Tale. The wizard, the judge has already resigned. The two women actually started chatting. Knight was speechless and looked up at Ultia opposite him. She was typing with a smile on her face, probably teasing the other party. He glanced at Melty again. The girl was addicted to mahjong and didn't care about the group chat at all. After thinking about it, Knight simply closed his eyes and sensed the time worm with his consciousness. The Devil's Heart kidnapped Jalal from the magic prison. Their purpose? Knight could probably guess it. The Devil's Heart, the magic airship. The control room on the top floor. Hades stared at the white Jalal standing in front of him and couldn't help frowning. No? Why don't you have the seeds of parasitic magic in your body? The white Jalal looked depressed. You rescued me, what do you want to do? Don't play dumb in front of me, Jalal, Hades said in a deep voice. Who is Voldemort? It was as if some mechanism had been triggered. The name Voldemort made Gerald feel a sharp pain in his brain. He held his head and cried. Voldemort, I am Voldemort. No, I am Jalal. What is going on? Hades didn't understand. He carefully examined Jalal's body and found no trace of parasitic magic in him. So, Voldemort is Jalal himself? Is it a second personality similar to Brian? Hades guessed. At this time, the white Jalal's cry suddenly disappeared, and the action of holding his head also stopped. He slowly put down his hands and stood up slowly. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was playful. So, you took my host out of prison just to find me? Press Hito. Hades' face changed drastically. Impossible. Without any trace of magic flow, the control of the parasite was completed in an instant? This is impossible. This subverts the common sense of magic. Voldemort. Hades stood up from his seat, staring at White Jalal with an oppressive look. You can't fool me, you are actually Jalal's second personality, right? Really? White Jalal chuckled, if you think so, it's up to you. It's useless to test. Hades really couldn't figure out the other party's situation, so he simply sneered. Why don't you show up? Why should I show up? Who are you? White Jalal was in deep thought, Zerf's ghost. Hades could hear this kind of ridicule. When Ursha brainwashed Jalal, she used the identity of Zerf's ghost. The person I stayed with is also a poor man. White Jalal sighed and touched his hair. In the Tower of Paradise, he suffered a super magic fairy law, and even his hair color changed. Jalal originally had blue hair, but now it is white. Not only the hair, but also the whole body is white, including clothes, shoes, etc. A person who is boarding others, still has such sympathy. Hades sneered. Hey, you misunderstood this, I boarded him to help him. White Jalal shook his head. If there is no interference from the devil's heart, he will find an opportunity to control Jalal to escape from prison by himself. Now it is not necessary. Anyway, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. If you want to ask, what is the purpose of giving you the tavern? Such meaningless questions are meaningless. At this point, White Jalal pointed to his eyes, I will watch you, Press Hito. The voice gradually faded. White Jalal lowered his head, and his consciousness had left. Gone. Hades's face was solemn. The other party came and went freely in front of him, and he could not find any trace at all. This attainment in the way of magic was obviously above his. At least in the magic of parasitism, the other party has reached an incredible realm. How to find such a person? 0. It just now. White Jalal held his forehead and staggered a few steps. In the state of being controlled by parasitism, he didn't know what he said. Hades has already understood. Jalal, the paradise you are looking for can only be achieved in the great magic world. White Jalal was stunned. Great magic world. Join my guild, and you will be the new 7 dependents of purgatory in the future. In a blink of an eye, 2 days later. The carriage arrived at the gathering place of the coalition forces. Natsu had been tortured all the way, and now he was mentally exhausted, and got off the carriage like a zombie. Is this the place? Ultia put one hand on her waist and looked at the luxurious villa not far away. Nate nodded, change clothes. A golden light flashed, and the Holy 10 magic robe was immediately put on. As the saying goes, when you go out, your identity is given by yourself. This is the first time he wears the Holy 10 robe. It's pretty handsome. Let's go. Knight took the lead and pushed open the door of the villa. There was a Pegasus sculpture on each side of the corridor behind the door. Continue to walk inside and almost arrived at the bright hall. There were 7 people in the hall, 5 men and 2 women. After hearing the footsteps, they all turned their heads. Knight of the Holy 10, former Counselor Olusia, Natsu of the Fire Dragon, and a little girl named Melty. The people from Fairy Tale are here too. Welcome. Knight raised his hand to stop the other party's welcome, and his 6 eyes swept over the 7 people, chuckling. Don't rush to welcome, everyone. Let's play a game first. There are 7 people in the hall, one of whom is a traitor. Guess who is it? 143 Gemini, the captured angel. There is a traitor among you. Hearing the word traitor, the 7 people in the hall looked at each other in surprise. One of the blonde handsome guys stepped forward and spread his hands in confusion. Mr. Knight, you said traitor? This is not a joke, right? Knight thought for a while. Sorry, the word is not accurate, it should be better to say pretender. Pretender? Seeing that he was not joking, the expressions of the 7 people were all grim. It's much heavier. One of the 10 holy wizards said this, and he was also the founder of the magic network. Everyone believed it a little. The 7 people in the hall belonged to 2 groups and came from different wizard guilds. Among them was Knight's acquaintance. See you again, Knight. Leon grinned and took the initiative to greet. Who are you? Leon's mouth twitched and reminded, Zero Emperor Leon, Garna Island, Moondrop Ceremony. Paused, in the previous Paradise Tower incident, Mr. Jura acted with you, and you asked him about me. You obviously know him. Just a joke, you look a little serious. Knight chuckled, then asked in confusion. Isn't Mr. Jura here? Mr. Jura has another mission. He went to chase the devil's heart. Leon replied. The 2 major dark guilds acted on the same day. The 6 demon generals had a crusade coalition, so the devil's heart would naturally not be left alone. Knight thought, just don't break it, the devil's heart is much stronger than the 6 demon generals. Leon stared at Knight with burning eyes. After we parted on Karna Island, I followed your advice and learned about the internet. Is the internet fun? Very interesting. No, great magic. Leon nodded, and then noticed Ursha beside Knight. Like, too much like, but he was not very sure. Ursha's mouth slightly raised. You're right, I'm Ursha, the daughter of Uru. Sure enough. Leon was shocked and remembered the days when he followed his master to learn magic when he was a child. You only mentioned once that she had a daughter, but she had passed away. Is she alive? Let's stop reminiscing about the past. At this time, a short and fat man with brown hair and a wretched appearance came over. He posed coquettishly, playing with his bangs conceitedly. Nice to meet you, everyone from Fairy Tale. I am Yiyet, who was born for you. Glittering. Don't get close, I'm a little scared. Nate felt a chill. If he closed his eyes, he would have thought that the voice was from Eisen with hairspray. He had an impression of Yiyet. In the past, Urza had accompanied the president to a routine meeting, and met Yiyet, who also accompanied the president Bob, at the meeting. Yiyet fell in love with Urza at first sight, pursued her, and was beaten up. It's a pity that Urza didn't come. Yiyet continued to pose, but it's worth the trip to meet the legendary lord of the demon net. Man. Hello. Nate said hello helplessly. Then, everyone got to know each other. The Blue Pegasus sent out 4 wizards, namely 1 Knight, 100 Knights Hippies, Holy Knight Eve, Sky Knight Lien. Jura of the Snake Princess Scale did not come, only Leon and Shirley. What about her? Knight looked at the blonde girl holding a fruit plate. I'm Jenny Leah Wright, hello, Knight. Jenny wore a light pink dress, smiled and greeted, trying her best to suppress the anger in her eyes. The damn guy, finally met. Chatting with him online, he was like a dead person, never replying to her messages. This made Jenny think, do I have no charm? I'm not a participant in the war, I'm just responsible for entertaining you. Do you want something to drink? I'm afraid you'll poison me. Knight thought, since we all know each other, then let's get back to the original topic. Everyone's expression became a little serious. There is a pretender among the 7 of you. It's not me, nor Shirley. Leon denied decisively, and then looked at the 4 people of the Blue Pegasus. The pretender is among you. Hippies shook his head and said, it can't be us, we have been together for the past few hours. Yi pondered for a moment and snapped his fingers. Mr. Knight, let me confirm it again, it's the pretender, right? Yes. Transformation magic? Or similar magic? At this time, Melty raised her right hand, showed her ring, and said expressionlessly. The identity of the magic network is unique. If you want to distinguish who is the pretender, you can use it to confirm it. Although I don't know why Knight didn't tell them directly, Melty thinks this group of people is so stupid. Ultia touched her head and praised, Melty is so smart. The little girl blushed. Knight couldn't help but praise her, smart, Melty. Happy, genius, Melty. Natsu. Melty lowered her head shyly. Yi and the others looked at each other. This is a good idea, then show your own magic net. As he said, he set an example and activated the ring first. Suddenly, a translucent interface appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the others also opened their magic nets one after another. All. Shirley said blankly, could it be that you made a mistake, Mr. Knight? No. Yi's eyes flashed, and suddenly locked onto Jenny beside him. Jenny, although I don't want to doubt you, but can you open the magic net? Everyone then noticed that Jenny, as a non-combatant, did not hear was no magic net opened, just standing aside with a smile. Thunderbolt. Jenny smiled lightly, but a strange sound came out of her mouth. I didn't expect it to be exposed so soon. I was going to poison you all after everyone was gathered. As soon as the voice fell, there was a puff. Jenny Leah Wright turned into a white mist, and then two blue elves appeared floating in the air. Failed. Failed. Jenny, this woman, is full of thoughts about how to lure Knight to the blue Pegasus. In order to prove her charm to Miss Myra Jane, whom she admires, her competitive spirit is not inferior to anyone. Thunderbolt. Everyone was stunned to see this scene. What's going on? Hippies was shocked. Zodiac, Gemini Star Spirit, Jamie and Minnie, combined into Jamie. Knight asked the two blue elves, where is your master? Can't tell. I won't tell you. Mission failed. Goodbye. With a puff, Jamie returned to the Star Spirit world. Ultia hugged her chest with one hand and put the other hand on her cheek, smiling. Angel, one of the 6 demon generals, is a star wizard. As the former head of the 7 followers of Purgatory, 3.8, she knew exactly who the 6 demons were. Damn, they ran away. Leon looked ugly. Stand here and don't move, I'll go catch them back. Knight's eyes condensed, and his 6 eyes expanded to the limit. In an instant, all the magic flows within a radius of 10 kilometers could not escape his gaze. Found it. The forest not far from the villa. Under a big tree, Jamie was reporting to her master. I was discovered by Knight of Saint Ten. His eye magic is so powerful. Thunderbolt. Angel sighed and said helplessly, it's not that easy to deal with, forget it, let's go back to play mahjong. Before he finished speaking, a beam of golden light suddenly fell from the sky. It landed with a thud. Hello, Miss 6 Demons. Nate greeted him and said with a smile, since you are here, why don't you go to the villa and sit for a while? 144 Confused Angel, the 2nd generation of Star Spirit Wizards? Nate, Knight. Angel was shocked, and Knight's name was well known. After all, her favorite blood shopping mahjong was developed by this man. Jinami, copy him. Angel quickly gave orders. 2 cute blue elves, one with a smiling face named Jamie and the other with a crying face named Minnie. They can copy the appearance, ability and even thoughts of people with similar magic power. Thunderbolt. Jinami floated in the air, his eyes fixed on Knight, a dark light flashed in his eyes. But he did not move. Failed. Can't copy. What? Angel was stunned, and immediately realized the problem. As the master, she certainly knew the ability of the star spirit she contracted. The magic power gap is too big. Your magic power is only at the level of 4 stars. Although it is very powerful, there is still a gap with me. Knight was not in a hurry to act. On the contrary, he expected the other 6 demons to come to rescue people. They took care of it together. Angel gritted his teeth, sent Gemini back to the star spirit world, and took out a new golden key at the same time. Open, the gate of Aries, Aries. The golden star spirit teleportation array opened, and 16 shy girls wearing white cotton tight dresses appeared. There was a pair of small horns on her head that bent downward. "I'm sorry, Lord Knight." As soon as she appeared, Aries apologized in a low voice. "Hey!" Angel couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said angrily, "Why do you respect him more than me, your master?" Nate was also a little strange. Lucy's star spirit and Virgo's Beluge were also like this. "Do you know me?" While asking, he noticed the silver-white key on Aries' left middle finger. It was also a little leak in the star spirit world. "Stop talking nonsense, attack him." Angel didn't give Aries a chance to speak, and immediately issued an order. "I'm sorry, Lord Knight, fighting for the master, this is the star spirit." A pink, cotton candy-like substance appeared between Aries' palms. "Wool shooting." The pink wool ball suddenly attacked Knight. Faced with this weak magic, Knight just stretched out his right hand in a mediocre way. When the pink wool touched his palm, it was dispersed by the vibration. The magic power of the star spirit comes from the contract master. The stronger the magic power of the contractor, the stronger the star spirit will be. Knight's mouth slightly raised an arc, and his tone was a little teasing. "Let me show you something fun. Open it, the gate of Leo Palace, Leo." A golden light flashed in his palm, and the next moment, Loki, who was working hard to draw in the magic arena, was forced to switch out. "What's the matter?" "Knight, I'm busy." Loki was stunned when he saw Aries. Kara and Star Spirit. He was stunned, and so was Aries. Angel opened his mouth in disbelief, blurting out, "How can you summon a star spirit without a key? And you are the captain of the Zodiac. Who said you can't summon a star spirit without a key?" Knight asked back, jokingly. "I am a second-generation star spirit wizard. A first-generation star spirit wizard like you should be eliminated." He talked nonsense and fooled Angel. Angel. She didn't believe it at all, but the reality in front of her made her believe it. What's wrong with this man? This is too outrageous. Go back, Aries. Facing Leo, Angel chose to send his star spirit away again. Aries shouted "I'm sorry" and disappeared in a burst of golden light. Then Angel took out 2 keys again. 1 gold and 1 silver. Open, Scorpio Gate, Scorpion. Open, Sculpture Gate, Kaalum. 2 star spirit teleportation arrays, 2 fighting star spirits appeared at the same time. Scorpio is a cool guy dressed in hip-hop style, with a long scorpion tail. Sculpture is not in human form, it looks like a metal sphere, with a circle of angel rings suspended on the top. You all come together. After receiving the master's order, Scorpion of Scorpio looked embarrassed. Kono, he is the guest of the Star Spirit King. He was still explaining. Sculpture has changed its form, and a gun barrel extends from the center of the sphere. Green light flashes, and a beam of magic cannon suddenly shoots out. Loki's right fist bursts with golden light, and he blocks the magic cannon with 1 punch. Although I don't know what the situation is, Knight is my savior. If you want to attack him, defeat me first. You should go back to make pictures. I'm sorry to disturb you at work. Knight patted Loki on the shoulder and sent him back to the magic arena. Loki's magic power was given by him. It was precious star power. It was really unnecessary to waste it in such a place. After sending Loki away, Knight said, "It seems that there will be no other 6 demons to help you. Anyway, hand over the key you hold first." As soon as the voice fell, the magic power burst out. The milky white magic power rushed into the sky, and the powerful magic power even set off a hurricane. Such a strong magic power! Angel was terrified and had to raise her hand to block the wind. As night approached, she felt more and more pressure, and dense cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Do you still want to fight? You don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. If you surrender, I can make you a cup of tea. Angel plopped and sat on the ground in a duck-like posture, and the star spirit key in his hand fell quietly to the ground. Can't win. And, can't run away. Vote 397. I surrender. Angel raised his hands and sent away the 2 star spirits while admitting defeat. Nate nodded with satisfaction. He who knows the times is a hero. He walked in front of Angel and picked up the 2 keys, 1 gold and 1 silver, on the ground. Then, he reached out and took out the keys of Aries and Jamie from the other's waist. Are you going to take my keys? Angel asked fearfully. Sister, you don't think that surrendering will be okay, right? This is my trophy. Nate played with the 4 keys in his hand, 3 gold and 1 silver. After thinking about it, he took a photo and sent it to Lucy. Lucy, staring.jpg. Lucy, 3 zodiac keys. Lucy, and the key to the pedestal. Lucy, Lord Knight. Sell it to me. Kowtow.jpg. Sell it to you? Do you know that you still owe me more than 15 million J? Nate smiled and teased the young lady. Sigma man, don't drool, wipe it off, I'm just showing it to you. Turn off the private chat. Nate put the key away, glanced at Angel, and said. Let's go, captive, go to the villa for a cup of tea. By the way, do you want to be famous? I have a live broadcast plan, and I need your participation. Of course, it's useless for you to refuse. 145. The Fall of the Young Lady, Lucy's selfie, 4/4, monthly ticket requested. Angel followed Knight obediently back to Chairman Bob's villa. She didn't dare to run away. Without the key, the Celestial Mage's combat ability was only 5. Back to the villa. Knight saw Geneli right. This time it was a real person, not a disguised Celestial. Knight. The poster girl next door was very energetic. Why don't you reply to my message? Isn't this matter over yet? Knight was helpless. I'll reply to you next time. Are you one of the 6 demon generals who knocked me out? Jenny looked at Angel angrily. Angel hid behind Knight, looking a little embarrassed. Before, while the other party was preparing juice in the kitchen, she asked Jiminy to copy the other party and knock him out. Unexpectedly, the situation changed. It wasn't long before she became a prisoner. As expected of one of the 10 holy mages, you are amazing. You have already solved one of them. Man. Yi is still as showy as ever, threatened. Now it's time to tell the truth, little girl, where is the base of your 6 demon generals? The gas tree sea is extremely vast, and it can be called the tree sea. It's simply a fantasy to find a few people in this area without guidance. Angel knew what they wanted to know, and coughed lightly. Ahem, anyway, can you give me a cup of tea first? Just after he finished speaking, his head was hit. Ah, it hurts. Angel held his head with both hands, looking at Knight with aggrieved eyes. Didn't you say you could give me a cup of tea? Miss 6 Demons, when the captives speak, they should pay attention to their attitude and tone. Knight said unhappily, Ultia, you come to interrogate her, Miss Jenny, make her a cup of tea. Ultia couldn't help laughing. Not long after. Angel, who finally drank a cup of hot tea, sat on the sofa with a well-behaved look. Ask whatever you want to ask, I won't say anything. She said very firmly. Ursha saw her hand holding the teacup trembling slightly, and said with a smile, don't be afraid, because fear is useless. You said that, I am even more afraid. Angel trembled, she knew Ursha, the leader of the 7 followers of Purgatory of the Devil's Heart. But I didn't understand why she was in the Crusade Coalition. There was another one, Melty. Are these two people carrying out a mission? Angel didn't dare to expose them. Knight was not interested in listening to the interrogation. He found the 100 hippies of the Blue Pegasus, patted his shoulder, and made a gesture to follow him. Hippies was stunned for a moment, and immediately left with Knight. The others saw the two of them leave and walk out of the villa, and followed them one after another. Knight walked out of the villa and came to the open space in front of the door. Looking back, he saw that the men had followed him out. "What are you doing here?" Knight asked in surprise. "Mr. Knight, doesn't your gesture mean that the next step is the interrogation time? Gentlemen, please follow me." Yi Yi's smile is like a handsome guy, but it looks too abstract and a bit eye-catching. "Knight, you are really good at imagination. It's not an interrogation of a female wizard. It's just a normal question for information. Angel is just tough on the surface." "Mr. Hippies, your magic is ancient documents, right?" Hippies nodded, "Yes. Ancient document magic can retrieve any information and knowledge you want, and it is a kind of ancient magic. Of course, this is an exaggeration. Ancient document magic is similar to the library of the magic network. The knowledge and information contained in it are all summed up by predecessors. It is not created out of thin air. Every user of ancient document magic is both a knowledge acquirer and a knowledge provider." Hippies explained his magic and said, "But compared to your library, it is more difficult to retrieve information from ancient documents. For example, your library can quickly obtain relevant content by simply entering the keywords of the ancient documents. And my ancient document magic is like a person standing in a very large library and needs to find the content he wants by himself. The speed of efficiency. At this stage, the information and knowledge contained in ancient documents far exceeds that of libraries. After all, it is a long-term accumulation since ancient times. This is the only advantage. In other aspects, most of them are not as convenient as libraries. Of course, the most important thing is that library can be used by anyone as long as there is a ring. And people who master ancient document magic are very rare in today's era. Do you need me to help you search for any information?" Hippies asked. "I want to know the relevant content of the history of the super magic star map." Nate nodded. He remembered that in the original plot, it was Hippies who directly taught this magic to Lucy through ancient documents. Since he met, he asked, "By the way, super magic exclusive to the Star Wizard?" Hippies had an impression of the star map history, and seemed to have seen it before. "I see, please wait a moment, I'll look for it." As he said, he opened the ancient document. In front of Hippies, a translucent interface similar to the magic net appeared. Nate looked at it curiously for a few times and found that the search method of the ancient document was an error behind the library. At this time, the ring flashed white light. Nate did not disturb him, walked aside and opened the magic net. It was a voice request from Lucy. After Nate answered it with a smile, Lucy's voice came to his mind immediately. "Lucy, Lord Knight." "Nate, don't pinch it, talk nicely." "Lucy, sell me the key. Please." "Nate, did you forget that you still owe me more than 15 million? "Lucy, remember, owe me a little more." "Lucy, 3 golden keys, 24 million. "Kate, total is over 39 million, can you pay it back?" "Lucy, I will try my best." "Kate, let me calculate for you, 3,000 a day, it will take 13,000 days, 433 months, 36 years. "Lucy, no, can you make it cheaper? I will cook for you for the rest of my life." "Kate, I will round it off for you." Lucy was speechless, and after a while, she sent a picture. Nate opened it and took a look. It was a photo of Lucy in a swimsuit. In the photo, Lucy tried to pose seductively. At the same time, the voice of Lucy the clip came again in his mind. "Lucy, can you make it cheaper?" Nate clicked to collect it silently. It should be said that the young lady has a great figure. It looks like it was taken in the bathroom at home. Nate, I'll give you 5,000 off. Lucy, my swimsuit is only worth 5,000? Damn. Are you a devil? Nate, then 3,000. Lucy, no. 5,000 is 5,000. Lucy, hee, just post 7,800 swimsuit photos and you can pay it off, laughing. Lucy, wait. Why do I say what's in my heart? Nate, the same swimsuit only counts once. Nate was amused. The eldest lady is really fun. Meanwhile, Magnolia, Lucy's apartment. In the bathroom, Lucy was wearing a newly bought swimsuit. She quickly cut off the voice chat and muttered in shame. A swimsuit only counts once. Buying swimsuits is very expensive. No, I have the money to buy so many swimsuits. I should have paid off the 39 million yuan long ago. Lucy felt like she was fainting from anger. Are my swimsuit photos so worthless? Suddenly thinking of the last time she was naked, Lucy's face flushed. She thought of something shameful. Since she's already been seen, it's okay to take more daring photos, right? I want those keys so badly, damn night. Lucy felt her face getting hot, gritted her teeth, and took off her swimsuit. After a while, Nai received a more daring photo. Work hard to make money, bathroom nude photo.jpg. Work hard to make money, absolutely not allowed to spread it out. Otherwise, I'll fight you. Damn night. Kate's expression was subtle, wanting to laugh but trying hard to hold it back. The young lady has fallen. 146 Lucy's determination, 200,000 for one kiss? In the new photo Lucy sent, her swimsuit had disappeared and was hanging by the bathtub. She was naked, but she protected her private parts very well, so they could not be seen. Especially the little expression on her face, which looked like she was ready to go, but also very shy, which made people want to take a bite. Nate thought, the young lady had also fallen, and actually used such a bold private photo to seduce him. Who did she think he was? Nate, if you like to see it, send more. On the other side, Lucy, who had just sent her own photo, had already hidden in the bathtub, with half of her face buried in cold water. Ah, so embarrassing. Lucy spit out bubbles, looking at the private chat sent by Night, and felt a little happy in her heart. Humph, this young lady is still very attractive. No, I can't send it anymore. Lucy covered her face flushed, thinking, I was already at my limit just now. Lucy, 100,000 J. Nate, what 100,000? Lucy, the photo just now. Nate, why don't you go and grab it? Rolling eyes.jpg. Nate, and I've seen you not blocking it, do you want me to help you recall it? Smirk.jpg. Ah, shut up, delete your memory. Lucy went crazy and immediately remembered the last accident. But the more this happened, the more she couldn't help but talk about it. She felt a little excited and her heartbeat accelerated. Lucy, this is my I don't 740 tubes, 100,000. Otherwise I won't post again. Night, hand blocking, can't see clearly, pouting. Night, but who makes us have a good relationship, let's count it as 100,000. Smile.jpg. What do you mean count it as 100,000? Damn it. Lucy was angry, and she stood up from the bathtub on impulse, thinking of taking a photo without any cover. But when the time came, she was stopped by the shame in her heart, and sat back silently. Although she had a good impression of Night, he was also her favorite type. If she chose a date, she felt that she would definitely I would choose Night. But I was too embarrassed to take a photo. Lucy, I still owe 38.9 million. Those 4 keys are mine. Knock on the head.jpg. Night, Not bad, keep it up, and I will pay it off after taking 389 more photos. Lucy, no more photos. Humph. Knight, how about a kiss? Kiss, kiss? Lucy's beautiful eyes widened, her heart pounding. Actually, I kissed Knight once, but that time was passive and I was totally unprepared. After the kiss, my mind went blank and I ran away shyly. Looking back now, Lucy felt her heartbeat become faster. Immediately recalled the feeling at that time in her mind. No, kissing is absolutely not allowed. Lucy, 200,000? Nate, dear lady, do you know how much 200,000 is? 3 months' rent. Lucy blushed and felt that it was a bit too much. With a turn of her eyes, Lucy suddenly thought of a good idea. Lucy, I will wash your clothes in the future? How about 1000J for one piece of clothing? And cleaning? Nate, you are a rich lady, can you wash clothes? Luxi, after running away from home, I always wash my own clothes, okay? Angry.jpg. Knight, there is a laundry shop, I always send it to the laundry shop, the charge is only 600J per time. Lucy, I will wash your clothes for you personally, it is reasonable to charge a little more. Knight. Lucy, okay? Please. Tears.jpg. In front of the villa. Knight didn't know whether to laugh or cry, helping him wash his clothes and asking him for it. The eldest lady is so cute to pay back the money. Isn't it a bit too much bullying? Knight reflected on his behavior, but he couldn't help it every time and enjoyed it. He thought Lucy should be the same. Otherwise, why would she send a bold private photo? In Knight's view, the debt was just a part of the play between him and Lucy. But Lucy seemed to take it seriously and really wanted to pay back so much money. After thinking about it, he decided to agree to the condition of a kiss for 200,000 yuan. A kiss is not important, but satisfying Lucy's desire to repay is important. No, a kiss is also important. Just as he was about to reply, hippies walked towards him. Knight immediately closed the private chat. Mr. Knight, the information of star chart history has been found. Hippies said. Should I convey it to you directly through the ancient document, or upload it to the magic network? Knight nodded and said, just compress the information and send it to me. Thank you very much for your help. You are too polite. In fact, your magic network has helped me a lot. Hippies smiled, and then he was a little confused. However, the conditions for using the magic of star chart history are extremely harsh. Even a star spirit mage is extremely difficult to master, or it is impossible for anyone to master it. I have a good friend who is a star spirit mage. She can definitely do it. Knight answered seriously. He believed that Lucy could definitely learn it. Soon, the information about star chart history was transmitted into Knight's mind. Unlike the indoctrination of the system, the ancient document simply transmits the information and cannot make people learn it instantly. When this crusade is over, I will teach it to Lucy. Knight thought, it is not too much to charge 100 kisses for teaching a super magic, right? At this time, the door of the villa opened, and Melty came out. Angel has revealed the location of the 6 demon generals. Apartment, bathroom. Lucy saw that Knight had not replied for a long time, and she couldn't help but sulk. After hesitating for a while, she typed again. Lucy, I know, 150,000 for a kiss, okay? Lucy, but it must not be seen by others, only when we are alone. Lucy, where is he? Doubt.jpg. Then she found that the name Sigma Man was offline. But then, it was online again. Sigma Man sent you a Magic Network Express, do you want to receive it? Knight, why is the kiss of the eldest lady only 150,000? Just 200,000. Knight, be good at home and wait for me to kiss you when I go back, smirk.jpg. Seeing Knight take the initiative to raise the price, Lucy was actually a little happy. Then she spit in her heart, secretly cursing what a bad guy. Who would wait for you to kiss me at home? She thought with shame and anger, stretched out her hand to click to receive, and the golden magic circle suddenly unfolded, and 4 keys appeared in her hand. Gemini, Scorpio, Aries, and Sculptor. Lucy grabbed the key in her hand with surprise and felt a burst of warmth. Although Knight had been bullying her, he was also very good to her. Lucy could feel that Knight seemed to like her. At this time, another private message came. Knight, by the way, I have prepared a surprise for you, you can look forward to it. What surprise, damn it, tell me. Lucy was teased. She snorted and ignored him. Villa. I have already told you, can you let me go? Angel suggested in a low voice. Everyone looked at Knight. Knight had caught the person, so of course the right to dispose of him was in Knight's hands. Knight shook his head and said, how can I let you go? You've become an enemy again. Do we have to fight you again? Angel said helplessly, you took all my keys. I can't do anything. Knight thought for a while, turned to ask hippies. Wendy, haven't the people from the Demon Cat Inn arrived yet? We have sent our blue Pegasus's magic bomb boat Christina to pick them up. They should be here in a while. Magic bomb boat? Knight complained in his heart. Wendy is like Natsu now. Will she vomit? At this time, Yi said. We now know the base of the 6 demon generals. When the magic bomb boat comes back, we can launch an attack immediately. Mr. Knight, what do you think? I have an idea. Do you want to be the center of attention? Knight suggested with a chuckle. The center of attention. Leon was puzzled. I need your cooperation to conduct a grand live broadcast event. 147 sensational live broadcast on the entire network. Regarding the live broadcast of the crusade against the 6 demon generals, everyone was very interested. After Knight demonstrated the function of the Magic Network live broadcast, the cowherd group Yi and others agreed without surprise. Show my heroic appearance to the audience of the whole network, and there will definitely be many girls who will fall in love with me, men. Yi posed conceitedly and sprayed the perfume in his hand on himself. The 3 younger brothers applauded and supported him. You are worthy of being Yi. The charming Yi big brother. Great Yi master. Harpy complained, why does the name keep changing? Leon pondered and said, Mr. Knight, live broadcast, I am afraid the 6 demon generals can also see it. It is no secret that there are people from the Dark Guild lurking in the Magic Network. Last time, there was Eligoer from the Iron Forest, who blew himself up in the Magic Network to attack the routine meeting. In the end, he became a clown. The 4 cowherds who were playing tricks all looked at the captives. Angel was frightened and hid his hands behind his back immediately. I don't have a ring. Stare. A group of people staring at Angel made him sweat coldly. Ultia walked over, grabbed her wrist, and raised her palm high. Everyone saw a magic net ring. She has a ring, and the other 6 magic generals probably have one too. Leon looked at Knight. Mr. Knight, is this a live broadcast? This is equivalent to exposing our whereabouts to the enemy completely. Ultia took off Angel's ring. Give it back to me. Angel cried, I won't say anything, give me the ring back, I just want to play mahjong. Is mahjong so fun? Knight complained in his heart, it seems that many girls like to play mahjong, and Myra Jane is the same. Give it back to her, I'll just restrict her account from speaking. Knight fulfilled her wish. After all, playing mahjong will continue to pay him for the internet fee, and a small amount of money is still meat. As he said, he used the developer's authority to ban Angel's account like an angel from the entire network. Even private chats with friends are not allowed. The only thing he can do is play mahjong. Ultia returned the ring to Angel and smiled softly, be good, Miss Angel. Angel was delighted, "Thank you." Nate turned to Leon and others and said, "Although I can ban the 6 demon generals' account permissions so that they can't watch the live broadcast, it doesn't matter. If you are worried, you don't have to leave the country, I am enough. There is no point in banning the account. There are other dark guilds under the 6 demon generals." Jenny blinked and suggested, "Let me be the host, okay? Knight, it seems to be fun. Are you here to play?" Knight looked at Jenny carefully and wanted her to be his first girlfriend. She was outstanding in appearance and had a good personality. If Jenny appeared, it would increase the popularity of the live broadcast. So, he agreed. Considering that he would participate in the battle, Knight simply gave Jenny the right to live broadcast. The task requirements did not say that he had to live broadcast himself, probably just need to appear. "Come to me, I will teach you how to live broadcast." Next, Knight began to teach Jenny how to live broadcast, and Jenny came over with great interest. More than 2 hours passed unknowingly. The people from the last guild, the Demon Cat Inn, finally arrived. When everyone came to the outside of the villa, they saw a magic bomb boat that looked like a Pegasus slowly descending. Xiaolulu grabbed Wendy's collar and flew down from the boat. "Sorry, I'm late." After landing, Wendy apologized timidly, and when she saw Knight and others, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Mr. Knight, Mr. Natsu, and Happy, we meet again." "Good afternoon, Wendy." Knight smiled and greeted, then looked at Jenny, "Since everyone is here, let's start the live broadcast." "Live broadcast?" Wendy showed a confused expression. "Okay." Jenny excitedly turned on the Magic Network live broadcast function, which was the permission Knight temporarily gave her, and gave an attractive title for the live broadcast. Shock. The 10 Holy Wizards, the Lord of the Magic Network, Knight is online to defeat the 6 Magic Generals of the Dark Guild. When Knight saw this live broadcast title, he was speechless on the spot. "You also learned the shock body? It's shocking, at least it's useful for people in this world. Use the developer's authority to push the title of the live broadcast room to all Magic Network users." New Fairy Tale Guild. In the tavern, Myra Jane took a break from her busy schedule and sat behind the bar, opening the game section, preparing to find friends to play mahjong like angels. At this time, a prompt suddenly popped up on the Magic Network. After seeing the title clearly, Myra Jane showed a surprised expression. Not only her, but everyone in the guild who was surfing the internet received the live broadcast push at the same time. "It's Knight. Crushing the 6 demon generals? Has it started? It's really live. Everyone, look!" A group of people shouted and clicked into the live broadcast room to watch. When the screen appeared, it was not Knight who came into view, but a blonde beauty in a pink dress. "Hi friends watching the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Jenny Leah Wright, a wizard from the Blue Pegasus." Myra Jane opened her eyes wide. Jenny. She also has Jenny's friend, and the two often chat on weekdays. They often talk about Knight, and every time Jenny shows great interest. She said, "I must bring Knight to their Blue Pegasus." It's Jenny Leah Wright, the first place of Saw Shara's girlfriend this week. It's normal to be the first place, she has been the champion for a long time. It's just that Sister Myra didn't accept Saw Shara's interview, otherwise it must be our Myra Sauce that won the championship. Is it off topic? Why is it Jenny and Knight? Isn't it about the crusade against the 6 demon generals? There was a lot of discussion in the tavern. In the picture, Jenny smiled brightly, and was very good at hosting activities. Don't be surprised, this is a new feature that will be launched in the future of Magic Network, Magic Network Live. The new function developed by Mr. Knight is currently only being tested on the entire network. This test will be hosted by me, Jenny Leah Wright, and the content of the live broadcast. Defeat one of the 3 giants of the Balamu Alliance, the 6 demon generals of the Dark Guild. 00. Everyone, Please look here. The camera turned, and Angel's helpless expression appeared on the screen. General Jenny said with a smile, "This is one of the 6 demon generals, codenamed Angel, real name Sorono Agulia, and has been defeated and captured by Mr. Knight." What? The fairy tale people were shocked. Has one of the 6 demons been solved? Ms. Sorono, say hello to the audience in the live broadcast room. Jenny's sweet smile was like a devil. Angel's forehead dripped with cold sweat, and he forced a smile. "I am Angel of the 6 demon generals. Where is the greeting? Hello, everyone." Angel wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did she do such a thing? At the same time, deep in the sea of gas trees, the base of the 6 demon generals, Leader Brian looked at the live broadcast screen with a gloomy face. "You really can bring surprises to people, Knight." It was expected that the regular guild would interfere with his search for Nirvana. Before, Voldemort sent him a picture of Jeff's Black Magic Tavern. By clicking on this picture, his consciousness entered the tavern. At that moment, he understood that it was the so-called dark web. In the tavern, he met Hades. The two had a conversation. So, 2 days later, the special situation of the 2 major dark guilds taking action on the same day occurred. It was expected that the regular guild would send a coalition to attack him. But the live broadcast was unexpected. Interesting function, just right, let the whole network take a closer look at how I destroyed the bright world. Brian grinned and ordered, "Cobra, Angel has failed, go wake up the Dark Knight. Come with me to meet the Lord of the Magic Net." 148 Death Q&A in the live broadcast. Formal Guild, the Inn of the Demon Cat. As a small and unknown guild, it is located on the edge of the northeast of the Sea of Gas Trees. It does not have a magnificent building like Fairy Tale. Rather than a guild, it is more like a small tribe or a small village. There are low-thatched huts everywhere, and the largest one is where the guild leader lives. Magic Net Live Broadcast is another new function. This new era of magic always surprises me. President Robinlo is a short old man, dressed like a tribesman. Looking at the live broadcast screen at this time, he fell into silence. He knew very well what the 6 demon generals were going to do. It was for this reason that he took the initiative to express in the previous Regional Guild Alliance group that he would send people to participate in the crusade against the coalition. If it can be stopped smoothly, maybe Wendy and Xiaolulu can be entrusted to him. Nate. After 400 years, even he has almost reached his limit, with only a strong obsession to barely support him. The only things he is worried about are 2 things. 1. Nirvana. 2. Wendy and Xiaolulu. Not only the cat demon in the live broadcast push of the entire network, even users who are not online will receive a flashing reminder of the ring. Almost all the major guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori have entered the live broadcast room. Not only it is a regular guild, and even many dark guilds are watching this grand live broadcast event. Such as the Devil's Heart, the Raven's Tail, etc. In addition, the Council was also shocked by Knight's live broadcast. It can be said that this unprecedented live broadcast attracted countless eyes almost instantly. In front of Bob's villa, the live broadcast is continuing. Knight did not enter the camera for the time being, but opened the background and paid attention to the live broadcast data. After the push was sent out, tens of thousands of viewers poured in within just a dozen seconds. Sure enough, the first live broadcast can easily cause a sensation. This is a unique advantage. Knight stared at the data of the number of people changing. Current number of people in the live broadcast room, 11,547. And it is still at a rate of dozens or hundreds of people per second. The speed is growing rapidly. Nate nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the host Jenny. Jenny is doing the warm-up activities, smiling. Before introducing the guild coalition participating in this crusade, let's interview Miss Angel first. Sora has no desire to live, this is simply a public execution. This woman is definitely taking revenge on her. Didn't she just knock you out in the kitchen? Sora smiled dryly. Miss Jenny, what do you want to ask? Excuse me, when did you join the 6 demon generals? Jenny blinked. As far as I can remember, this dark guild has not been active for a long time. About 8 years ago. Sora's face changed slightly, and the memories of her childhood that she didn't want to recall emerged. 8 years ago? In X776? Why did you join the 6 demon generals? Jenny asked curiously. A lovely girl like you, and a powerful star spirit mage, would be welcomed by any regular guild, right? No. No one came to save me. Sora took a deep breath, her tone a little heavy. Jenny grasped the key point sharply. Save you? From what you said, it seems that you didn't join the 6 demon generals voluntarily. No, I joined voluntarily. But at that time, there was no choice at all. At this point, Sora had no intention of hiding anything, and told her experience bit by bit. About 10 years ago, the black magic cult that worshipped Jalal built one paradise tower after another in order to revive Jalal. But building the R system requires a large number of workers. And I was one of the children they captured at the time. Jenny was shocked. Not only her, but also the other people at the scene, as well as the tens of thousands of viewers watching the live broadcast, were all shocked. The destruction of the 8th Paradise Tower happened not long ago. This incident has caused widespread heated discussion on the Magic Network. Therefore, the audience watching the live broadcast is not completely ignorant of the Paradise Tower. In the live broadcast, Kong No continued. There are many children like me in the Paradise Tower, and everyone is forced to work. 10 years ago, the council destroyed 7 of them, but unfortunately, the Paradise Tower I am in is the 8th. Until one day, the leader of the 6 demon generals came there. He selected 5 children with outstanding magic power and trained them to become the current 6 demon generals. What else do you want to know? Kong No took the initiative to ask Jenny. Jenny looked a little dazed. She didn't expect the other party to have such a tragic past. Sorry, it's not intentional. Jenny apologized, but, Miss Kong No, from what you said, you 6 demon generals were all victims at the time. Kong No nodded. 6 demon generals, 6 wishes. Her wish is to disappear in the sky like an angel. Now that she was captured, she had no resistance, and death was also a kind of relief. She just couldn't forget her sister in her heart. After being captured, she was separated from her sister, and she didn't know if her sister was still alive. If she was alive, would she watch the live broadcast? Sora was depressed. As a member of the Dark Guild, she didn't want to be seen by her sister, and she just hoped that her sister was still alive. Nate walked over and gestured to Jenny. Jenny immediately understood and nodded. Miss Sora, thank you for the information you provided, which has greatly helped us defeat the 6 demon generals. After a pause, she resumed her bright smile. After all, the audience came to watch the fun, not to listen to the suffering of the past. Next, let me introduce the members of this Crusade Coalition to everyone. First, it's Knight, a wizard from Fairy Tale, one of the 10 holy wizards, and the founder of the magic internet. Clap! 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 Jenny applauded enthusiastically. Knight walked into the camera and greeted the live screen with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Knight. Then, he saw the dense barrage on the screen. No one needed to teach them, the smart netizens discovered the barrage function by themselves. And they had a lot of fun playing it. Lord Knight! Lord Knight, I like you, marry me. I want to give you a baby. So handsome, you are worthy of being the #1 boyfriend of this week. Miss Jenny is also very beautiful, please date me. Where did the toad come from? Jenny is our blue Pegasus's baby. Lord Knight, can you give me some points? The barrage was so dense that it was hard to see clearly. Knight just smiled. Jenny, as the host, was watching the comments carefully. When she saw an interesting content, her eyes immediately lit up. Mr. Knight, someone wants to marry you on May 2. Forget about marriage. Someone asked you if you are single. Jenny smiled slyly. As the most wanted wizard this week, I think many girls want to know the answer. What the hell, what kind of death question is this? Knight's heart skipped a beat. He didn't see any comments asking him if he was single. Did you make up this question on the spot? Knight broke into a cold sweat. He had no doubt, Juvia, Urza, Lucy, Myra Jane and others are watching the live broadcast. No, there is another weird scene. Outside the camera, Altair is smiling, panicking. Stinky brother, let you be so fickle. Nate would rather fight Laxus 100 times than answer such a deadly question. How to answer? Not answering is not okay. It is not okay to say that you have a girlfriend. It is even worse to say that you don't. Waiting online, urgent. 149 Sody White Snow, basic reward x 300%, 4/4 flowers requested. Being asked if he is single during the live broadcast is an unexpected situation for Knight. This question is easy to answer for ordinary people. But it is fatal for him. Say no, that is absolutely impossible. It will hurt the hearts of Juvia, Urza, and weird scene Altair. But if you say yes, what should Lucy and Myra Jane do? Knight had a headache. Can he not answer? Not answering is not an option. Avoiding is an attitude. It is the same as saying no. It will hurt his 3 girlfriends. Whether it is Ursha, Juvia or Urza, they all like him very much. Knight does not want to hurt them. There is no time to think for too long. He has made a decision in just a few seconds. So, he nodded and admitted. I have a girlfriend. Do you? Jenny looked surprised. She was very surprised by this answer. A beautiful question mark slowly appeared on her head. She and Myra Jane are good friends. When they were chatting on the Magic Network, she also asked about Knight. Myra told her that Knight has no girlfriend. 17 Is the information wrong? The scene is weird. Ursha could not help but sluggish for a moment. She did not expect Knight to admit it. Soon, her eyes became gentle and her smile was like a flower. Although the stinky brother is a bit fickle, he is dating her and Juvia at the same time. But she was still very happy to face the whole network admitting that she had a girlfriend. Miss Witch felt that she liked him more. It's very interesting. Jenny stared at Knight. Who is this lucky girl? Still coming? Stinky sister. Knight rolled his eyes at her. It's about my girlfriend's privacy, it's not convenient to make it public. Fairy tale, behind the guild, by the lake. Arisa was practicing while watching the live broadcast. You asked me not to make it public, but you admitted it in the live broadcast. Arisa raised a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, and was very happy with her boyfriend's statement. She couldn't help but recall the scene in the cave. Her face suddenly flushed, and she thought. I miss you a little, you must come back safely. Girls' dormitory. Juvia rolled on the bed with a pillow with Knight's poster on it. Lord Knight, Juvia is so happy. Guild Tavern. Everyone was very curious about Knight's girlfriend. Does she have one? You mean Juvia? She often sends love bento to Knight. I think it's Lucy. They have a very good relationship. Nonsense, it's obviously Myra's sister. Hey, Myra, Knight has admitted it. Behind the bar, Myra Jane wiped the wine glass and said angrily. Don't talk nonsense, it will cause trouble for Knight. Apartment. Lucy held a pen in her right hand and supported her cheek with her left hand, watching the live broadcast very attentively. On the table in front of her, a diary was spread out. Since joining the guild, the name Knight has appeared very frequently in the diary. Girlfriend? Who is it? I'm so concerned. What should I do? The eldest lady was absent-minded. Live broadcast. Jenny saw that Knight didn't say the identity of his girlfriend, so she had to give up in disappointment. She felt that this was just an excuse and there was no so-called girlfriend at all. Okay, then next. Jenny was halfway through her words. Suddenly. Boom. A huge explosion sounded overhead. Yayi and others outside the camera were horrified. Hippies looked up and his face changed. Christina. The magic bomber of the blue Pegasus exploded, and flames shot up into the sky. The huge spaceship was falling from a height. Jenny was startled and subconsciously took a step closer to Knight, seeking a sense of security. You know, she is the poster girl of the blue Pegasus. Generally speaking, poster girls represent low combat effectiveness. Except for Demon Myra Jane. After a brief shock, Jenny excitedly operated the live broadcast and aimed the screen at the magic bomber. Everyone, look, we are under attack. The live broadcast barrage was originally asking who Knight's girlfriend was. Some people believed it, while others did not believe it. But when a burning magic explosion boat slowly fell from the sky, everyone suddenly came to their senses. The purpose of this live broadcast was to defeat the 6 demon generals. It was Christina of the Blue Pegasus. An attack by the 6 demon generals? Absolutely. The people of the Dark Guild must be watching the live broadcast, and the address of the Crusade Coalition has been exposed. The barrage of comments was endless, all expressing concern. Compared to the crusade against the 6 demon generals, a little gossip about Knight's men and women seems insignificant. Knight breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that all his attention had been diverted. Good, good. Well done. 6 demon generals. Just because you arrived on time, I will be gentler later. Knight silently gave the 6 demons a thumbs up. However, the live broadcast has just started, and the only person who can get here in such a short time is that person. During the fall of the magic bomber, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the villa like lightning. Hey, see you again, Knight. Lissa greeted expressionlessly, I was really taken care of by you last time. I almost died in Magnolia. Knight thought to himself, if I wanted to keep you at that time, could you get away? At this time, Natsu sniffed his nose, raised his head suddenly, and shouted. There are still people in the sky. The others immediately followed his gaze. Above the falling Christina, a purple snake with wings was hovering in the sky. On the snake's body, there stood a young man with short red hair. It's the poisonous dragon slayer, Cobra. Lian of the cowherd group said in a deep voice. All this information was learned from Sono. The coalition has already mastered the appearance and magic of each of the 6 demon generals. Cobra grinned, you have a good nose, Fire Dragon Natsu. You bastard, how dare you blow up the spaceship? Natsu's body was burning with flames, and he jumped up 190 degrees and went straight to the poisonous dragon in the sky. I heard the sound of your body. Cobra said with disdain, and the purple snake under his feet moved nimbly, took the initiative to approach Natsu, and easily snatched the fist wrapped in flames. The next moment, Natsu was kicked down from the sky. Boom! It was not until then that Christina finally fell to the ground, with flames and thick smoke billowing up. The live broadcast screen broadcasted everything to all viewers in detail. At this time, the system prompt suddenly came. Task: conduct a live broadcast across the entire network, and make the number of simultaneous viewers reach more than 80% of the total number of Internet-registered users. Reward: depends on the completion of the task. Task completed. Results are being calculated. It's actually completed. Nate was stunned. He thought he had to wait for the battle to break out and enter the final climax stage. I underestimated the sensational effect of the first live broadcast. Current number of people watching the live broadcast, 29,948. Evaluation, passed. Task reward, Zanpakuto Sodi Shirayuki. Detected that it is not the world of death gods, and the reward is being converted. Zanpakuto Yuzuki Shirayuki holds a magic item Sodi Shirayuki. Extra task, the number of people watching this live broadcast reaches more than 99%. Extra reward, basic reward x 300%. A series of system prompts flashed before Knight's eyes. The additional tasks that appeared made his eyes light up. 150 experimental subject number 3373, the alternative resurrection of Uru. Sodi Shirayuki, an ice-type Zanpakuto, the prototype comes from the world of death gods. It is known as the most beautiful Zanpakuto in Soul Society. The ability is divided into two stages, Shikai and Kai. After Shikai, cold air will be emitted from the tip of the blade, freezing the body of the holder to below 0 degrees. Below 0 degrees is only the first step, and when necessary, it can even reach absolute zero. The body of the enemy hit will freeze instantly, and eventually die of hypothermia. And Kai will be greatly enhanced on the basis of Shikai. Knight silently digested the relevant information in his mind. Zanpakuto was originally driven by the spirit power of the god of death. After the system's transformation, it has become a magical item of the holding system. It is now driven by magic power. This means that not only Knight himself can use it, but others may also be able to use it. The ability of the ice and snow system instantly reminded Knight of two people. Uru and Ursha, mother and daughter. Both of them can use ice-shaping magic. However, Ursha is better at the Arc of Time. Can ghosts use it? Knight thought that Zanpakuto was originally the weapon of the god of death, and the god of death can be simply understood as a particularly powerful ghost. Maybe you can really use it. If you can complete the extra task, will you be rewarded with 3 swords? While Knight was thinking, the wizards of the Expeditionary Coalition had already fought with the 2-6 demons. The sooner the work is done, the better. Lissa moved and appeared behind Leon, and a big roundhouse kick hit the opponent's door directly. Motor. Bang. A shoe print was left on Leon's face, and he flew backwards, rolling more than 10 times. So fast. What speed is this? Hippies was shocked and couldn't see the moving track clearly. However, before he finished speaking, Lisa's voice came from behind. What are you daydreaming about? Blue Pegasus Wizard. He turned around and kicked the man away. Almost at the same time, Holy Knight Eve and Sky Knight Lien were also hit by powerful kicks one after another. To others, it was just a matter of a moment. The 3 of the cowherd group, the younger brothers, were kicked away in 3 directions like blooming flowers. Ye took a deep breath of perfume. The fragrance of power. Originally, he was short in stature, but he turned into a muscular man in an instant. I've been underestimated a little. Let me be your opponent. Men. Muscle Ye punched. With a bang, a hole was punched in the ground. However, the target disappeared without a trace. So slow, you are the strongest man of Blue Pegasus. Lissa moved behind Muscle Ye, full of ridicule. So fast? No, I'm so slow. Muscle Ye raised his fist and threw it behind him, but missed again. The opponent's magic, slow magic, reduces the body sense of others. Even if you know this, you still can't hit it. Bye. Lissa whooshed and half-crouched in front of Ye. He put his hands on the ground and his legs suddenly shot up. The precise and elegant hit on Muscle One Knight's chin kicked him into the air. Not far away. Jenny blinked, looked at Lisa, and then looked at the live broadcast screen. Everything seen by the naked eye was very fast. But Lisa in the screen was not fast, but the people in the cowherd group reacted very slowly. A large number of bullet comments floated by. Hey, what are the people from Blue Pegasus doing? Are you standing there stupidly and getting beaten? Fight back, idiots! Is that long-nosed man one of the 6 demon generals? Jenny immediately remembered her job and quickly gave a live commentary for the battle. The code name of this coxcomb is Lisa. Everyone may be confused, but it is actually his magic effect. A figure flashed, and Lisa approached quickly. Ah! Jenny was startled, and the commentary was stuck in her throat. Live broadcast well, don't worry, no one will attack you. Let the whole network watch carefully how our 6 demon generals destroyed the Crusade Coalition. Lisa didn't look at Jenny, but looked at Knight. I was careless last time, what will happen this time? Our leader is waiting for you. As soon as the voice fell, Lisa attacked Knight. Young people don't learn their lessons? Did you forget that you were beaten last time? Knight easily avoided the opponent's kicking skills and said to girlfriend number 1, Aloysia, hey? Where is she? From the perspective of the 6 eyes, Ursha disappeared. Immediately expanded the observation range and found that Ursha came to Christina's fall point. Arc of time. She raised her right hand, and a silver-grey magic circle immediately unfolded in her palm. The next moment, the burning magic bomber was experiencing a time reversal, and it was restored in an instant. Knight dodged Lisa's continuous attacks while launching telepathic magic. Where are you going? Dear experimental subject 3373 is going to take revenge. Ultia received the telepathic message and answered in her heart. This is also the purpose of my participation in this operation. Don't worry, I will deal with him soon. After repairing the magic bomber, she went to the depths of the gas tree sea. Knight's face was full of helplessness. He was not worried about Urusha. But, why are you so anxious? It's the live broadcast process to kill the monsters first and then the boss. Thinking of this, Knight once again avoided Lisa's kicking skills. Raising his hand was a magic impact. Boom! A thick beam of white light swallowed Lisa and knocked him away. I'm tired of your monkey show. The weakness is so obvious. There is no improvement from last time. While speaking, Knight snapped his fingers. Uru was summoned out of the deep net by him. What's wrong? N.A. As soon as Uru appeared, he found the chaotic scene. The people who fell to the ground, and the people who were broadcasting live. In the sky. Happy grabbed Natsu's collar and started an aerial battle with Cobra. Your daughter went to seek revenge on the director of the Magic Development Bureau. Knight explained. Director of the Magic Development Bureau? Uru gritted his teeth, and anger flashed in his eyes. If she had any obsession, seeking revenge on this bastard was one of them. Back then, she sent her young daughter with 2 strong magic power to the research institute, hoping to cure Ursha's disease. Soon after, the people in the research institute told her that her daughter was dead. They didn't even let her see the body. And this person is Brian. Where is he? Don't worry, this is for you. Knight stretched out his hand, a white light flashed, and Sodi Shirayuki appeared in his palm. This is a very powerful magic item, you may be able to use it. I am a ghost, uncle. Uru was stunned for a moment, and tried to reach out and grasp the handle of the knife. He was able to grasp it. At the moment of grasping it, Uru felt a strong force coming from Sodi no Shirayuki. She gradually transformed from a ghost that looked like a real entity into a real entity. Uru murmured in disbelief, I am resurrected.